Yep. Sad day indeed. No idea, Ryuk. Hello, everyone.
While the war in Ukraine rages on.
Fuck. God, that was loud. Not doing good today, Irene. It's a pretty pissed off day. Oh, he's not just demonizing Zelensky, he's flat out lying about Zelensky. Nicholas, if you don't know, Trump basically just flat out lied about Zelensky today in every way possible. He blamed Ukraine for starting the war. He lied about Zelensky's approval rating. He said Zelensky's embezzling money. He said that the U.S. has provided $200 billion more than any other country, which is not true. He said Ukraine started the war. Pretty much everything that happened today with Trump was a blatant lie. I keep hearing that Ukraine and other Eastern Europeans don't sleep because of Trump's latest shit. Yep. Not a single one of our allies should fucking trust us right now. Not a single one. Yep, and all this on the day I just picked up my uniform to go escort my friend's body home because the Biden administration also fucked up Ukraine. Last time I saw my people this united in rage was 2022, February 24th, when it all got started. Yep. Both of them, Root. Both of them. He's not tricking Russia. He openly supports Russia. Openly. He's not fucking smart enough to trick them. How come you don't see comments? I don't know, Blue. Yeah, no shit, I was right about it, Brute. Shadow, forcing Ukraine to capitulate doesn't stop the war. It didn't stop it last time in 2014 because Russia kept fucking attacking. You know what Trump did during his entire presidency to stop Russia from attacking Ukraine? Fucking nothing. No, Israel can't trust Trump either. Because Trump has shown that he's more than willing to fuck over all of our allies.
What's up, bro?
Just a pissed off day.
Oh, you ain't lying, dude. I'm so fucking pissed. I just sent you a message on TikTok and it was a DM. I got out of Instagram fighting with some fucking idiot about shit he had to say about what was going on in Ukraine and how Zelensky's got a 4% approval rate and all this bullshit and how he knows what he's talking about. Nobody else does because he's got friends in Ukraine for 30 years. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't know shit.
Yeah. And then did you see what happened with the Israel thing today? Just a little bit ago?
No, what happened?
Hamas made a big show and parade of releasing the Bebas baby bodies. And they paraded them around in their coffins and they blamed Bibi for the whole thing and put like a vampire Bibi on the coffins and stuff and said that Bibi was their unaliver.
They had a bunch of Palestinian babies that were
No, the Bebas family. The two infants that were kidnapped with their mother.
I did not know about that. I missed that one.
Yeah, they misinformation block. Hey, eat shit, you fucking terrorist. Fuck out of my chat.
So what have these babies been?
They've been in captivity since day one.
Were they recently unalive them or something, or they've been dead and they've been carrying them
No,
around?
no one knows. Zelensky is not smart. He fought a war he knew he could not win. He's fighting for his country's right to fucking exist, Shadow.
I told the guy, him and his fucking Ukrainian friends that were hiding out in the UK are probably all Russian sympathizers who too chicken shit to do any of their own fighting.
Yep.
My wife and I've had this discussion several times. I've gotten pissed. I said, it's pretty bad when myself and other people have got to go over there to do the fighting for Ukrainians that are too fucking scared and they run and hide.
Yeah. What's up, Redman?
What's up?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, you were talking about the kidnapped family, but prior to October 7th, there were like Palestinian children like throwing rocks at tanks and then they got blown up.
Cool. Don't throw a rock at a fucking
So
tank.
why should I care? No, why should I
Don't
care
throw a
about
rock at a
Jewish family?
fucking tank.
Why should I care about a fucking Jewish family that's in the middle of the fucking Arabian Peninsula?
Oh, you're a fucking Nazi. That's what it is?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, what? So, what do you think? Do you think Jews run the world?
No, I mean it's like it's whatever at this point. But why should the
Hey,
American people?
you should take after your leader.
He didn't kill himself. There's no body. But why should we, the American
Really?
people?
Really?
There's no body. Show me the body.
You know they found it, right? Like this has been
Where's
a
the
thing for
body? Show me
years.
a picture.
They found his skull years ago.
Okay, yeah, show me it then.
Yeah, show a body on screen that'll get me banned. That makes sense.
Yeah, skull, dude. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, why should we, the American people, be caring about these people that unalive children and whatnot for the past 70 years? Like, why should
70
we
years,
care
really?
about-
So we're just going to throw away the 1,400 years of Arab, Muslim, Nazi bullshit of them going out of their way to attack Jews? We're just going to ignore that?
mean, what did the
No.
Ottomans do?
No. We're just going to ignore that and go, oh, but 70 years, we lost
What did the
multiple wars.
Ottomans do?
We just
What
blah,
did the
blah, blah, blah,
Ottomans
blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking
did
about
the
the
Ottomans
Ottomans.
do?
I'm talking about the Arab Muslims, the fucking colonizers who have gone in there and were very proud of their colonization until very recently when they realized they could manipulate the Western audience to support them.
The Bedouins or the Assyrians?
Oh my God. Are you fucking serious? You fucking Nazi moron. Get the fuck out of my goddamn
You
chat.
said-
Get the fuck out of my chat.
Must be a night for stupidity.
Oh, yeah. That's one Nazi. I'm mad he's right. Okay, bye-bye, Nazi number 2. Oh, look, there's another one. Nazi in the chat. Yud Banderite. Jew Banderite. Okay, cool. That's 3 Nazis.
Likes Russia, huh?
Talk about the USS Liberty. What about it? How much do you actually know about the USS Liberty? Why don't you come up here and see how much you actually know about it? Every thought you might be the bad guys. Ever thought about typing in proper fucking English? Mike Floyd, clueless. Oh, the irony. Talk about the dude who shot the 2 Israelis in Florida. What about him? He's a fucking moron. Oh, yep, there's another Nazi. We're up to 4 Nazis.
Hey, tell me where I can get one of those expensive high-end blue bras.
Oh, there's 5 Nazis, dancing Israelis, the ones that were cleared by the FBI. 1948 Nakba. You know what? It wasn't actually what you guys said it was, but it should have been. Fuck out of here. Don't forget 1948. Yeah, what happened? What you guys said happened in 1948 should have happened. They weren't cleared. Clearly, you haven't read the FBI report. Fuck Palestine.
Man,
How do I-
like,
Oh, look. There's Boss Bro, the open Nazi in my chat.
yes, he is playing whack a Nazi. I don't
People
know
are
why
fucking pathetic.
I don't know why you subject yourself to this shit.
These people are fucking disgusting. Well, let's update this. Man, I'm going to be updating this a lot tonight.
Had some troll earlier calling me a Zionist and shit. He doesn't even know what one is.
They're happy that Jewish babies were killed and they were able to bring their children to watch Jewish babies be paraded around. I'm losing it because I'm calling out Nazis. Okay. Palestine will save the world. Palestine can burn to the fucking ground. Oh, wait. Most of it already is. She's got to do a little bit more. As a pro-Ukrainian, you shouldn't be rude to Palestinians. You mean the Palestinians who are openly funded by Iran and Russia? The same people who are both against Ukraine? Weird. Oh, there's another Nazi. There we go. Mods, have fun with Whack a Nazi.
Guess they don't know that Stalin had a thing for killing Jews too.
Yep. What's up, McCrystal?
Hello.
What's on your
Can
mind?
you elaborate more on? Yeah, I want to talk about the Israelis that shot each other in Florida.
A radical Israeli thought he was going to go after 2 Palestinians, which was wrong, and he shot at 2 Jews instead.
Do you know what he tweeted or I put on his Facebook post?
Don't know, don't care. He's a radical idiot who shouldn't have done that, and he should have the book thrown at him and be in jail for the rest of his life.
He was kind of saying what you're saying right now.
Cool.
So you agree that you're a radicalist?
Sure, if that's what you want to say. After what I saw today with the Beavis babies being paraded around while they brought their children out to showcase them parading dead Jewish babies, sure.
That's a red herring, but I'm glad that you agree.
It's a red herring. I'm sorry, a red herring. You run away like a fucking coward. These fucking people, man. What's up, Haven?
I'm putting the name of a title of a book down in the comments that are not familiar with it. It's a good book to read.
Hey,
yeah, I've seen that. What's up, New Haven?
hello. I have just one question to ask you, bro.
Mhm.
I don't want to say anything else. Like,
Mhm.
why you hating everybody? Why? Like, what's for you? Like, why you hating? Why you hating Palestine? Why?
Why am I disliking the people that openly want to eradicate the Jews from the earth and openly parade around dead Jewish babies?
Okay, so when these people kill Palestinian people, right? Or do you have any thought like so
You
many
mean
Palestinian babies?
you mean the
When
war that they started against the state of Israel when they came in on October 7th by the thousands, mostly civilians, and
Okay,
slaughtered
that's
Jewish people with their bare hands while screaming
No,
Allahu Akbar and no,
no.
don't you fucking lie about this shit.
Shut
They
the fuck
no
up.
Hey, quiet Nazi, you're the fucking dimmy here. They fucking were proud of that shit. They were proud of that shit. Ismail Haniyeh openly watched that shit on live television and bragged about it. Bragged about it on live television. Get the fuck out of here. You're doing the same behavior they're saying by saying this. Okay. What do you want, user?
Hello. You're from US, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I have a question regarding Ukraine, and
Mm-hmm.
I have to say I've been kind of following Trump and the election in US closely from Norway,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to say that it's a lot of things that Donald Trump has put in motion that I agree with. But I have to say regarding Ukraine in the last couple of days, especially yesterday, I kind of lost him. And I have to ask you, as a US citizen, I'm from Europe, so of course Ukraine is closer to us. We have a border to Russia, so for us it's really important this question. But why does he say all these things that is not true? That
Because he's a
so
moron
like,
and he loves Putin.
Yeah, but
He's been pro-Russia and simping for Russia since the 80s. The very first trip he ever took to Russia, he went there, was paraded around by oligarchs and KGB agents, and then came back and 2 days later paid $200,000 for a full-spread article in 2 separate newspapers in order to try to get the U.S. to remove themselves from NATO. He's been pro-Russia since the 80s.
But doesn't he have any consultants around him that could?
No, he just
feel
has
the right
loyalists now.
information?
He just has loyalists. And Sammy Boy voted for him. I did not vote for Trump. And no, I did not vote for Kamala either.
Because this is scary, and Jens Stoltenberg is from Norway and was the general secretary in NATO, and he has said to the Norwegian media that actually he kind of had some good conversation with Donald Trump, and I think that has Jens Stoltenberg been in charge of the Munich security arrangement,
Mm-hmm.
it might be something different there. But I have to say, I'm a little bit scared now for the first time regarding Donald Trump, because I kind of been a little supportive of him, kind of like 70-30. But
Mhm.
now I have to say I'm a little scared now. I don't understand what's happening.
He's just a
And
moron.
is this the best of the U.S. interest?
No, it's the best of his interest. That's it.
What does the people voting Republican, kind of conservative, who are in the, let's say, middle, what do they say in US? Are they shocked? Are they like, oh, just another rant from Donald Trump, this will go over? Or what's happening? Because this is really alarming, especially for Zelensky, and what they say that he's a dictator. It's just, come on, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's just Trump doesn't understand anything. He can't make a point without lying about it, which means his original point wasn't good enough to begin with. Like, if you can't make your case without lying, then clearly your case wasn't that strong to begin with. He doesn't care. He cares about himself. He doesn't care about our allies. He doesn't care about our stage in the world. He doesn't care.
Do you think he can survive politically by this way of moving forward? Because he creates enemies all over, even I, who actually wants to support him. To be honest, I don't know if I can.
I don't support him.
No,
Never have. I voted for him in 2016 because I was like, let's fucking shake it up a bit. And he didn't do shit when he was president then either, and he's not going to do shit but make it worse now.
the military, the general, the intelligence, the people with. There is a lot of smart people in US. There's a lot of people who has a lot of knowledge throughout the conflict with Russia and Ukraine. They have to have some leverage. They need to have some intelligence and information that can persuade him, don't you think?
Yeah, the problem is he's picked people like Pete Hegseth, who was a fucking major, who wasn't anywhere close to general, and doesn't actually know jack fuck. I've heard Pete Hegseth speak on his military knowledge and his knowledge of our enemies and our adversaries. He doesn't know shit.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the problem with not being out there and understand the difference between Ukraine and Russia, and the difference between Central Europe, Northern Europe, because there's a lot of differences.
Oh, look, there's another Nazi in the chat. The Bebis family got what they deserved. Good job. Oh, and there's a Holocaust denier.
What is it with Muslims and these radicals that love dragging bodies around and shit? What do they have with dead bodies? I mean, how fucking sick do you need to be to fucking burn bodies, dismember bodies, hang bodies, drag them around, all that bullshit? I remember when they did that shit at the Pfizer Bridge with the contractors. Fucking sick motherfuckers.
Oh, look, there's another Holocaust denier. We're up to 11 already. We've been live for 26 minutes. We've got 11 Nazis. Let's go.
I don't know why they're hated so bad.
Yeah, Spinoza points out Trump thought Spain was in BRICS. America first means standing with our allies, because if you don't stand with your allies, you lose your position on the world stage and you lose America being on top. America being first means America being number one. We cannot be number one if we abandon our allies and our trade partners. That's not how it works. Israel is not your country, even your prime. Bitch, I'm not Jewish, you fucking Nazi. Jews aren't from Poland, and neither is Bibi. Bibi was literally born in Tel Aviv. I don't understand these people.
Yeah, Poke Wizard, he's another one. Biba's family's got what they deserved.
Yeah, and Gaza's about to get what it deserves. Congratulations. He was born in He was born in Tel Aviv.
Did you hear what they said when they abducted her, treated her with respect? Who's Red Boar was talking about?
What?
Talking about some woman, I guess, they abducted her, said treat her with respect.
Ah, yes. Kidnap the woman and her 2 children, her 2 infants, but treat them with respect. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's why they were raping the women.
Dude, stop. Tater, you got to use TikTok language. Yeah, the Gazans were very happy parading around dead Jewish babies today. It's very interesting. Yeah, user. I just I don't really know how to describe it. Like America is kind of divided, but it's just one side is the extreme of one side is batshit crazy as it is, and the other side is blind to everything.
Yeah, and I see it, and I do agree with the Democrats. They need to find themselves because they've been lost in that ideological war, and they are 2 left. So I think the Democrats need to really have some workshop and figure out who are they going to represent.
Yeah, the Palestinian kids were playing as they were on TV as they were showing the dead Jewish babies.
How big a crowd did they have for that?
Pretty big.
Should have dropped a daisy cutter on them.
That would have been nice. That's sad, but no American blood for foreigners. Hey, by abandoning our allies and allowing them to get invaded and get into wars, that's how you get American. That's how you get American troops on the ground, by forcing us into a war.
Israel chose violence in 47. How did they do that?
By declaring independence. They chose violence. You know, the 6 Arab nations that invaded them weren't the ones that chose violence.
I thought it was just by existing.
Yeah. Did you have anything else, user? Because I don't even know how to properly answer.
It's fine. It's just want to hear your thoughts. And to be honest, I think he has been shaking up Europe quite a bit. And
yeah,
we have always been close. But I have to say, it's an ocean between us now.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Can't wait to see you in World War III when the U.S. gets attacked again.
No, we will figure this out, but it's unnecessary rocket, to put it like that. We will, of course, we are friends. We will be allies. We will figure this out, and he's only going to be there for 4 years. But for fuck's sake, he needs to grow up and get this act together. Yeah. Okay. Have a nice day. Thanks, man.
Have a good night. What do you want?
Hey, come on, my man. What's wrong with you? Because you're
what do you
European
want?
and American, you don't accept anybody else?
European American? I'm not
Yeah,
European.
you don't accept anybody else?
I'm just an American.
Come on, don't be racist. What's
I'm
wrong
just
with
an American, not
you?
European.
Just American.
Mhm.
Okay, so we talk. Oh yeah, but you have Ukraine flag and Israeli flag behind you. you
Okay.
don't put the American flag.
Yeah, I've got an American flag in my room, and I've got my Marine Corps flag from when I served my fucking
Okay,
country.
Show us the American flag.
It's on my door.
Oh, you put it in the door, but
Mhm.
Israel and Ukraine flag on top of your head, and you call yourself.
I'm sorry.
American.
What's your point? Yeah, I served 10 years for my fucking country. Are you in America?
Really?
Are you? Hey, be quiet. Are you in America?
Hell yeah! I pay
Okay,
my
cool.
tax,
What did
but
you do for this country?
What I do for my country?
Yeah, what did you do for America?
I serve this country with K9.
With K9. When?
Yeah, the K9 serve the country. So don't put yourself
K9.
like
What did you do? What did you do?
What I do, I run a company, buddy.
Okay,
I
cool.
hired the
But what
people.
did
I have a
you
lot
do?
of
I don't care what other people did. What did you do for this country?
Really? You ask me this question? What?
Yeah,
you
because
do?
you've got a Palestinian flag. Why don't you have an American flag on your profile?
Oh, okay. At least one country, but you have two countries. You support. two
Hey, why
countries,
don't you
Israel
have...
and
No, no, no,
Ukraine.
no, no, no. I'm going to flip it back on you, you fucking hypocrite. Where's your American flag?
You're a hypocrite because you have.
Where's
two
your
flags.
American flag and what did you do to serve this country?
Where is my American flag?
Yeah.
Where is your American flag?
On my fucking door. Right here. 3 feet away from
yeah.
me.
Yeah, you put the American flag in the trash can, and you put the Ukraine and Israeli flag on top of your head. Who's the hypocrite?
What? So like me having all my awards from when I served and my fucking flag that was proudly flying when I served.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know what? Let me open the camera. Let
Hey.
me show you what I have in my
Hey,
wall.
no. Have fun getting fucking deported. Fucking
Okay,
terrorist.
fuck you, idiot.
Oh, I want to see what was on his wall.
Yeah, I'm not risking getting banned.
That too.
By the way, we're at 17 now. Sad you didn't die when you served. Oh, cry more, bitch. I'm still here. You know who's not here? Hang on, let me remind you guys who's not here. You know who's not here? The Russian who wore this. Palestinian children are terrorists? I don't know. What about the children that Hamas has been parading around in their trucks with rifles and Hamas uniforms? Trump literally funds Israel millions. Yeah, and he's all talk and doesn't back them for shit other than just giving them the shit they paid for. Where is the evidence? Evidence of what? What's up?
Where you going? God bless America. God bless Israel.
Yep.
Israel saving the world. End of story. Israel is beautiful. Israel is from God. Israel is saving the world. God bless Israel. God bless America. Thank God for America. Thank God for Israel.
I'm not religious, but you go.
Yeah. No. But, Lebanese background. Lebanese
Oh, okay.
citizen. Go to Lebanon every 6 years. I vote. I own property there. I'm as Lebanese as the Lebanese are in Lebanon. So I can voice my opinion. Yeah. God bless the IDF. God bless Israel. I hope we build a train from Beirut to Tel Aviv so we can visit each other. Beautiful.
Now that
That's
Hamas
the
is
majority.
now that Hamas is crying about shit and or not Hamas, Hezbollah's crying about shit and can't do anything. Hopefully Hezbollah goes away.
Hey, Christian, can I ask you a question? Where do you live now? Who's that? Who's asking me? You asking me?
The guy right below you.
It's Tater, but below you.
Are you in the U.S. now? Christian?
Hello?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, he's talking. He's talking to you.
No, I'm not from the States. I'm living in Australia.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I picked up on the accent, so you say Lebanese, and it was kind of throwing me for a minute, so I was just wanted to clarify.
No, I'm Lebanese. My kid's Lebanese. I made sure
That's
they
fine,
have
that's fine.
citizenship.
Yeah,
We
you
need
said
to-
Lebanese, but I'm picking up the accent. I was like,
No,
Okay.
I'm from Australia. I'm from
Okay, no
Australia.
problem. No problem.
Yeah, and yeah, the anti-Semitism here in Australia is pathetic. It's embarrassing. It's crazy. It's
Oh,
pathetic.
did you? I know there was a big thing in Australia where there was an entire convoy of vehicles found loaded with explosives, and the police tried covering it up. Did you hear about that?
No, never heard about that.
Oh, yeah. So in
Oh,
Australia, there was like 8 or 9 vehicles that were parked down the street from a synagogue that were all full of explosives, and there were no arrests made. And the police covered it up for about 8 days before it finally hit the news, and only a couple news outlets covered it.
I've never heard it. Never
Yeah,
heard of it.
that's the shocking thing. A lot of Australians haven't.
No, surprisingly, no, because our media here is all lefties. They're all
And someone go get Nick Aussie Nick. Someone go get Aussie Nick. He has the story on it. I wanna pull up the story.
Oh, please share that with me because I'll be happy to share it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll bring that up. Oh, and the nurses. Oh, there he is. Just one caravan. Yeah, it was the caravan. Wasn't it like 8 or 9 vehicles?
I was surprised anti-Semitism runs strong in Australia.
Nick, can you give me the title of the article and who posted it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad here especially in Sydney and Melbourne. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And most of these idiots that do it are born here. They're like Australians born here. With Arab
Oh yeah,
background.
no, there was a Australian girl the other night on one of my friends' lives who was just these shit she was saying was insane. No, a caravan in Australia is what you call an RV. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the fucking length of it then.
Hey, Sacks for Stacks wants to come up so he has something to say.
Oh, dude, I'm going through the requests and orders. It pops people up in a random order.
See, the thing is, we understand as Lebanese is that if Israel falls, we're all gone. The Christians and the minorities, we're all gone. We need Israel to stand strong, and thank God Trump's in power now, because we're gonna be stronger.
I don't think anyone should be trusting Trump. He's shown that he doesn't give a fuck about any of our allies, and if he's willing to screw over all of the other ones, I think he'd screw over Israel too.
I disagree with your politics, but you know what? Each to their own. But
Oh,
no.
Tater just got banned. Okay. Tater just got banned. Interesting.
Yeah. All I'm saying is if Israel falls,
Mhm.
the world's gone. The world's fucked. Because they're in Europe, they're in Asia, they're all over the world. Yeah? And they're
Yeah.
spreading that ideology.
Nick's
Israel
getting the
falls,
story.
Israel cannot fall. Israel cannot fall, shall not fall, and will not fall. Will not fall. We can't have them fall. We need them to stand strong, and they are. And what they've done for us in Lebanon, wow, we haven't done in 30 years. We couldn't do that. They did it in fucking a few months. Thank God.
Oh, a terrorist attack in Jerusalem a few minutes ago. Lovely.
Yeah, apparently I'm a Lebanese Zionist. I didn't realize I was a Zionist.
Hey, are you okay with Israel existing?
Absolutely. Who, me?
Yeah, then you're a Zionist.
Oh, absolutely. They've always been there. My Lord and Savior was a Zionist. For crying out loud. Yeah, it is hard. It's harder for us too. As
Oh,
Lebanese
wait.
Christians.
Nick posted it. Okay, hang on. Nick posted the title. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, shit. I gotta scroll up to see it. Who knew and who didn't inside the caravan bomb discovery that fuck I gotta scroll up that blindsided federal ministers blindsided federal ministers. Oh, here we go. Pull it up here. So peaceful. They're so peaceful. Who knew and who didn't inside the caravan bomb discovery that blindsided federal ministers? There's deep concern about in Canberra as soon as news broke on Wednesday that police had discovered a caravan in an outer Sydney suburb loaded with explosives in it and a piece of paper with the address of a Sydney synagogue.
Yes, I heard that. Yes,
Okay, so you did
that
hear about
one,
this one.
Yeah, that one.
And
Okay,
how it didn't hit news for like over a week.
Yeah.
They just covered it up.
Yeah. But no, that's fact. That actually happened. Yeah.
So peaceful though.
Very peaceful. Religion of peace. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Do you have anything else to say, Prince?
No, thank you very much.
All right.
For the platform.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
Have a good night.
Israel forever. Thank you.
Yep. Good luck on the appeal, Tater. I warned you. You got to be careful. Guys, I'm just accepting people in order right now. It just throws people in a random order. Hello, Gracie. What's on your mind?
I only have a second. I just wanted to say, I don't know how you put up with all these schnauzy, tea, crazy people, because I would literally scream.
I'm used to it. I've been dealing with it for years. So for those that don't know, I'm just a random agnostic white dude. I'm not fucking Jewish. I'm not European. I'm nothing. But for a 3-week period, I had the most anti-Semitic comment section on all of TikTok. Out of 20,000 comments I received in 3 weeks, 10,000 of them were anti-Semitic, to the effect of H-Man was right, here's your striped pajamas, jump in an oven, here's a gold star, 6 million was enough, all of it. They were so convinced that I was a Jew because they did facial structure analysis of me. They literally took screenshots of my face and measured the proportions to Yahtzee measurements to determine that I was a secret Jew. Been dealing with this for a while.
Yeah, I'm just a plain old Ashkenazi Jew in America. I have family in both Ukraine and Russia, so it's quite an interesting mix.
It's not abnormal, especially if New York.
No, not New York.
That's the surprising part here, because normally the Ashkenazi, Russian, Ukrainian mixed Jews are all in New York.
There's actually a fair amount where I live. Not a ton, but a fair amount.
Okay. Got it. Well, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I didn't. That was it.
Okay.
It's just
Well,
all the crazy schnazis are out tonight.
oh, yeah. Well, thank you for the support. Have a good night.
No problem. You
Bye-bye.
too.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. What's up?
Oh, hi. You know what? I just want to say something. Why does whenever someone criticizes Israel, we are anti-Semitic?
No,
know what?
it's when you make it about the Jews that you become anti-Semitic.
No. The Jews have caused trouble. They got kicked out of 109 countries.
That's blatantly false, and there you go. This is why you get called a Nazi, because you parrot Nazi propaganda and absolute bullshit blood libels that aren't true. You don't get called a Yahtzee for criticizing Israel, because what you did was not just criticize Israel. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking Nazi. And let's cover the last few that I missed. We're at 20 now. Why do we get called anti-Semitic? You know, the Jews have been kicked out of so many countries. Like, are you fucking serious, dude?
Hey there.
Hey, what's up?
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your great support. I just wanted to share a thought about Trump's idea about Gaza. And well, the real estate thought behind this thing is actually quite good for America if you think about it, because
It's a stupid idea,
they have to
and
pay a
there's
lot of money for it.
It's a stupid idea. There's zero financial benefit for us doing that in any way, shape, or form.
You need to pay lots of money to Egypt using the Suez Canal.
But taking Gaza
About billions,
wouldn't taking Gaza wouldn't change who controls the Suez Canal.
They control it. But the fact is, when you build a port in Gaza, you change the routes, so you don't
No, because
have to pay them.
building a port in Gaza, you still have to go through the strait. You still have to go through the canal.
You don't. You go all the way to Saudi Arabia from Israel, from Aqaba and Saudi Arabia, and then China
Through where?
through Gaza, through the Mediterranean Sea.
You realize that the Suez Canal is
It's Egyptian. I think that right now Egypt is putting our military force in the border because they are afraid of losing those billions by renting the U.S. the movement in the Suez Canal, and they might get the hands on Gaza first.
they don't want Gaza. They want nothing to do with the Palestinians. They want absolutely nothing to do with the Palestinians. They don't care. There is zero financial benefit for literally anyone taking Gaza.
I'm talking about the soil. I'm talking about the real estate. You know what I mean?
I understand that. I'm saying there is zero financial benefit because you have to, one, clear everything out. There is zero reason to take Gaza. It is one of the stupidest things Trump has ever said.
Is he accountable? Would he be able to remove them to Jordan or Egypt?
Okay, I'm not dealing with that. What? Gaza has won? Why does Gaza look completely fucked? It's a great win, bro. Hello.
Hi, hello.
What's up?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Pissed.
Yeah, I understand you. I'm from Israel. I'm from Ukraine, but since 2012 I live in Israel. I wanted to react to one of the guys who were talking previously about and comparing, the kids that Israel imprisoned for stone throwing. If you just think about it, the car moves on the highway 90 kilometers per hour. I don't know what, in miles.
Oh, he wasn't saying in jail. He was saying that they were. He was saying they were throwing. They were throwing rocks at soldiers and tanks, and that they got blown up. But couldn't tell me when. Couldn't tell me where. Couldn't give me the proof. All it was just that it happened. To which I said, "Cool. Don't throw rocks at fucking tanks. Don't throw rocks. Don't throw rocks at military vehicles. Don't throw rocks at military personnel. You can't do that shit in this. You can't do that shit in any country."
Yeah, for sure. But most of them, I'm for sure that most of those so-called kids, teenagers, they're 16, 17, that are throwing rocks. They're mainly throwing rocks at cars moving on highways, and you can imagine what's gonna happen with a car. If a rock will hit a car that runs 90 kilometers per hour, at least you're losing your coordination. You can just got into the accident. I also I wanted to ask you if you thought about it, the thing about the Palestinians and the recent war in Ukraine. If you look at the Luhansk and Donetsk, I noticed one thing. There is this pattern. You take a group of people, you divide it from a nation, you indoctrinate them into being some other fake nation, then you weaponize them, and you make a point of pressure. So they took a group of Ukrainians, brainwashed them to be Novorossians, Luhansk, Donetsk.
You know who started the PLO, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
Yeah. No, it's why you see it's why you see the propaganda from both the Arab Muslim communities, especially the Palestinians, and Russia is a 1-for-1. It's the same exact style of propaganda. It's the same exact format. It's the same.
Yeah, even more. A lot of their politicians, they studied in Russia. A lot of PLO guys speak Russian freely. There is a Russian speaking channel in Israel, the 9th channel, and rarely, but sometimes they invite these guys from PLO. Man, they talk almost without an accent in Russian. They're like Russian spies. Yeah. That's the part, and it's everywhere. PLO, Transnistria in Moldova, Artsakh in Armenia, Abkhazia and Ossetia in Georgia, same pattern. Take a group, weaponize it.
And especially when it's around Russia, it's, oh, look, there's ethnic Russians. That's neat. Oh, people are being mean to them. Oh, look, they want to be part of Russia again, but they're in a different country. Oh, wait. Oh, people are attacking them? Oh my God, there's terrorists. Oh, we got to go do something. Time for Russian intervention. It's the same thing every time.
Yeah. Same pattern. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thank you. And Zios don't do any propaganda. What are you talking about, dude? I'd say Trump's words aimed at Europe were a betrayal, but most non-MAGA know he's Putin's bitch. Yep. Hello.
How are you doing?
Pissed. What's up?
I'm doing good. Myself, I just woke up. I'm Palestinian. So obviously I want to talk about Gaza. So why do you believe Gaza should be burned to the ground?
I believe that a nation who majority by their own polling wants to eliminate Jewish people from the face of the earth has no place in the modern world, especially when you parade around dead Jewish babies and bring your children to watch it and televise it while you all smile behind the coffins. I don't think that's...
Yeah, go ahead. No,
go ahead.
Okay, so wasn't that poll proved that was wrong and, what do you call it, faked by Hamas?
No, there was one that showed it was basically one that the IDF did find evidence was fake, and it was two specific questions that were faked on there, and it was one of them was what was the overall support percentage of Hamas, because it was the largest drop they'd seen in support, and because they went from around a 70-something% to like a low 60% support in that poll. And then there was something, I can't remember what the other question was, but that was the main one that saw the drastic change in it.
So, but it shows that not the majority supports these people, but also you said
no. They still showed that over 60%. The legitimate number was still over 60%. It was just low 60s. So even by that metric, a majority of Palestinians support Hamas, and even a majority of Palestinians support.
That's
No. Well, yeah. So the Gaza numbers were manipulated, but the PCRS or whatever it is, they do Gaza and the West Bank. Granted, the West Bank people usually poll higher because they're not the ones dealing with the bullshit going on in Gaza right now. But even the Gazans specifically have a majority support for Hamas and even a majority support for what happened on October 7th. Fuck, the week after October 7th, they had a 91% approval for what happened on October 7th.
All right, I need to look into that. I just woke up.
Look up the PC. Oh, hang on, Palestinian Research Policy, PCPSR.
PCP.
Yeah, Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research. They're based out of Ramallah. Authentic spamming liar doesn't change facts.
Like, do you have the link to the actual survey being disproven? I just want to read it by any chance.
I don't have the links to the one that was manipulated. Let me see if I can pull up.
That's fine. We can just talk about anything else. Doesn't matter. So you say it should be burned to the ground, but there's the thing. Wouldn't you be supporting ethnic cleansing and the deaths of innocents? Let's say people that have been trapped in a 2-mile radius. They've been bombed their entire life. They've been sniped their entire life, even when they go to parades near the border.
Yeah, they're indoctrinated from inception, but the
So
soft
how is
bigotry
that
of low expectations shouldn't excuse shitty behavior.
It's not shitty behavior. It's people that, and there's also a very big difference.
Teaching children to want to unalive Jews in a summer camp with 100,000 children attending.
Hundreds of thousands. That's not a thing.
Saplings of Jerusalem isn't a thing.
Huh?
Saplings of Jerusalem.
Saplings of Jerusalem. Listen, that's a whole other program. But they don't say, "Let's go and kill the Jews."
No, they do. They literally put on plays where they act out beheading Jews.
Let me see that. I'll see. Like,
I obviously cannot show someone pretending to behead someone on a TikTok live stream, but you can look up. You can look up the Saplings of Jerusalem. You can look up the article that was done on Memory TV where they went and they took photos and videos, and Hamas proudly displayed all this stuff where they were teaching little children as young as 6 how to disassemble AKs, how to do target practice, and how to do plays where they unalived Jews and took them as prisoners.
Thank you for your point.
Yeah.
So you're saying if a group of people come off and they're taught from birth to hate a certain specific person, a group of people, that people should not exist, right?
After being given chance after chance after chance and peace offering and state offering after state offering.
Let's not talk about peace offerings, because every peace offering that's been offered is ass. Respectfully, as a Palestinian, I'm going to tell you.
What about the realignment plan in 2008 that was offered multiple times, where they were offered 10% of Israel proper, they were offered full autonomy over Gaza and the entirety of the West Bank, and a land bridge to connect them both, and a pathway to actually create a state very quickly, and they still said no to that multiple times.
Do you know how the West Bank actually operates? Like, do you know?
Yeah, areas A, B, and C, and H1 and H2.
A, B, and C. Don't forget about that. A, B, and C. Like, you see the maps of the West Bank. Like, you see how it's like a plot of land, right?
Yeah.
It's not a plot of land. It's a bunch of small cities, all divided by Israeli roads, Israeli settlements.
I'm aware of areas A, B, and C, and H1 and H2. I know how it works.
Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. But you see a big plot of land that represents the West Bank, right, to the right of Israel. But that's not what actually is going on. It's actually a bunch of small dots inside of that area that's divided by Israeli roads, Israeli settlements that Palestinians cannot use. And ever since the ceasefire started to happen, and that happens also before, Israel will use these tactics where people make you wait for 6 hours in a line to cross between Palestinian cities of a distance like 6 kilometers. That's a regular occurrence. They always try and pull bullshit on people. Israel always does revenge, like small revenge from each place. As here in Jerusalem, the second the ceasefire started, they had police everywhere.
Shitty border wait times is getting back at them.
If they're traveling between the Palestinian cities, isn't it?
If you're going from one territory to a territory controlled by a different country, that's literally crossing through a border.
But no, they're moving inside the West Bank that you want to make.
The West Bank is divided, though, as the Palestinian Authority agreed to.
Yeah, but it was agreed as a temporary thing until a Palestinian state is an actual state.
Yeah, and who came back to the? It was supposed to, but who came back to the negotiating table and who didn't?
But even when
no. You can't say, well, it was supposed to make a Palestinian state.
But the person actually wanted that, like the Israeli side never wanted the Palestinian state. It's been proven. Like even during
who came to the negotiating table and who didn't?
Who came?
After 5 years, when Oslo II was supposed to have the negotiations, who came to the negotiating table and who didn't?
No, just please repeat your point, and I'll listen to you.
But you're ignoring it. Israel came to the negotiating table to try and help create a Palestinian state. The Palestinians did not. In fact, they released the 3 no's: no peace, no recognition, and I can't remember.
That's fine. I just woke up. I'm not really gonna be thinking about we can talk about the present right now. But when I want to go back to my point, you say like the Palestinians, they say death to the Jews. They don't want any of that, right? Okay, but there's exact same similarities going on in Jerusalem and in the West Bank. Where
As of
Israelis are
today,
saying
yeah,
that's theirs. Yeah,
absolutely.
as of today.
After
No, before,
after
even
parading
before,
around, no,
even
by and
before,
large,
even
by far, every
no,
polling that's been
come on,
done has shown. No, 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 no,
don't
no,
get,
no, no, no,
listen, I
no.
listen
Show.
to you,
Okay,
please
cool.
listen to me.
I can show you polls that show that a majority of Palestinians want to cleanse the Jews from the land. Can you show me a poll from the Israelis that show that the Jews in Israel want to cleanse the Palestinians from the land?
My friend, I don't need polls. I live there. I see that every
No, no, no.
single
I don't
day.
care about your anecdotal story. I
What
want
do you mean? No,
actual
I'm not
polls.
trying to do
I
any
have
pure jokes. I'm
factual
not doing any
evidence to
pure
prove.
jokes.
No, no. I don't care about anecdotal though. I have factual evidence to prove that the Palestinians want to wipe the Jews from the face of the earth. Your story is, well, I've seen it.
Yeah, I live there, bro. I live there. What do you want me to say? And every single time anything happens, it doesn't like whether it's anything that's Arab related, doesn't have to relate any Jews. It's always someone saying, "Oh, death to the Arabs." Oh man, let's let them kill each other. Even within Palestine, let's say, not Israel. Let's say many people say, look at Israel. They're very nice. They have 20% Arabs. They treat them
So
respectfully.
you're
They
still
don't.
not. Maybe you live around shitty people. That still doesn't prove the
Yeah,
point.
because
That still doesn't prove your point at all. Again, I have facts to prove that a majority of a population feels a certain way. Your evidence for a majority of the other population feeling a certain way is, well, I've seen it. That doesn't tell me shit.
Well, my guy, if the polls have been proved to be fabricated, and from what I see
No,
from the
one
basis, from
poll.
what I see from comments,
One
what do you mean
poll.
one
The
poll?
IDF came out and said they found proof of this. One poll. The IDF didn't even have to come out and admit that, but they did. They went, oh shit, this one was actually faked. Here, guys, here's proof. They didn't have to do that. Why would they have shown proof of one poll being faked, but not all the other polls being faked?
Well, because that's just Israeli tactics. They gotta show sometimes. Oh, look
What?
this. What do you mean? What? That's normal. That's normal.
Yeah, and the Palestinian tactic is to keep losing fucking wars. Start a war, lose, cry.
so,
Start a war, lose, cry.
So what would you do in their position?
Stop starting fucking wars. For
No, they don't start wars
for
out of
shits
nothing.
and giggles. Just
It doesn't
once.
start out of
Just
shit, no, don't
once
start
in the Palestinians' life. Just once. Try peace.
Okay, do not
Fuck it.
simplify
Try
it.
peace.
Why are you simplifying it that much?
Because
You don't
not
simplify it.
one
They
single
wanna
time.
start-
Name a fucking peace deal the Palestinians have accepted.
Okay, name a single.
No, 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 no,
deal.
no, 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 don't flip it. Don't flip it. No, I don't.
not flipping.
It doesn't
That's
matter if
normal.
it was
That's
shitty.
normal.
It's still peace.
No, it does matter. It does matter. Oh, you're saying is please.
Thank you for the gift,
dignity
Sasha.
out of it and live peacefully. No, that's not.
Why did the Palestinians not
Please
accept the
put your dignity
2008 realignment?
aside.
No, no, no. Do you want peace? Yes or no?
Me personally, of course I want peace. I
Then
don't want any
fucking
civilian life to
try
be
it.
lost.
Just
I tried.
once.
What do you say? Do you think I'm out here holding AK-47
Just
shooting
once. Just
Yo, but
once.
no, you're
Try
telling-
peace.
Just once. Okay, that's fine. But the thing is, the other side is not practicing peace to begin with. They're always instigating. They're always doing bullshit. They're always tearing down homes. They're tearing down families.
You mean
they're
when they
killing
tear down the
people,
homes of
killing
terrorist
school
members?
children.
The
No, no, no,
the homes of
no,
yes.
That's the thing. You see,
That
risk
no, that's
education-
literally their law. That's literally their law. If your family
okay,
member
but it's
commits a
not.
T attack, they get their homes. They get their home taken down.
I see
That's
that,
the
and I know
repercussions
that.
of committing a
But-
terrorist act.
But there's different topics that we're going to talk about here. Let's move around away from terrorism. You know about buildings. You know buildings in Israel. You need permission to build.
Okay, just like every country.
Yeah, just you want me to continue? Anyway, Jewish people that apply to these permissions, they get them instantly. But Arabs, and it's been proven
That's not
by
true.
fact. Why?
So
Why
show
is
me the
everything
facts.
that I say is not true, dude. I literally live here. I see that every day. And
Okay,
you're gonna say I don't
I've
care, I don't
seen
care.
it
It just
is not
happens. I just
proof.
woke up and I wanted to have a
I've
decent
seen it is not
conversation.
proof though. Your only
friend, I
proof is
literally
your
live there.
anecdote, but I don't care.
Yeah, you
I
don't care. You
don't
live in
care
the
because
States
you're
and your
not
family,
showing
you
me
don't
any
care.
facts. You're not
Okay,
showing me
you are.
facts. Your thing is I've seen it. I've seen it is not a source. Trust me, bro, is
Okay,
not a
ask the
source.
Israelis. Ask the Israelis in the comment section right here. They'll agree.
I've had plenty of Israeli friends that I talk to that bitch about not getting approved for permits all the fucking time. I've got
Okay,
friends
but
who've been
what
waiting
happens-
8 months,
okay,
but
there
guess
we go.
what?
Let's go.
That's
Let's
my
go. You got it.
anecdotal story. That's not
Perfect,
proof.
perfect. You got Israelis not having permission, right? That's fine. But then when those people build without the permission, which can take years and hundreds of thousands of shekels just to get the permission, nothing else, just the permission, what happens? They get a fine. That's perfectly fine. You broke the law, you get a fine. What happens when an Arab does it? Not saying Palestinian, Arab. What happens? They have to turn down their home. Why? Why does an Israeli not have to turn down his home while an Arab, who is an Israeli citizen, gets
So
to
you're
turn
just
down
going
their
to continue blatantly lying?
home? That's not a lie, though.
What happens to an Israeli that illegally builds a home in the West Bank?
Not the West Bank. We're talking about Jerusalem. The West
Oh,
Bank
in
is something
in
else. The
Jerusalem.
settlers, yeah, the settlers is something else. And those are not buildings; they're just fucking outposts.
So when they get their home, so the Israelis get their homes bulldozed and one. By the way, Israeli Arabs are still Israelis.
Well, I'm not considered Israeli by the country, so there you go.
Do you have an Israeli citizenship?
I have a permanent residence card, but I'm not an Israeli citizen. And most Arabs are the same way. In Jerusalem, it's a very unique situation.
Yeah, in Jerusalem,
most
they're
Arabs-
offered Palestinian citizenship every single year, and they refuse to accept it because they've been told by the
Israeli-
PA. They've been told by the PA that if they do accept Israeli citizenship, that when a Palestinian state does come, they'll never be allowed to be a citizen.
No, that's not really a point. The point is, if those people have, why are you mad, man? Let's say these people have been
look,
killed.
another Nazi.
I'm a Nazi.
No, another Nazi spamming 88 in the chat. Lovely.
Yeah, I do not agree with Nazis. By the way, I do not believe in any sort of killing just based on religion or anything. But anyway, what were we talking about? I'm sorry.
Look, dude, every single thing you've told me is a trust me, bro, but I can pull up evidence to show that it's not
Okay,
true.
just show me something about Jerusalem that I said right now. That I'm lying. Like search up Jerusalem homes being demolished without permissions and show me a single person that's Jewish. Where the article talks about someone that's Jewish and not Arab. Just search it right now and ask Israelis in the comment section. It doesn't happen.
You mean all
Arabs,
the Israelis in my comment section that are losing their shit saying you're lying?
Huh?
You mean all the multiple Israelis in my comment section
Lying
saying
about what?
saying that you're the exact same thing? You said, look at the Israelis to ask them,
No,
and all the
ask
Israelis
them
in my
about
chat are saying you're
demolitions in
lying.
Jerusalem. Demolitions in Jerusalem. I want to see someone saying I'm lying.
Cool. Here, let's ask an Israeli.
Yes, please.
Are you Israeli citizen? Good.
Huh? No, I'm a resident.
Resident. And what you claim?
That Arab homes get demolished without permissions, while Israelis, they stay and get fines.
In which area?
Jerusalem.
Jerusalem.
Yep.
Inside Jerusalem or East Jerusalem? There's a difference.
East and, well, I guess East, since I live in East.
East is in control by who?
Israel.
East Jerusalem controlled by Israel.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Try again. Try
I
again.
am. Well,
Try
we're
again.
talking about law, aren't we?
Try again.
Go ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong. I
Try
don't have an
again
issue
according
with
to
that.
also a court. Try again.
We're not talking. That's not applied. I
But
don't
it's
see
applied
any.
to also a court. It's
Huh?
about the 60. Oh my God.
Just go ahead, answer. You don't have to like
The
make a whole
PA.
point.
They
Okay,
have green
but
ID.
okay, I live.
They have
Let's
green
say,
ID.
okay.
I have blue ID.
I don't. I
They
have.
have green
Do you
ID.
know? Do you know if I raise a Palestinian flag in the East Jerusalem, I will get police on my door?
You write Palestinian flag in Tel Aviv University.
My friend, I'm talking about
What you
East
talking
Jerusalem.
about?
Wait. So you think that so in East Jerusalem, controlled by the PA, which he's right.
It's not controlled by the PA.
Per Oslo too, it
Maybe
is.
it's on paper. On paper,
Administratively,
it
it is
But
controlled by the
fact and
PA.
what happens in real life? What happens
No,
in real life?
administratively, it is controlled by the PA. So, like he said, you're saying that in East Jerusalem, with the Arabs that identify as Palestinians, you'll get in trouble for putting a Palestinian flag up, but that doesn't happen in Tel Aviv.
It does. It literally. Listen, that happens right here in my neighborhood. I've seen it multiple times.
Do I need to show you from Tel Aviv University?
I don't
the
care about Tel
thousands of
Aviv.
thousands
Tel
of
Aviv is
flags
different
of the
story, man.
Palestinians that they wave?
Wait. Why is Tel Aviv
it's-
different? Why is Tel Aviv different than East Jerusalem?
Because that's where there's a lot of open-minded people go there. It's where people go and represent. You have the parades and everything. That's where people go and show controversial opinions most of
But
the
you
time.
say this is illegal.
Huh? It's illegal. It literally is
So how
illegal.
do you
It
wave
was
a
a law.
Palestinian
It
flag
was
in
an
Tel Aviv
Israeli law.
University?
My friend, it was an Israeli law that if you raise the Palestinian flag, your house would get demolished. That was an
So
actual law.
who allowed them to wave the Palestinian flag in Tel Aviv University?
I'm
Who?
not talking. Why do you keep going back to Tel Aviv?
Because
We're talking
Israel, Tel
about
Aviv is
Jerusalem.
Israeli area.
My friend, you
Control.
joined. Didn't you join the live to talk about the demolitions in East Jerusalem, or is that like why are
You
you
spoke
bringing
about
Tel
this
Aviv?
is illegal right now to Sam.
Huh?
You said it's illegal to wave Palestinian flag in Jerusalem.
It is.
But
It literally is. You'll get arrested. You will
so why
literally
did
get
they don't
arrested.
get arrested in Tel Aviv?
Dude, I literally told you because Tel Aviv people go and show controversial opinions, and
No,
East
it's not.
Jerusalem, and let's say it's not mostly Arab as well in Tel Aviv. When in Jerusalem and East
No
Jerusalem, it's mostly
way.
bro.
No
I'm not,
way.
where
You
are you,
understand
my
you're
friend? Where are
speaking
you
about
from? Where are you
with a
from in
guy
Israel?
that live in Israel. You understand that?
Huh?
I live in Israel.
So do I. I live in East Jerusalem,
Okay.
my friend.
So Tel Aviv is under Israel law or under PA law?
My friend, we're talking about Jerusalem over here. Like, where
So
do
I
you
give
live
you an
in? Do
example
you live
why
in
you
Jerusalem?
Who?
lie.
Do you live
Okay,
in Jerusalem? I'm
CC.
not.
Who makes the laws for your area?
Oh, Israel.
It's not the PA.
No, it's not. I drive an Israeli licensed plate car. I pay Israeli taxes. I pay everything for Israel. Like include taxes, arnona, everything is for Israel. I don't pay anything towards the Palestinian state, and the Palestinian state does not. I don't receive anything from Palestinian state.
Oh my goodness. Oh
I don't get it. Like you said, I live right. I'm actually very close to Al Aqsa Mosque and the Temple Mount. I'm right next to
It
them.
has nothing to do with the fact that you said it's illegal to wave the Palestinian flag in the PA
You
territory
cannot.
in
The
Jerusalem.
PA territory
But
is
in the
different.
same
I'm not saying.
time,
And also, actually,
in
that's
Israel, in
funny.
Tel
It's funny
Aviv,
you
which
say
is
that. It's funny you
under
say
the
that. Do you
Israeli
know
government
how many
law.
videos I have of
Do
Israelis?
you have?
in
Do you have?
Palestinian
Wait.
areas
What color is your passport?
My passport?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a passport.
Sorry, not your passport.
That's the funny thing.
Do you have your ID? Sorry, do you have a green ID or blue ID?
Blue ID. I told you I'm an Israeli resident.
Okay.
So that's why you pay shit to Israel.
No, but that's besides the point. I live in East Jerusalem, and it's considered Israeli by Israel. Maybe by paper, you guys, it's said, oh, it's under the PA law. No PA can legally enter the East Jerusalem. There's not a single PA headquarters in the area or anything of that sort. That's not a thing. We have regular Israeli raids, and we don't even get regular police. We get border patrol. We don't even get the privilege of nice police officers. We just get people with batons that beat the shit out of you over here. That's what we get. But no, you guys don't see that. You go to Tel Aviv.
Yeah. It's just the police are just walking around beating up random people for no fucking reason. Yep.
I'm not saying that. You just don't put words in my mouth. I'm
Sam,
saying.
can I speak with him
anything-
in Hebrew for a second?
I don't. My Hebrew is kind of ass, but go ahead.
אתה יודע עברית?
כן, not. העברית שלי לא טוב. אני לומד.
כמה שנים אתה חי בישראל?
I was born, my friend. I was born and raised here.
You're born in how old you are?
I'm 23.
23?
Yep.
23 שנה ואתה לא יודע עברית עדיין?
Well, אחי, אני לומד בערבים, בבית ספר ערבים.
אז מה?
אז what do you mean, אז מה? name?
לא, אז מה זה משנה אם אתה לומד בבתי ספר ערבים?
העברית, אני לומד עברית בבית מילה, עברית רמה א'.
Maybe we can have someone slow it down.
No, they're just testing me out, trying to see like if I'm.
No, I just want to make sure.
That's perfectly fine. You're making sure I'm not bullshitting. There's some guy sitting in the States bullshitting you. That's perfectly fine. I understand. We can speak in Arabic as well if you want. You're probably like you can tell.
I don't speak squiggle and I don't speak Morse code.
My guy, we're just two guys connected by your life. Just be happy about that, isn't it? You're connecting both sides to talk about different stuff, isn't it?
I don't speak squiggle and I don't speak Morse code.
But you're speaking about those countries, my guy. What the fuck?
I don't speak Ukrainian either.
Yeah, true. Good point.
But it's so weird to me that 23 years and you don't know Hebrew, even though you was born in Israel.
Well, that's the thing. I went to a private school, and the Hebrew we got was only from 4th to 6th grade. So I got the letters, I got some words. So I can read Hebrew. I just don't understand half of the shit that I read. I'm actually trying to get.
I learned English from 3 years old.
Yeah.
And I know English, so.
And 3 years old. Okay, that's good. That's perfect. From
Yeah,
3 years
my
old,
my
I said
mother started to raise me, teach me English when I was 2 years old, 3 years old. Yeah, something like that.
that's no.
And I'm 26 years old. I know English. How 20 years old? You 33? You don't know Hebrew?
Well, I speak, as I said, I went to a private school where they only gave us Hebrew for 2 classes, which is fourth
Why you don't
grade.
learn it by yourself? I learn by myself.
Well, the thing is, when you were born and raised in East Jerusalem, you don't really need Hebrew. Every time I get stopped by police, I just say, "Slicha, akhi, medaber Anglit." That works, you know? And they have a better
No,
attitude than you to
but
speaking than
but
speaking
my
Arabic.
mother knew that it's important to learn English.
It absolutely is. You think my parents don't give me shit every day for not learning Hebrew? I am. I'm literally learning Hebrew right now
I
because
don't
I need
know.
it. I need the Hebrew because I finished accounting and now
Look,
I'm
there's
doing
there's another Nazi. Oh, there's another one.
It's weird for me, to be honest. I have to be.
But you haven't met many. There's a lot of Arabs that don't speak Hebrew. That's the thing. Well, like that's the thing. I'm trying to figure out where do you live.
That was born in the Israeli territory.
Yeah. Like even in my neighborhood, 90% of these
I
fuckers don't
never
know shit.
met one. I never
But
met
where do you
one.
live, my friend? Where do you live?
I live in the north.
Oh, north. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Shadow King. Hang on, Shadow King. I'm just getting sick of you. Ukraine will love Russian language. Yeah, and you're gonna love getting blocked. Goodbye.
All right. So the Arab, in the north, you guys have the 48 Arabs, correct?
The 48 Arabs? What you talking
Is it, wait, no, north is. I'm kind of fucked up. Wait, north. North is down.
They don't have.
They live near the Negev.
I don't even in the north, not in the south.
No, north. Yeah. So you have the 48 Arabs. You know the 1948 Arabs. That's what we classify them as.
Okay.
So those people, they're more integrated into Israeli society.
I sent you a text, by the way, Yulia.
No, but
there's nothing to do with the fact that I was learning English.
No, we're not talking. We're talking about Hebrew though, not English. Aren't we?
Exactly, but Hebrew is my first language. I don't need to learn Hebrew.
No, I'm talking about the Arabs. The Arabs that were in the 1948.
But I don't speak about the others.
You're
Again,
talking about me, and I told you
still
why.
weird for me that you are 23 years old.
Why
you are
am
born
I
in
being
Israel,
shit for
you
not
have
speaking
blue
Arabic, man?
ID,
I'm literally learning.
and you still don't know Hebrew.
Can I?
Well, go ahead if you want to add a point.
Yeah, no, I don't want to add a point. I want to ask questions because I like honestly want to play devil's advocate here. I'm Ukrainian. I don't know enough about Israel or Palestine, right? So I'm just listening to people. So when Sam said that it's controlled by Palestinian Authority, I have a question that relates to my country. Technically, on paper, Donetsk and Luhansk is controlled by Ukraine, but in reality, de facto, it is controlled by Russia, right? And if you have a Russian passport, you have to have a Russian passport, and you will still pay taxes to Russia, no matter what citizenship you have, Ukraine or Russia. So how does that not apply to
there was
Israel?
There was an agreement made with the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority where they divided up certain areas in order to eventually, after an interim period, create a Palestinian state. The West Bank got divided up into areas A, B, and C, and H1 and H2. Jerusalem was divided in half. Israel controls security and administrative duties for Area C. Israel does the security for Area B, and the PA runs the administrative side, and the PA does the administrative side and the security for Area A. And East Jerusalem's a bit fucked, but the PA controls the administrative side and shares authority a little bit with Israel. And basically it was supposed to create, there was supposed to be like a 5-year interim period where they're supposed to come to the negotiating table and go, okay, cool, Israel's withdrawing, we're going to create a Palestinian state. But Israel came to the negotiating table, and the
you can understand why, for me as a Ukrainian, these documents and all of this shit doesn't matter because we have so many documents signed, right?
Yes.
And like it doesn't. You can wipe your ass with it. So if a crime happens,
so that's why it was supposed to come together, and it was like at the end of the 5 years, it was okay. We're going to come together. We're going to negotiate. We're going to create a Palestinian state. Israel came to the negotiating table and said, cool, we're ready. Here's an offer. The Palestinian state responded with the 3 no's: no negotiation, no recognition, and no peace. They don't recognize the state of Israel. They refuse to negotiate with Israel, and they refuse to have peace with Israel. So Israel's like, we literally just offered you a state. What? And the Palestinians like, nope, fuck Israel, screw the Jews. It's like,
Listen, my guy, just don't stop. Can you stop like throwing this screw the Jews in? We're talking like not everyone's that thinks that way.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Okay.
From water to water, Palestine will be Arab, is what it translates to.
That's literally says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Where's the Arab?
In the Arabic, it's from water to water, Palestine will be Arab.
No, it's not even. You know, it's not even chanted in Arabic. That's how I know you're bullshit. We know they don't chant that shit in Arabic.
Are you seriously trying to tell me you guys don't chant it in Arabic?
No, we don't.
Shalev.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shalev. What do they say in Arabic when they're saying from water to water, Palestine will be Arab? What is that phrase? Can you say it for me?
Maybe they say in
Hebrew.
In say it in Arabic.
If you can, yeah.
For Maya, Palestine will be Arab.
Maybe من النهر إلى البحر, which is from the river.
I don't know Arabic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm not shaming you.
I think you know.
I don't know Hebrew. Maybe you say from the النهر إلى البحر فلسطين ستكون حرة, which is
it's al-Maya. They're from water to water, Palestine will be Arab.
He says it in rough way, but what I'm saying is
okay. I'm not.
I'm not shaming you. I don't speak Hebrew either, so I'm not going to be shaming.
I've literally watched videos of children being led around New York, leading pro-Palestinian protests, chanting it.
Okay, but we're not talking about Palestine. We're talking about New York. Anyway, how is that anti-Semitic?
To be
How is
fair,
that statement anti-Semitic when there's literally Israelis saying kill all Arabs? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how does that sentence make
From
it?
which river to which sea?
From which river to which sea? The Jordan River to the middle to the what do you call it?
Which including?
What do you mean which including? Israel.
Which including what?
Israel.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Entire
that's
Israel.
anti-Semitic. I got you, but you know, when these people in the settlements come outside near me and they say "death to all Arabs," "fuck all the Arabs," that's not.
And I condemn that because it's ugly. It's not.
Yeah, and I condemn people saying "death to all Jews," but I don't condemn people for having a different political opinion than others.
So you not condemn the destruction of the state of Israel from
When
because
did
of
I
the
say
river
that?
to the sea, including all
I'm not
Israel?
saying destruction. I'm saying what I do.
Including all Israel. What you think gonna be from the river?
Yulia, hang on, Yulia, are you free in Kiev on the 28th?
of what, this month?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be in Warsaw.
And also, thank you for reminding me because you talked to her about the areas A and B and C. I just wanted you to know, like, the Palestinian Authority has no authority. It's funny as fuck that it's called authority. They have no authority and they have no power. They get bullied by fucking 18-year-old soldiers. I've seen cops being bitch slapped by these soldiers and they can't do shit about it. When these patrol
I see,
cars,
the text.
when they go through the areas, if they have to cross to areas B, they have to turn off their lights and they're treated as civilian cars. They can go pulled over and then they'll get searched. They get their weapons taken by any Israeli or IDF forces.
So if the Palestinian Authority has no authority, then what happened with the Ramallah lynching? Who arrested the IDF soldiers who made the wrong turn?
Okay, but what? I'm sorry.
Who was it? Who was it? The Ramallah lynching in 2016?
Please educate me. I don't know.
The Ramallah lynching in 2016 when two IDF soldiers made a wrong turn and they ended up in Area A on a road that said it was under the control of the Palestinian Authority and said no Jews allowed. Didn't say no Israelis. It said no Jews on the sign because that's what those signs say. And they, hang on. And they were arrested. They were arrested. They were arrested by the Palestinian Authority.
Who put that sign?
The Palestinian Authority arrested them because they were following Palestinian Authority laws. In 2006, not 16, sorry.
Who put that sign?
No, it was in 2000. You speak about
No, it's 2006.
The one with the bloody
Who put that sign, my friend?
Well, are you just going to ignore the fact that the Palestinian Authority arrested the IDF soldiers? Did the
That doesn't happen.
I mean,
maybe
2000.
But no, but the point is, it's proving the Palestinian Authority doesn't have no authority. They clearly do.
They have very limited authority. It's not. They have like jack shit when it comes. Like I've seen them getting bitch slapped by 18-year-old soldiers. I've seen like high-ranking officials get.
Well, you know what? I have a question. Wait, Sam, I have a question. So if you go to a judge, CED, you go to a judge and tell him, based of my memory, based of my
No, that's
works,
different.
that
We're in a
happens.
TikTok live, my
This
friend.
is how it
We're in a
worked for
TikTok
you.
live, my friend. I'm not in front of a judge. I just
No,
woke
you
up.
can show pictures, you can show videos, you can show something, you know.
No, I just woke up and wanted to have a normal conversation, and then you started putting
No,
shit
it's
from the
not the
history.
point though. Again, the point is that nobody can take my words for what I say. I need to prove that. Same need to do the same thing. You need to do the same thing.
My friend, we're just talking here. And also, you say, you say like no Jews allowed. That sign was put by Israel.
Did it taken down by the PA?
Huh?
Is it taken down by the PA or the PA decide to
Is
make
it
the
not
sign
the
stay?
PA's law that there's no Jews allowed there?
No, it's not. I don't know. I from what I read every time I go to through the West Bank a lot, that line it says it's prohibited under Israeli law for Israelis to enter. I've never seen the word Jews.
Enforced by the Palestinian Authority. Just like in the Ramallah lynching, when the Palestinian Authority arrested two Jewish IDF soldiers and brought them to their police station because they violated Palestinian Authority law by being there. And then the Palestinians went into the police station and even harmed the police officers there and then lynched the soldiers.
Well, I can tell you from day to day, like Mr. How do you say Shalev? What's your name? Mr. Shalev, do you think that when IDF soldiers enter the West Bank, they get arrested? Right now, we're talking about right now.
Again, if they make the turn,
So just a yes or no
wrong
question, my
turn,
friend. No,
if they
just
make the wrong turn, just like in 2000, yeah, they're gonna be arrested. You know,
they don't. You see what's going on in the West
they're
Bank
gonna
right now.
be just like in 2000.
No, but we're talking about what's going on right now. What's going on in the West Bank right now?
Bunny
They
request again. I hit accept and I don't know what happened. It just dropped you.
For now, they've been rescued before they've been arrested, so it doesn't happen.
I don't. Okay, but the thing is, right now, like what's going on in the West Bank right now, in Jenin, in Tulkarem, in Hebron. You know what's going on right now, right? Or do you not? You see, like how they bulldoze all the roads. They blow up people's properties for no reason, just to clear the roads for the tanks.
There's no for no reason.
But there's definitely vengeance behind it. There's no reason to be doing half of the shit they're doing. And did you see like the bunch of kids that were shot they were going on the way to school in Hebron?
This is not Israel's fault.
What do you mean it's not? If an IDF soldier
no.
fire
Who
on
puts them
school
in
children,
harm?
it is Israel's fault, my friend. Don't
Who
give double
puts the
standards.
people in
Do not
Jenin,
give
in
double
Tulkarem, in
standards.
Shafat in harm's way?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Who puts the people in Tulkarem, Jenin, Shafat in harm's way?
Who put them in harm's way?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying where their headquarters are located, correct?
Who the people?
No, but you're saying it's because of where their headquarters are located. So it's their fault. Right?
Headquarters, not headquarters. They act from other places. It doesn't matter. You don't have headquarters to act.
Okay, so can you tell me where is the IDF's and the Mossad's buildings are exactly?
If you're gonna tell me it's under civilian
No, I never said under. I'm just asking you. Tell me where they are. Are they not in the middle of Tel Aviv?
In the Mossad?
No, not them. I'm talking about the.
You speak about the Kiryat. Oh my God! It's next to Tifawi, next to Kaplan Street. Also.
Wait, what? I'm talking like
Kaplan Street in Tel Aviv.
Oh, okay. So isn't that in the middle of civilian areas?
Next to.
No, but there's like a bunch of.
And what operation is go from the Kiryat?
But my friend, like you giving them these people, they don't have the luxury.
There is no operation from the Kiryat. There is no
It doesn't matter if there's no operation, but they're planning shit. They're planning shit.
Intelligent
They're meeting there.
I've been in the Kiryat. I know the Kiryat.
You know
It's based on intelligence and meeting and all they need to do.
Okay,
Bunkers, for the seniors.
But that's the thing. Those people, they base their headquarters in that area. But the other people, the people that are trying
but
it's different. Do they do military actions from the base?
They don't have
and even
to.
so,
They don't
cool,
have to.
whatever.
They
The
have
the building's a valid military target. Who cares?
No, but you're saying like those people they hide among civilians. I'm giving you the same exact
not
position
among
that Israelis.
civilians.
It is. It literally is.
It's
my
a
friend.
big giant one,
It's a big giant building around
So
other
how they
civilian
can hide
buildings.
that?
Huh?
How
But
they
you
can
also
hide this?
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
How they can hide such a big building?
It doesn't. They don't need to hide it. All I'm trying to point out,
Exactly, it's not their point.
my friend. All I'm trying to point out is you're saying that those people
This
are
is not
putting.
using as human shields.
I'm not talking about human shields over here. What you're saying is
You
you're putting-
are.
If you want to talk about human shields, can we talk about the 80-year-old in Gaza that's been held with a fucking bomb across his neck and used to clear buildings? No, just talk about it. That's fine. If you want to talk about human shields, just talk about
No,
it.
you try to say that oh they put in the so-called
No,
civilian
I'm
area.
just saying. You said that those people are putting their people in harm's way by putting their headquarters around civilians. Is that
But
right or wrong?
again, the difference is this: they don't do actions to get hit
Yeah, because they don't need to, my friend. They
because
have
it's
power.
an intelligent base.
Yeah, but they have the power to have an intelligent
But it's
base, a
an
military
intelligent
base.
base. Intelligent base. Oh my.
So it's the
My friend, they
IDF's
have-
fault that they're better?
I'm not saying it. My friend, it's not their fault that they're better. I'm just showing you the similarities. So you're saying that those people, I'm just showing you like how both sides do the same shit. Maybe
No,
to a
they
different
No,
scale.
no.
why
Having
is
having
it
a
so hard
headquarters
to-
in a civilian area that is still a valid military target is not the same as militarily operating from within civilian areas and actively firing missiles and stuff, and actively
but these
firing
are-
missiles from playgrounds and firing artillery from playgrounds and
We're talking
hospitals
about the
and
West-
schools.
Talking about the West Bank right here. He's talking about the West Bank, how they're putting people in harm's way. Is that not true?
I'm sorry, have you not heard of the Jenin Brigade?
I have.
Okay, cool. Does the
Do they
Jenin
launch
Brigade
missiles?
does the Jenin Brigade have
They
any
don't launch
bases?
missiles.
Does the Jenin Brigade have any bases inside the West Bank?
They have in Jenin, as they're called.
Their base is in Jenin.
Mhm.
What kind of base is what kind of base is it?
It's not really a base. They don't have. They
Oh,
don't have the
so
privilege
they
of building a base.
militarily operate instead of having a designated facility. They militarily operate out of civilian infrastructure. Is what you're telling
so
me?
what would you think? What would you think would happen if the Jenin Brigade decided to build? Oh, this is our new found Jenin headquarters brigades. Welcome in, fighters. What do you think was
The civilians wouldn't. The civilians wouldn't be at a risk, would they?
No, it wouldn't even be a thing. By the second they put the first brick in, there'll be a fucking Israeli jet and blow that shit up.
Maybe they should just stop fighting wars then. For once,
they
again,
just- yeah,
for
just put their
once,
dignity down.
for once in their life, try peace.
Yeah. All you're asking
What the
is for the
fuck?
Palestinians, bro. All you're asking is for the Palestinians to bend over and take it like a
No,
good boy.
I'm asking
Yeah,
for
literally
once
what you're
in their
asking.
life. For once,
put
stop
down your
attacking
dignity.
Israel. For once.
No, but
What's it? Okay, what dignity?
I'm gonna listen to
What
you, go ahead.
dignity? You keep losing. What dignity is there?
What dignity is there?
Stop
is for
fighting
them
and
not to
just
submit?
fucking
They don't want to
try
submit.
peace. For no one's asking you to submit. They're saying,
Then
for the
they
love of
literally
God,
are.
stop
My friend,
attacking
they
us.
literally
Try
are. They
peace
literally
for
are.
once. For once in your fucking life, try peace.
It's illegal for us to own weapons. It's illegal for us to have any kind of weapon
Oh,
license.
it's illegal for you guys to own weapons. Yeah, that didn't stop the thousands of Palestinians who came over with weapons on October 7th.
I wonder why.
But wait, how'd they get those weapons? I thought they weren't allowed to have them.
They smuggled them because it's illegal for them to own them. So they resort to illegal tactics.
So they had them and nobody stopped them, and then they just intentionally used them on civilians.
Huh?
Okay.
Wait, what was that?
The weapons that nobody stopped them
Yeah.
from having that they just used on civilians.
How did they not?
Yeah,
no one
I've
stopped
been
them
listening-
from having. They
yeah.
smuggled that shit. They literally had to smuggle
Yeah,
that shit.
I've been
first of all.
listening to you.
To-
I've been listening to you talk about your Palestinians and how they're innocent and
I
how
never said they're
Israelis all.
innocent. Never said they're innocent. I'm saying all I've been pointing out is that both sides have been doing bullshit, and yeah, I've said the same thing.
You know how I know you're lying yet?
Go ahead.
Because my cousin is in the IDF, and then my other cousin, she just turned 18. She just joined the IDF. So I have literally WhatsApp receipts when I ask these questions of what the fuck is really going on in Gaza and Rafah.
To be
Okay.
fair, hang on. To be fair, same thing I said to him. That's anecdotal. That's why we go off of factual videos and
No, but
photos
that's-
and statistics.
That's fine. my friend.
Because
We're talking about
I
the
have plenty of
lives.
friends who are still serving in the Marine Corps. After I got out, I could text them and they could tell me whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't mean that they're a source. I can't use them as a
I
source.
just need images and
My
videos.
friend,
I can do that.
Go ahead. Like, the thing is, I'm just trying to say, we're on a TikTok live. We're sharing different opinions. Is that not right? It doesn't everything have to be factual or the receipts. But if you're just gonna keep saying everything that I say is a lie, there's no point in having the
It's
conversation.
it's 100% because it is a T group propaganda. What you're doing, brother. Like
What's
you
that?
gotta understand. You gotta understand something right now. Have you heard of BBC News? Like they're
Yep.
the most supportive age group I've ever seen in my life.
You
Have you ever
already.
seen NBC News? Have you seen
Already.
CBS News?
Well,
Like
you
they
may
all
view,
make up
you
on
may
these
view them
lies
that
saying.
way, but I do not.
Okay, listen. Let me put it this
Here,
way.
hang on. Let me
It's
show you the proof that BBC has actually been openly supporting the pro-Hamas narrative. Let me go to it.
I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
Where is it? Okay. Here is the BBC being used as a propaganda tool for Hamas. I gotta shrink that down, make it bigger. Okay. So, we've said the BBC News has become a propaganda tool of Hamas. Well, here's the proof. Sit down on something. Here's a thread. So, BBC Two documentary was run last night about children surviving in Gaza. The co-producer was a Palestinian activist, and one of the cameramen the BBC hired in Gaza has saluted October 7th. So, their cameraman, that's supposed to be impartial, supported October 7th openly, posted about it happily. A lot of the content was clearly staged, and the star of the show was a young Gazan boy called Abdullah. Abdullah is from one of Gaza's affluent families and narrates the hour-long documentary. Now we need to go back to Channel 4 news piece from November 2023, where we are introduced to a young lad called Abdullah, the same Abdullah who BBC used. Channel 4 gave his name as Abdullah Abu Shamalah, it's a weird name, and introduced us to his father. But here's where it gets interesting. This is not his name, and the man in the video is not his father. Someone lied to Channel 4. In fact, the name of the man who's playing his father in the video is Khalil Abu Shamala. He is the director of the PFLP-linked anti-Israeli propaganda NGO called Al-Damir. This full-time activist was no doubt on site orchestrating whatever nonsense Channel 4 was being fed. They believed any old crap, including him pretending to be Abdullah's father.
You know what I find funny?
Hang on. There's more.
I never said I support the BBC. The BBC.
No, but you said they weren't. You said they weren't furthering the pro-Palestinian narrative.
I didn't say that. I said they're anti-Arab as well. They have very
Listen,
anti-Arab.
you know what's so crazy? The Palestinians and Gaza people are claiming that 150,000 kids have been killed by IDF. 150,000 kids.
I don't see that. No.
You don't see that?
Last one I saw was 40,000. But I
So you're saying So you're saying 40,000? That's still even higher number. I've been hearing people
40,
on
not
different
100.
lines saying 150,000 kids, Gaza kids have been killed. What? Like I'm telling you right now,
Unalived.
these numbers are fabricated. They're fabricated. If you think IDF's sole purpose is to kill, that's not.
Unalive.
Unalive sucks.
Unalive. Sorry. If you think IDF's purpose is to unalive children, you're out of your freaking mind. Their job is to get rid of the age group. Hold on. Their job is to get rid of the age group who even attempted to do October 7, and also the politicians need to be held justice from the age group as well.
All right. So you're telling me 40,000 people? Those 40,000 people are Hamas militants, all of them?
I'm talking about 40,000. We said you don't change the wording.
I'm not
You said
changing.
40,000.
I
You said 40,000 kids.
I never said 40,000 kids. I said 40,000 deaths. I never said 40,000 kids. You said 150,000 kids dying. I said I heard 40,000 deaths. I wasn't saying kids.
The death toll is at 48,291, of which that's a reported death toll, of which 13,319 are children.
Where's the source? What
That
source
is from the Gaza Ministry of Health through OCHA and UNRWA.
God, I would not use
don't
them,
start.
dude.
Okay,
Why
let
the
me say
hell would
something
I?
real quick.
Why would
Stacks,
you want to
Stacks.
do that though with Gaza?
Just listen to me real quick.
How are they good? Let me ask you a question. How are they credible, my friend?
They're not, but it's the best case. It even shows that Israel, again, with the reported
Israel uses that
21,000.
figure, by the way.
Yeah, Israel used that, but even with that, with the reported 21,000 of them being militant members,
real with you,
that
dude. I
that gives the
think
lowest. Hand their own numbers prove that Israel has the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare.
I'm thinking it's between 15 to 20,000 is right now is what I'm thinking.
Well, we've also seen that we've also seen that the natural deaths just disappeared. If you look at the Gaza Ministry of Health's monthly breakdowns, the natural deaths
you can't
just
fault them. You've seen Gaza, right? You can't fault them for having.
natural deaths don't just disappear.
I'm not saying
They are also we've also proven that they're using indirect deaths at adding them to their death toll. That's like when people say, "Oh my God, hang on,
Let's say you get blown.
hang on, that there's a difference between direct and indirect. Direct death is a cause of like a bombing or something up, or you got pewed. But indirect death is someone couldn't get to this service because it was bombed prior, and now the service is unavailable. But the IDF didn't do that. That's like that. Hang on, there's a big difference. There's a huge difference because the implication of this number that's provided to the Gaza Ministry of Health is directly that the IDF has unalived these people. That is always the implication. The IDF has unalived 48,000 people.
You know, and the problem is also the age group is hiding below the civilians, between occupied buildings, hospitals, schools, hiding their weapons and all that. And then you just expect IDF just make a clear shot. Like, here's the reality, man. This is war. I hope you understand that.
I do understand that. I've been growing up in war.
No, but I'm saying things happen, okay? So, we can play this devil advocate. Oh, the poor Gazan kids that are dying. What about the Jewish kids that every single day they walk in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, families that walk in Jerusalem, and there's a T attack out of nowhere? What about that? But we don't talk about that, do we?
How many tier attacks happened and how many they died?
There was
attack right now in
yeah,
Jerusalem.
hang on.
Did you know that?
But that wasn't improved. That wasn't improved.
You mean the stabbing that happened in Jerusalem?
This morning, yeah. But that wasn't
an hour ago.
Yeah, it wasn't proved by who did it. So just say.
Really, who's been doing the stabbing attacks the last few weeks?
My friend.
Few months. Yeah. Who's been doing all the stabbings and the pew-pewings in Israel? T groups. Who's in those T groups?
I can't be you defending these savage animals,
I'm not defending shit. I'm telling you.
Sam, go to Telegram, Sam.
I'm not defending shit, my friend.
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous, but like those deaths are outrageous. But the fucking 13,000, no.
Oh, I know.
Can I be honest with you right now?
It's okay.
I know,
if those kids, listen to me, if those kids are dead, if those kids are unalive, and the mother is also unalive, Israel should absolutely cut off that Palestinian deal with all their prisoners, and we absolutely just destroy and dismantle
what do you mean,
Gaza.
Go back like a couple sentences.
He's talking about the Bibas family.
I'm talking about the Bibi's family. I'm talking about the Bibi's family. If they are all unalive, like we're getting right now, Israel should just literally go into Gaza, don't even give back the trade and the ceasefire, and absolutely destroy Gaza for what they did. 110%.
Yes, I'm gonna say. Let's say I agree with that. I wholeheartedly support that. But what about the hundreds of thousands of Palestinian families where they lost everything and there's
100,000 Palestinians? Let me. Can I tell you something right now? This is they're doing for even making the H group their liberation movement.
Suck. Before October 7 in Gaza, how many people has been alive?
More.
No, no.
Okay.
Before October 7,
that's
the operation.
Thank you for the point, Shalib. I respect you. It's been the highest deaths of Palestinian civilians.
No. In
Gaza. No, I'm not talking about Gaza, but it was the bloodiest year so far.
Bro, listen to me. Look, my grandparents live in Haifa.
No, but
okay?
let's,
you know where Haifa?
Let's talk to Shalib.
Listen to me. You know where Haifa is at?
Yeah, it's up north.
Okay. Do you know that they got red alerts on their phones saying that there was rocket attacks and they had to run it? Did you know that?
So did I.
In Pesach.
Guess what? Wait.
It was during Pesach. Listen to me. In Pesach, do you know that you realize that the T attacks usually happen? Listen to me. Hold up. Listen to me very carefully. All these T attacks usually happen either on our holy months or on your holy months. Isn't that a coincidence that you're gonna have Ramadan coming up right now? I guarantee you something's gonna happen.
By who?
By the T group.
And not the other side. You haven't seen like all the stormings in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. You don't see that?
You've seen it in the Best Bank. I'm trying to explain to you that when Ramadan comes and these holy months for all the Islam. Things happen where they attack the Jews. They do all these T attacks. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't believe me, you remember last year when it was Pesach and we were just trying to do our thing and literally they fired rockets. So don't start this.
What do you mean? Don't start this. Let's go back before October 7th. Since you say it all started on October 7th. Maybe you did not say that. I'm just not going to put words in your mouth. But it was the bloodiest year for Palestinians. Like
I
civilians
speak
died.
about Gaza. Don't
No,
not
but
the
why?
West Bank.
Why do you have to make it only Gaza? Why do you
Because
not
the war
talk
in
about what I'm
Gaza right
talking about?
now.
Because there's a war right now in this.
No, I'm talking about before October 7th. It was
So
the
okay,
Yeah, I
well
bloodiest
you
speak
fired
year.
rockets at,
I speak
at,
about
at
before.
Pesach.
No, before the rockets, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. In Gaza, all the people that has been unalive, unfortunately, in the war were alive. Why they're not alive today? Only because of
They're
HF
doing.
actions on October. Wait a minute. Only because of HF actions
Mhm.
on October 7th,
Mhm.
2023.
So, my friend Shalev,
They put them
Shalev,
on
you seem like a
harm's way.
reasonable guy.
No,
Shalev, you
they
seem like
put
a
them in
reasonable guy.
harm's way.
Uh-huh.
They knew what's gonna happen. They
Mhm.
knew he's not gonna respond. They knew they cannot defeat the IDF.
Uh-huh.
They
So
knew
it's perfectly fine for the IDF to kill
they're gonna risk
13,000
the
soldiers.
life of the
That's fine.
Gazans, and they still decide to do that.
So
Simple.
that's fine, my friend. Like, though they knew how powerful Israel is. They knew they would have murdered all of them. So that's fine. No, doesn't make sense. It just is
What do
when
you
you
mean
have the
doesn't make
power.
sense?
You
One
have
thing
the
I will
power, my
say
friend.
this right now. One thing I'll say this right now. Okay,
Mhm.
the Israel did know they had some coordinates that there was a possible T attack coming
Of course, they have
in
the
that
shit.
time frame.
All those people,
Hold
like,
on,
they're
hold on.
preparing for the
I will
worst
tell you
possible
this. I
outcomes.
will
That
tell
is-
you this right now. I have confirmation that that part was true. However, they did not take serious the IDF females. They warned Bibi and
It's
all that.
because they got complacent because they get reports of terrorist attacks every single fucking day. They get thousands of reports of
100%,
terrorist attacks every month, and
But yeah,
unfortunately,
because
the one
also
they
that.
got wrong was the one that ended up being the bad one.
Yes,
Also,
yes, Sam.
because they
Sam.
have group,
I'm
they
just
have
saying
like
though. That's the
researchers.
one thing to have right is that the Israel ignored it because it was two females that came and said this was going to happen, and they ignored them. That's
No,
the
but the
They
one
thing
thing
didn't
is,
they
ignore
have.
it because it
no,
was
no.
females. They just got
Yeah,
complacent.
I agree.
They saw
So,
they saw that what the reports of Hamas was doing, and they went, they think they're gonna pull that off. That's not gonna happen.
yeah. But also, they have like these agencies where they just keep, what do you call it? They keep predicting what's the worst possible outcome that can happen. So they always have this shit going on.
Again, it doesn't matter. The fact that in general didn't happen, didn't let it happen. They should decide to do that. They
My
make
friend,
all those. They make
Shalev,
all
so you
those
say,
situations.
Shalev, you
That's
say
it.
that that's their own doing, October 7th and what they got, that's their own doing, right?
Who said that? Oh,
You just said, no, didn't you say that they
I
should have
speak
known
about the war in Gaza right
Uh-huh.
now
Yes,
is
yes.
because of the actions on October 7th.
Yes,
Simple.
but what about why did October 7th happen? I'm not saying
Why? Wait.
Why?
Should we do we
Go
need
ahead,
to
go ahead,
ask
please.
why when Hamas is open about it?
No, why did it just happen?
Because
out of nowhere?
Hamas hates the
Hamas-
Jews. It wasn't out of
No,
nowhere.
my
It was
friend,
no.
my
It wasn't
friend.
out of
Don't
nowhere.
simplify it.
It wasn't no. But it doesn't have no. Stop.
That's not
Cece.
fair.
It is fair because
I
Cece,
listened
they're
to you, but
very
you don't
open
see
about
that's the
Cece.
point.
Cece, they are very open about why it happened. They planned it for years. It's because they want the Jews gone. They say it to your face.
simplify it
No,
way too much,
yes,
my friend.
because you can simplify it because they say it that simple with their own mouths. They say
No,
it directly
not
to
that
your
simple,
face.
my
Man,
guy. They're
so
not
when
living
so
in
when so when
paradise.
Hamas says, "Yeah, we
Uh-huh.
did it because we want to unalive the Jews," and you go, "No, that's not why they did it."
My friend, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Hamas's
Cece,
perspective.
it's
I'm not
in their
fucking Hamas.
Cece, it's in their Islam code. Did you not know their
Don't be saying
Quran?
that shit, man. It's not. Well, even say it right.
What you
Don't
mean?
say
No,
it,
it's
man.
not, bro. Islam
What do you mean
Islam
it's-
is a T group activist. Are you kidding me? Religion.
Yes, I know what religion is. I'm a Muslim, my guy. Don't be saying, "Oh yeah,
No,
it's
no, no.
not
I'm
Islam."
saying it's a T group activist religion, Islam.
Uh huh.
If you okay, let me explain to you. Let me go back to history for you, okay?
Go ahead.
Islam literally has a saying that if you do not submit to Allah, you will be put to death. And if they do not submit to Allah, we will force them to. Okay?
Please pull that. Please
This
pull
is
that
the
right
most.
now.
Let's
Please,
talk
please,
about.
please,
Listen.
please pull that.
This,
No.
hold
Don't
on,
be
I'm
saying
not
shit
done
and
yet. I'm not done
pull
yet.
that. Pull that right now. Show me that. Show me that, man. Show me that.
I'm not done yet.
I'm not religious.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. Let me
religious,
pull
and
this
I'm
up.
not.
Hold on.
but-
I'm not done yet. I'm not done
Yeah.
yet. Here's the best
No, but
part.
you said okay. Go ahead.
Here's no. Listen to me. Here's the best
I'm
part
listening.
though. This is the only religion that chooses violence to makes people submit to their God. On top of that, they're the ones that literally do all these boo booms or I
You
gotta
cut
say
out
what how
last,
you want to say.
last 5
September
seconds.
11th.
Where
I
is
mean,
the
well,
verse?
listen.
I'll get the verse later.
Boom boom.
Boom booms. You know what I mean by that, okay?
Yeah.
They're the only ones in this that religion that does all this kind of stuff. All
So
these
did
tea
you know?
attacks, everything.
Did you know in
There's no
Islam
other
suicide is
religion that
haram?
does tea attacks.
Do you
So
know? Do
don't
you know
tell
in
me this.
Islam, my
Don't
friend?
tell
Did
me
you
this.
know? What do you mean? I'm telling you. You try to educate me about my
In
religion, but I'm
suicide,
trying to give you.
in Islam, shmuicide is haram, but yet they are labeled as martyrs.
No, it's actually
No,
they
but
believe that. No, they believe that if you die for the cause, if you die for the listen to this, if you die for the cause, you will get like 68 virgins and like
No.
4 houses.
What?
And
No,
you
it's
don't
it's
believe that?
no,
out of
it's
your ass.
it's 70.
You're pulling that out of your
I
ass,
don't think you got the spirit, but you're kind of off. It's
72, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So suicide in Islam is haram.
stop
Anyone
saying that word.
commits Suicide.
Stop
Oh, sorry,
saying the
sorry.
word.
Yes, sorry. I'm not. I don't do TikTok lives. It's the first time I'm doing. I'm sorry. Those that commit boom boom, that they go to hell in Islam.
Ask him what,
It's not.
Captain?
It's
No,
not
they
allowed.
don't. They're looked at as
They
heroes.
do.
Wait,
look
wait.
at
So
heroes.
hang on. So the martyrs go to Jahannam?
Well, if you're gonna go and commit suicide and kill, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you go and
Next
commit
person
boom boom,
says that gets dropped.
I'm sorry, man. I don't do that shit.
Say side without the say side.
Yeah. Anyone that does the boom boom and they take
So
out
so why are they
civilians,
declared as martyrs then?
Did God declare them as martyrs?
So you're saying that they're not martyrs?
In my opinion,
Because
anyone that
Hamas
killed
and the Gaza
civilians-
Ministry of Health and all the people of Gaza seem to think they're martyrs. They openly label them, and in the Gaza Ministry of Health reports, they
Listen,
label them
because
as
they are
martyrs.
heroes. Okay, let me
What
ask you
I'm
a question.
saying,
If
I
that's
do
the
not
case, hold on. If that's the
believe
case, then
any
why do we have a whole entire age group right now that believes that if they die, okay, then they're heroes, and they're gonna get what they want. I'm
You're
serious.
simplifying it.
These
You're
little boys,
simplifying
hold on, listen to me. These little boys, do you see these little boys? They're like 6-year-old, 7-year-old, holding guns and
I
screaming
can pull
about
up
one
the
God and everything.
same
Do you see
kids
that?
from the Israeli side. I can pull up kids from the Israeli side and holding weapons. That's not a point, my friend.
Yeah,
the
you know what
the
you can't pull up on?
minority
You
presents
can't. You know what you can't pull up? The Israeli summer camp with 100,000 children, teaching them to behead Palestinians.
I can't pull up Israelis saying that Arabs should become their pets. And
It's not what I said. I can pull
No,
up.
no,
I
but
can
that's
pull
why
up
is that
100,000 children at one
why is
singular
that
summer
different?
camp where they teach them how to behead Jews.
But there's secular camps in Israel where they teach to hate and kill Arabs, and they teach them that they are better and they're
Stop
glory.
using
Is
the
that wrong? No.
words.
What
Unalive,
words? What words?
Sissy,
Oh yeah.
unalive. Unalive. And show me
Okay.
from a secular.
I'm gonna reset the panel for now. I'm gonna allow some people just because you guys have said a lot of stuff. I'm gonna try to avoid a ban for now. But thank you guys for coming up.
You guys,
I can't. Captain, I'm sorry. I don't know what you wanted me to ask him. What about the Uyghurs? Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, morning.
It's amazing how you'll tell them you do this absolutely atrocious thing, and they're like, no,
What
but
about
you-"
this?
Not something with the lowest amount of moral equivalence. It's actually incredible.
Rabbi Yosef talking about Ukrainian girls. Cool. If a rabbi said something shitty, I don't care. I'm not Jewish. I don't care what a fucking rabbi says. Mike, what's up? Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
I'm just checking in on the panels here, and I think this is really bizarre. You're making some bizarre statements, and it's just really a matter of propaganda. I mean, there were definitely.
What statement did I say that was weird?
But there haven't been suicide bombings for a long time.
Stop saying the word.
So,
TikTok friendly language.
What?
Just
Suicide
schmoors.
bombing?
You'd stop using the word. Just say schmoors. Dude, talk like you're talking to a child.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so
But,
what-
the terrorism.
Uh-huh.
The terrorism is really coming from the Jewish side. It's not even coming from the Jewish side. It's coming from the Israeli side. The Jews
Cool.
are against. Largely, Jews are against this ongoing genocide that the Israelis are committing in
Dude,
Gaza.
you are using so many fucking buzzwords. Mike,
Oh, buzzwords?
But Mike, how many times has a Palestinian in the? Oh, okay.
that's how you know you did that on
Golda removed him. Can you play the video? Oh, no, I'm not gonna play a random fucking video. Yeah, I know, Denise. Okay, Mike, you got to use TikTok friendly language. I just dropped the previous 3 guests because the same people were using certain language. You got to be.
So genocide.
Wait. You can say genocide. You just got to say like unalive, S-bomb or whatever. But Mike, that's not the only form of terrorism. There has been who could tell me in chat how many stabbings have happened in Israel by Palestinians in the last month? Anyone know off the top of their head?
Yeah, please inform us.
You have a really big edge to your voice. Are you okay, dude?
It's fine. About 16. I thought it was 12. Let me pull up a calendar.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, that's terrible, and it's lamentable, and it's disgusting.
Okay, never mind. I only can remember off the top of my head. I can only remember 9. But still, that's in 20 days in 1 month. We've had 9 T attacks by one group of people. And for your claim of genocide, can you name me a genocide in the history of genocides where the population actively grew during said genocide?
That's a moot point. It doesn't.
No,
really
it's not. Because in order to go by genocide, you have to eliminate a population in whole or in part. And have the intent. How do you intend to eliminate a population in whole or in part if their population is actively grown and net positive by 30,000? How do you actively attempt to eliminate a group in whole or in part when you have the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare? How do you attempt to eliminate a group in whole or in part when you're giving them more aid and vaccines? Okay.
Allow me to address this if you're going to make that point.
We will allow you. Just let him stop talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Now, according to Yoav Gallant, I believe it was, who said explicitly at the outset of the onslaught after October 7th, he said that there will be no food, no fuel, no electricity, no medicines allowed. Into God. Now, wait a minute. Wait. I wasn't finished. That shows genocidal intent.
Cool for him. Hang on. You could. Hang on. I'm agreeing with you for his statements. Hang on, Mike. I'm agreeing. Mike. Before you get to that one, Mike. Before you get to that, I will debunk both of those claims. But here, for Gallant, sure, you could say his claims are genocidal. His claims. But answer me, Mike. Did that actually happen? Did Gaza's aid get cut off? Did the food and water and medicine and their electricity, did that all get shut off? Tell me, Mike. Did that happen, Mike?
The entire strip is under siege.
No, that's not what I asked. Mike, that's not what I asked. We're going to answer questions here like adults. Did that happen, yes or no?
Largely, yes.
Really? So you're disagreeing.
Some humanitarian aid managed to come
more than pre-war, including the private industry. So you're disagreeing with the Gaza Ministry of Health and OCHA and UNRWA?
What are you talking about?
Cool. So we have this great thing here, this tracker here that comes from OCHA and UNRWA, right here at the top says UNRWA. This is from the Gaza Ministry of Health, OCHA, and UNRWA. It tracks all the aid that went into Gaza, both during the war. We can look through the historical data before the Rafah operation. We can see how many trucks are going through every single day. We can see what kind of aid was going through, who it was coming from, what crossing it went through. We can see all the different stuff. We could even do a fucking Excel document that shows every single pallet on every single truck and who signed for it and when and where it was delivered. There is more aid going into Gaza every single day on average than pre-war, including the private industry. So your claim of, well, some aid, and get this is only counting the fucking UNRWA trucks. This isn't even counting all the private industry stuff. If you want to count all the private
UNRWA
industry
has
stuff,
been
hang on,
dismantled.
it
What are you
has
talking
not.
about?
It has not. And if we want to track all of the trucks and not just the UNRWA runs, we can go through all of it. We go through the 1.3 million tons of aid into Gaza since October 7th. 1.3 million tons. They according to the fucking crossings and all the trucks.
Okay, well, please. provide a
Again,
link
this
or-
look, this is literally from UNRWA. It says Gaza supplies and dispatch tracking. You can see all this. And they even have a little note here that shows that they're only counting stuff that's not from the private industry. But Israel's source does include the private industry. It includes both. So even with all of this stuff, we can still calculate out that the amount of food in tonnage that they're getting per day is more than the entire private, or more than everything they were receiving prior, including the private industry. The aid did not get cut off. In fact, Israel even fixed the pipelines that Hamas blew up. The 3 pipelines that control the 11% of Gaza's water, because that's all Israel really controls. The 3 pipelines that Hamas blew up on October 7th, Israel fixed them and still provided water. Yes, Israel repaired them. Did you not know
I
that?
think you're lying through your teeth.
Okay.
I know a hydrologist who has been in the service in Gaza. I think you were just lying through your
Are
teeth.
you sure you do?
Wait.
Yeah.
What part am I lying about? Oh, cool.
Sam, that
Here,
do you want to know who that guy is?
how Israel works to renew Gaza. What?
He is a boomer groomer who loves to go to college protests to go hit on little like pro-pally like college girls. I met him like a month ago. He's creepy as hell.
Oh, did someone just kick him?
Are you talking about Mike?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to the comment that I wanted to make regarding Mike is that Israel cut off in the very beginning of this war whatever they personally provide to Gaza in exchange for them giving back our hostages without any violence. And I like how you guys completely like neglect that.
Well, they didn't even cut it off. That's the thing, though.
No, we cut it off for like 10 days.
Mm-mm.
Only what we
No,
provide.
it didn't
Not
actually.
even-
It didn't even get cut off. Gallant tried. It didn't. That was the thing.
not
Gallant
even-
tried.
no, but Sam, not the aid. I'm talking about like the 10% of the water that we give.
No, the water was off because Hamas blew up the pipelines on the 7th. Israel fixed them. It took a little bit because Israel was actively fixing them. Hamas blew them up. They blew up the pipelines to supply their own people with water.
That's what happens.
That's
when
literally the meme of the dude riding the bicycle and then sticking the stick in the wheel and going, "Oh God, why'd you do this?"
I love that meme. I have to add that to my collection.
Do I watch Ben Norton? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Sam, I thought you weren't debating.
I am lecturing and educating people and getting really angry.
It's gonna be a hard day.
See in your chat.
The ones who caused terror in China. Wait, Captain, what are you getting at?
Sam, you have a Yahtzee.
Where?
Wait, you already have 25?
Yeah, on one night.
If you scroll up, Donnie Joe.
Which night?
Then just block him.
What was I?
Oh, I thought you wanted to add them to your.
I will just block him. Anushka, that was just tonight.
And I was asleep through it all.
We've been live for 2 hours and we've gotten 26.
Did somebody
I
mute
can't
him?
wait to rewatch this.
I think somebody muted them.
Were they at least?
Oh yeah, Core muted. No, they're just a bunch of fucking insane people.
Oh, it wasn't even good one. Is it worth a rewatch?
Oh, there was one who was like, "I'm not. Why is it when we get criticized, or when we criticize Israel, we're called anti-Semitic?" I was like, "Well, it's not. It's when you make it about the Jews." Well, the Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries. I was like, and that's why you're called anti-Semitic.
Yep, I'm gonna rewatch.
I just got finished watching them release the bodies.
I can't even watch it. I can't even look.
I left Bob's Live to watch it. That was sick.
Oh, if you guys want to rewatch the live streams or anything, click the link tree in my bio. We are always live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. But on YouTube, you can go to the live tab on my channel and you can watch all the previous lives in full.
Also, like if you just go to YouTube, you can watch the exchange. Like just rewind. They're doing it live right now because they're still waiting. Or not waiting. They're on their way to the IDF.
I honestly, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to even watch it later.
I like how Israel's article talking about how they fixed the water pipes after Hamas blew them up. They even talk about how there was actually Gazan civilians helping them rebuild the water pipes. Wonder how those people feel about Hamas.
Lunar, go to YouTube, and it should be one of the first things they're available. It's the live exchange. Are they taking them by helicopter again, or are they driving them straight to Tel Aviv?
No idea. I've not been able to watch. Driving? Why did they blow up the pipes? I want to know. That's crazy. Because it's Hamas.
And not only that, they took a lot of them to create boom-booms.
Yeah.
30% of their rockets misfire back into Gaza. Literally, that happened a few days ago, and it ended up unaliving a 14-year-old boy. They did that.
Who's going to be added to the death toll, by the way, and it's going to be blamed on Israel.
Oh yeah, they did that to their electrical plant. They did that to the first hospital that they claimed Israel hit.
Hang on, someone says Russia reaction to the spreading of NATO East caused the invasion, period. Brian, you realize that in 1997, Russia signed the Russia-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation in Paris, by the way, in April, where they agreed to NATO expansion? Did you know that? Also, please tell me where NATO expanded before the war. How many 14-year-old boys have been unalived by Israeli bombs in? Don't know.
Wait, hold on. Why are you
Many of those 14-year-old boys have pew-pews.
Wait, hold on. But why are you laughing that that Hamas unalived their own civilians? Like, why is that funny to you guys? I like the ha ha ha. There's 3 ha ha ha's because Hamas unalived a Gazan boy. Also, you guys don't give a shit about the civilians. This is performative activism. You all suck.
None of them have an ounce of humanity.
No, they really don't.
Not a single one.
Do you know that I
To
know
call
the
them-
names, I know the names of your children that are unalived and you don't? That's sad.
Dude,
I give more of a
nobody's a
shit about
victim.
your children than you do.
The thing that always bothers me the most is the pamphlets. Leave! Why are you choosing to stay in these areas? You're choosing to be martyred.
Because death is more important to them than life. It's
But
just that simple.
it's the people that they know. We all know about the pamphlets. But no, they're still trying to cry G-side and all this bullshit. All you have to do is walk away. But they refuse to.
No, because they value death.
And then they cry about being unalive. We value death more than life. Cries about being unalive. Make it make sense.
Hey Sam, when
Yeah.
Russia invaded Ukraine, did they like stay in their homes because it's their home, or did they fucking evacuate?
People tried to get the fuck out as fast as they fucking could, and some of them unfortunately couldn't.
So all you guys in the comments, it's their home. People value life more than they value a piece of land and being used as fucking cannon fodder.
You know who I talk
Did you
shit
guys
about in
see what they
Ukraine?
did
The
to the
Ukrainians that stay in the cities that are being attacked and then go, "Oh my god!" It's like, you stayed there. The Ukrainian military told you to leave, and you stayed there.
He's saying, well, Palestinians aren't scared. Great, then don't fucking cry.
There's a difference between not being scared and choosing to be martyred, you freaking numpty.
I like how you're stealing Ryan's language.
Sam, did you see
Oh,
what
I stole
they
that the
did?
first time I ever heard him say it.
Who did?
You see what they did to the coffins?
Yeah, I saw.
They put locks on the coffins. So the IDF had to break into coffins to confirm that they murdered our children.
Someone in the comments said they had to scan them for booby traps first.
I love the person
Yeah.
saying they don't want to leave their country. I'm not saying leave their country, which it's not.
And then
leave the building.
The person above them goes, leave. Food Stamp King goes, it's their home that we should leave. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of Gaza.
Ooh, can I give my little industrial hygiene spiel?
You guys are over.
Wait, Lunar, stop victim blaming and say Israel needs to stop. How about the Palestinians, for once in their fucking jihadist life, choose peace? Just for shits and giggles. See what happens. Just once, stop going, you know what I want to do today? Attack some Jews. Just stop. Stop being pieces of shit for once in their fucking lives. Just try it.
Can I cook for just
really
30
fast?
seconds?
Wait,
Just
hang
really
on.
fast.
Anushka first.
Hold up, please.
Anushka first.
Peter's
Hang-
girls said they weren't
hang-
coffins, they were military boxes.
Okay, cool. Anushka, go.
Anushka, we're gonna get there. I
No.
know you know. You're such a jerk.
Little Annie.
All right. So, all of the people out there that love right now, especially with all of the broken infrastructure, that are loving to cry, ethnic cleansing, you're actually horrible. And I will tell you why. Right now, because especially globally from around 1950 to around 1970, there was a unbelievable amount of lead-based paint and asbestos used in the building of infrastructure. And I'll tell you the horrible things that both of those dusts happen with children with lead-based paints. It basically, it tastes really sweet too, which makes it so they'll go out of their ways to ingest it, and the body confuses it for minerals, which kids need to grow. So basically what it does is, instead of iron, which the body needs to bring oxygen through your body, it takes in the lead. So then instead of iron, it's the lead not allowing oxygen to go to the brain. And that causes very, very angry little children with brain damage and very low IQs. And then asbestos. Asbestos gets into the lungs, causes a ton of scar tissue. So you're basically begging for Gazans to, over time, suffocate to death. So tell me again why you would prefer them to stay. You're bad people.
Phil, one of my mods in Twitch chat says, I just woke up and wanted to say that the current geopolitical climate is dumb and people I don't like deserve a share of my potatoes. Phil, in case you missed it, Trump, so here, I'll give you two updates, Gaza and Ukraine. Trump came out and lied about Zelensky today. He lied about Zelensky's approval rating, said it was at 4%. It's not, it's at almost 60%. He accused Zelensky of stealing money. He said that we've given $200 billion more than any other country to Ukraine. He lied about that. And he blamed Ukraine for starting the war. And then today with Gaza, the Gazans decided to take the bodies of the Bibas family, including the two infants, and parade them around in their caskets that they put locks on, and blamed Bibi for their death. And they brought children. They brought children to this event to watch them parade around dead Jewish babies.
Those weren't caskets. That's what I was trying to say before. Someone read in the comments that it is a military box. So they put
It's a child in a box. It's still a fucking casket.
No, it holds significance, Sam, that they put a baby in a military box.
Yeah, it's a footlocker. Well, that's a footlocker.
Hang on. Someone said it was A in chat said, how are they going to choose peace? They're being actively displaced from their homes by Israel. Israel was trying to move people out of the harm's way so they wouldn't get bombed or get caught in the fighting. How dare Israel try to move them? Like, I don't understand. The Palestinians have had no less than 8 official offers for a Palestinian state. 8 times. Officially, they've been offered a state and they've been told, please stop attacking us. Please leave the Jews alone and we can have peace. And you know what they say every single time? Nope, gonna continue to attack Jews. Hang on, I'm gonna piss someone off in my Twitch chat. Hey Phil, do you want to see me try my blues on with my beard? I got my blues from the dry cleaners today for the funeral escort.
Are you gonna have to shave?
Yeah, I am. The general thing I got from it are all politicians are created. Yeah. Which fast food chain do you think would be better in the Middle East? Whataburger, Jack in the Box, Burger King. I think Burger King would be better, Phil.
As long as it's not In and Out. Fuck In and Out.
He says, I will fucking cut you.
Hi, Sam. Sorry. I
Hi,
actually
Annette.
wanted to ask you,
Mm-hmm.
your... Ooh, my signal. Hold on.
Gator, it's not, I don't need a religious
Stabilize
waiver.
in a second.
Gator, I'm not religious. I'm also out now, but I've got a funeral escort to do, and I'm going to do it the right way. I just paid $1,600 for my brand new uniforms, and everything, got them tailored and everything. And I'm going to shave my beard and do it the right way. Trump is president. Cry. Okay, cool. I didn't vote for Kamala, if that's what you're implying. What are the offers? There's been multiple offers at a Palestinian state. There's been 8 official offers. One of the best ones was in 2008, the realignment plan, in which they were offered 10% of Israel proper, full control over the Gaza Strip, full control over the entirety of the West Bank, and a land bridge in between Gaza and the West Bank. And they said no. Your face is a religious experience. Phil, you mean you don't want to see me in my full blues with my cover on indoors in a beard? You will get Gaza on your dreams, mate. What in the fuck does that mean? Okay, go ahead,
That
Annette.
whole thing should be tarped down and forgotten about.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't
so
think it's
your
worth
background
how much it's
says
going to take to remediate us.
no U.S. ally should trust Trump. What do you mean by that?
I mean, he's shown a willingness to
I know
screw
this is
over.
deviating from the conversation, but
He's shown a willingness to screw over any and all of our allies when he sees it as beneficial to himself, and I feel that he could do the exact same thing to Israel the second he deems it non-beneficial to his own public opinion. He's doing whatever will get him the most public support.
so I 100% get that he's a bully, and he's going to do whatever he thinks is necessary for the US. But I'm a South African, and you know that he cut funding for South Africa and also gave migrant status to Afrikaner farmers now. So I feel for our people, but on the other hand, I feel like someone needs to call our country out for the BS that's going on here, all the corruption, everything.
No, there's
So,
a lot of internal corruption. I get
like,
that.
it's a bittersweet thing. Yeah, it's a
But-
bittersweet thing. Yeah.
But my thing is, he's shown a willingness to screw over any of our allies if he doesn't see it as beneficial to his own public view. Meaning, if his supporters don't like it, he won't do it. This man has been willing to screw over all of our European allies, been willing to screw over Taiwan, been willing to screw over Ukraine, and I have absolutely no doubt that he would be willing to screw over Israel in a fucking heartbeat if he figured it would get him more public approval.
Mm-hmm.
Or just
Yeah, I get.
it's so
I
silly.
see what you're saying. Yeah, because
not
he
like he
called
could be really
Zelensky a dictator. Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm So, but I do feel like I get where he's coming from, right? Because if you see the immigration status and all the migrant problems that the US has and what is going on in Europe, I think Trump is just trying to shake them and go, listen, wake up.
You can do that without abandoning people, though. Like we have an actual written agreement to help Ukraine, and all he did today was literally sorry, he literally parroted Putin's talking points. He said Zelensky has a 4% approval rate. Not true. He called him a dictator, said he's not having elections, which he legally can't have elections per Ukrainian law. He is Putin's puppet. Like,
Sam, has Hammer come across your live yet?
Hammer?
Yeah.
Hammer and I had our discussion earlier, and he's still mad at Ukraine for not voting as on Israel's side as
because,
much in the UN.
I can appreciate. Yeah. But what I also can appreciate is JD Vance that's overseas at the moment. The speeches that he's giving everywhere, I don't know if you've listened to them.
I have.
I've seen about two. So
I don't like how
I really appreciate it.
I don't like how he used half-truth tactics and used the common tactics that were used by the left during the Cold War. And what I mean by that is he spoke truthfully about how Europe has a suppression of freedom of speech problem. That is factual. But the angle he used to prove that was going with people who were pro-Russia during the Cold War. You saying, oh, it's just the Red Scare. Russia's not really a big... if you just let them do what they want, it's not really a big deal. Even though the Red Scare was a real fucking thing. We had thousands of Russian agents all over the country who were openly trying to make the United States fall from within, and they did that all over the world. That was an active, real thing that should have been taken seriously, and it was... But we still didn't suppress freedom of speech then. But what he's doing now is using a half-truth. He is playing the truth of, yes, freedom of speech is being oppressed, but the justification for that part of his speech is using the side that would have supported Russia during the Cold War.
Sam, the problem with the Red Scare is that a lot of Jews got caught up into it by being called communists.
Yeah. What about Russian freedom of speech? What freedom of speech in Russia? There is none.
Yeah.
What about Russia's security guarantees? Russia can guarantee these nuts. Fuck Russia.
And it sucks because Russia is a beautiful country, right? They have an amazing history. They are...
Yeah, but all their history is
the Russians
stolen.
that I've met.
Yeah, and like they even started
Like literally everything from their history is stolen. All of their history is from other people that they've conquered and then claimed as theirs. Their language is literally stolen. Everything about Russian identity is stolen. And I know that Russia has some nice looking areas, but let's be real here. 26% of Russia doesn't have access to toilets. 55% of rural Russia doesn't have access to centralized plumbing. 63% of Russia doesn't have access to hot water. Russia's a shithole.
Yeah, and their gender-based violence is also through the roof.
Oh yeah, it's illegal to the LGBTQ community is viewed as a domestic terrorist organization. For those that didn't know, if you wear a pride flag in Russia, it is viewed as a crime. You will go to jail for 15 days for the first offense. Then it's 15 months, and then it's 15 years. Oh,
Yeah. I know like a big majority of women and children actually go through domestic violence. It's a culture thing.
get
So,
drunk, beat your wife. Way to go, Russia.
yeah. So, but what I wanted to say is just after J.D. Vance had his speech about free speech and whatnot, Germany actually raided people's houses and they took cell phones and laptops.
I saw over
and
mean
computers.
tweets because someone called someone a
Yeah.
penis.
Yeah. Yeah. So apparently it's racial and it's hate speech and it's
And again,
whatever.
he's not wrong about
yeah.
it. The way the logic he used to justify it was the problem I had with it. And the fact that you're at a security conference where one of the main focuses is Ukraine and you say the word Ukraine once.
Oh, geez.
Hey Sam, you have a
Yeah.
comment. This was an obvious money laundering scheme from the Biden administration to Ukraine.
Okay, cool. Prove to me that money's been laundered. Jules, prove to me that money's been laundered.
Listen, I'm a Musk fan. I like this Doge thing that's going on. I'm here for it. I want to see how it plays out. But that's because Musk is a South African, so I'm biased. let's
What?
just be honest. I'm biased.
How do you recognize all these things about Russia, yet you don't recognize those things being done to Pal? Okay, Russia invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine. Israel did not invade a sovereign nation. Gaza, led by Hamas and over 3,000 Palestinian civilians, invaded the sovereign nation of Israel. Palestine and Gaza and Hamas are funded by Iran and Russia openly. Dmitry Medvedev has openly admitted this. Russia and Iran are together and share weapons that are used to attack while invading Ukraine. Russia, Iran, and Gaza and Hamas are on the same side. Just because one side was able to defend themselves easier, doesn't mean that they're fucking different.
Yeah, it's not even about defending themselves easier. One side just actively sucks at war.
Wait, someone in my YouTube chat says, in Ukraine we have a saying, beautiful as an asshole inside and out. That's what Russia is.
Oh, Ukrainians have some incredible sayings.
And also my modern Twitch chat, can't spell sovereign nation without oil.
Yeah.
Time to manifest some destiny.
So, yeah, Sam, just one last thing that I need to go. So, you know South Africa with the ICC case? There's a conspiracy that hasn't been...
The
debunked
ICJ,
yet
you mean the
or
ICJ case?
Yeah.
Okay.
So apparently South Africa got money for that from Iran.
Oh, that's been confirmed. That was confirmed
yeah,
months. That was confirmed months ago.
But now also,
Uh-huh.
this week or last week, sorry, my times are all messed up. Iran actually said that they were going to come and invest a nuclear power station in South Africa. How nice of them. So, yeah. Iran and South Africa. And I think this is also why Trump is so heavy on South Africa.
No, it's not just that. South Africa to open a nuclear project with bids from both Russia and Iran.
Yes.
Wow.
So everybody that's thinking, well, Trump is too harsh, Trump is this, I'm telling you, it's bittersweet. We need it. So if you go and look back at our president, Jacob Zuma, and the deals that he had going on with Russia, and the amount of US dollars that they flew in with a plane and landed in Waterkloof. Waterkloof is a Air Force base. They were using it as a commercial base for a whole bunch of schmerrists and people that extorted our country to almost being a trash state. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I get Trump's intentions for America, but the problem is you can't just abandon all your allies. The whole point of America being first is we can't be first and be the fucking shit and be the best if we abandon all of our trade partners, if we abandon all of our allies. We immediately lose all grounding on the world stage and immediately cease to be number one, and America is going to suffer.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on the Russian language is stolen? Golda, do you want to explain it?
On what?
Or Anushka, who wants to explain the whole Russian language is stolen? Because it's a mix of... Russian is a mix of Ukrainian, Polish, French, and what else is it? It's not German, is it?
Isn't it Scandinavian
I was going to say
countries?
their entire culture was built out of Kiev.
Yeah, like they spawned off. First of all, they spawned off of Kiev. The Kievan Rus left and founded Moscow, and then their language was a mixture of the other languages that they claim was their own divine creation that they created from scratch without any outside influence.
Hebrew is not a mix of French and Arabic. That's ridiculous.
Hey, hang on. How was Hebrew a mix of French and Arabic if Arabic literally didn't exist when Hebrew was created?
Hebrew came first, you numbnuts.
How did Hebrew steal from Arabic before the Arabs existed?
That's probably their whole thing with like, no, Adam and Eve were Muslim.
Well, no, Sam, I'll give this to them. Modern Hebrew stole Arabic slang because Hebrew doesn't have nasty words like that exist.
Should have made nasty words. Get better,
I don't like
Jews.
The idea of calling it stole. We lived in the land.
That's true.
We lived there, so we were
we
speaking
spoke
their
that
language because we were forced to because colonialism.
I just meant modern Israeli Hebrew vernacular uses Arabic slang. And yes, you're right. It's because of all the Arab, all the Jews that lived in the Arab lands who came over, the Arab speakers.
Yeah, you make people live as dhimmis under like basic all of that. Colonialism.
Lunar
That's been
conspiracy. OG Hebrew is the same. Any modern Israeli speaker, even non-religious, can read the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they've done it on my live.
Flop a lot. Hey Sam, it's been years since I've said hey, and this is probably the wrong time Yes, but how am I doing? Shit's fucked right now, my dude. Everything's in chaos. I'd actually love for America to isolate entirely, internalize trade and production. Yeah, except we can't do that.
Yeah, isolation.
Phil, isolationism is literally how we got involved in both World War One and World War II to an extent. This is to flop a lot in YouTube chat. Flop. I started up Steam the other day, and I stared at my Steam library for like 30 minutes, and then just turned my computer off. It was very depressing. Thoughts on Trump making the cartels on the terrorist list? Dope. That's something he did. I agree with. Sam looks like the explosive pages, but Ukrainian. It looks like the explosive pages, but Ukrainian versions. Oh, the VR headsets. Yeah, I saw that. But that's not stealing. Almost every language is a mixture. No. When you claim it as your own, Slav, when you claim it as your own, as your original creation, and you say that you didn't have any influence and that you were better than everyone because you created it on your own, but you didn't, you're stealing.
Yeah. Just really quickly,
Can I just-
Hebrew, our
Yeah.
Hebrew is exactly the same as the first time it was written down 2,000 years ago. We've been praying in the exact same Hebrew. So again,
I'll be right back.
any
You guys
modern-
talk.
Any modern Hebrew speaker can read text that is at least 2,500 years old. And what was that other comment I saw? Oh yeah, and whatever languages we spoke in diaspora was mixed together with Hebrew and written in Hebrew characters. So Yiddish is a mix of Hebrew and German with a little bit of Russian and Polish. And it's all written in Hebrew characters. Same with Ladino, which is a mix of Hebrew and Spanish. In the Arabic countries, they spoke Judeo-Arabic, their own dialect that they spoke at home. That's how we lived in diaspora everywhere. Sorry, Matt.
Yeah.
And all
No, no.
languages start to involve more words as the language grows. That's just how things happen. Everybody, like even just the way you think, grows.
Can I just tell
With
everybody?
timelines.
Okay, so I'm busy with my bachelor's. Anyway, if you're really interested about where languages come from, there's actually a language tree where you can see all the roots of languages and stuff where they connect everywhere. So if you just go and look it up, there's a whole website dedicated to where which languages came from, and they go into depth about
See,
it.
it's one thing to just say, hey, yeah, my language is a mix of this. This is a mix of this. And there's a difference between that and going, nope, created by myself. Nope, you didn't have any help. It didn't take anything from you. This is mine. I made it. We're better.
What I think is really interesting when it comes to languages, a good example is like there's French that they speak in France right now, and then there's the French that they speak in Canada. The French they speak in Canada hasn't really changed that much in the last 200 years, while the French that they speak in France has been evolving and evolving and evolving. And that's why somebody in Canada who speaks French can't talk to somebody in France who speaks French. Languages
take the
evolve.
African French languages.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
the South
French
African
colonies in South
Afrikaans get their language from the Dutch. And they have a real, like my brother-in-law he can't just talk to a Dutch person.
Hang on.
It's a much older version.
Hang on. I gotta answer. The fact that 2 world wars occurred when America isolated speaks volumes about how fucking reliant most of Europe is on us for security. True. Yet they constantly talk so much shit about how America conducts itself without changing its rules. I don't disagree with that, but that also furthers my point of we are the world police. We have set ourselves up. If we want, we are in charge. You fuck around, you find out. You touch our friends, you fucking die. You don't want wars? Don't piss off America. Don't piss off our allies. It should be that simple. Parisian French is different to the countryside French. Yeah. Airstrikes on Mexico lands? No, disagree with that. Unless it's on the border. Afrikaans is just stanky English.
What? That's funny as hell.
Just
Yeah, that's
quickly,
just how
Afrikaans
dialects
has-
work.
Yeah. So Afrikaans sounds more like Flemish that they speak in Belgium. but it has African influences as well because the language developed in South Africa over
Guys,
time.
I
So
met a guy from North Carolina, and I swear that we both speak English, but I couldn't understand a single word he was saying.
I don't understand people in North Carolina
Oh,
either. I was in.
Dave can explain more. Hit accept on Dave.
That
Hang on.
reminds me of when I was 17. I went to this program in London for a couple
Oh.
months, and this guy just starts talking to me, and I'm like, "Sir, I'm so sorry, I don't speak German." And he was like, "No, I'm
Okay.
speaking English.
Hang-
I'm just from the north."
Hang on. So, Dave, I have a question for you real quick, and then we got to go to Hannah because Hannah hasn't said a word yet. But Dave, real quick, can you explain, because I already explained the basics. Someone asked about how when I said Russian language is stolen, and I said there's a big difference between, my language comes from multiple languages combined. Yeah, it's a part of my history. And going, nope, I created it by myself. You didn't do shit. Nope, it's all mine. I'm better than you. I created it. And I said that's stolen. But what I like your explanation of how Russian is stolen better. Can you please give that one? Then, yeah, because you went on.
Explanation about how Russian is stolen.
You went
I
on.
don't even-
You went on a rant one morning about how Russian is just the fucked up amalgamation that they take credit for.
That wasn't me.
I swear to God, it was on
I
Lions Live.
swear to God, it wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Well, then I'm dropping you. I don't need you here. No.
Good morning, motherfuckers.
Good morning.
Really?
Dave, if you haven't seen, brace yourself for the videos coming out of the Beavis Family Body Exchange. They paraded the
Footlockers.
body. Yeah, they put the babies in footlockers, like military footlockers, and put locks on them. The IDF had to scan them for booby traps. They put placards on them that showed a picture of the baby, then said, "Oh, the unaliver BB," and they paraded them around and they had children playing around as they did all this, and brought all their kids out to smile as they paraded around dead Jewish babies.
I'm
And
gonna
then
say.
jumped on
How does the rest of the
UN.
world just
Oh
not
yeah, and they jumped on the vehicles again.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna say it
children
this way.
did.
I'm gonna say it this way. I don't give a fuck about any of them. Not a one, not a single. I don't care about their children. I don't care about their women. I don't care about their old people. I don't care.
I just say let them all get asbestos.
Okay, Hannah, I'm sorry, you haven't said a word yet.
Let God punish them.
I'm just listening.
Oh, you didn't have anything to say?
I have to say a lot.
Oh.
No, because I don't know, probably all the situation that's going on in this world, it's like, what's going on? Like, you just can't imagine that those things are true. People are like making saints from literally T group. They're chanting their slogans and everything. Ukraine is literally like, I have a feeling that there is a child, like a girl, basically aged like a little girl. She was being raped in front of everyone, and everyone is watching and just enjoying the show and telling this girl that she's guilty. So basically, I just don't understand like where everything is going. Basically, every night I hear this Iranian music, if you understand what I'm saying, and every night I see a Star Wars from my window, like, and just
Where are you?
in Ukraine.
Ah, well, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Oh yeah, you came back from Canada. I forgot. I saw your post the other day where you're like, it's snowing in Canada again. And I completely forgot. You were like, oh, JK in Ukraine.
No, I just brought some snow to Ukraine from Canada.
By the way, it snowed again in Dallas today.
It's been a wild winter. I'm
Yeah.
tired of being cold.
I'm over all the bullshit today. I'm over all the shit I saw from Trump. I'm over all the bullshit from Gaza.
I'm tired of Russians. to be honest.
Phil, yeah, I am also a big fan of letting people suffer the consequences of their actions, like when you parade around dead Jewish babies. Hello, history. Prepare to be pissed off if you haven't seen the videos from today already.
I've seen them.
Hence, point number 2 of my topics.
Well, that's not going to happen, so don't get your hopes up.
I could dream.
I know, they're not going to do shit.
Unlike Dave, history is 5 hours in the future.
Listen, you can't burn it. It's too much asbestos. You can only turn it into more powder.
everything burns if you get it hot enough.
Not asbestos.
Well, you can all stop fantasizing. Forget about burning anything. They're not going to be touched. Like, Israel's bitched out the war. It's nothing else is going to happen.
I don't think that's true.
What is the? Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
I think that we're gonna get our hostages back, and Hamas is either gonna be dissolved or we're gonna go back in and finish the job.
No. The hostages are going to come back, and the terrorists who have been released are going to go back to their work, and Hamas are going to demand. They're going to demand what the agreement demands, which is a full IDF withdrawal. Then we're going to be completely back to square one.
Did you guys see, by the way? Did you guys see, by the way, that they were? Did you guys see, by the way, that they were showing off who invaded what kibbutzins?
With the red triangles.
No, but they had little signs that were like, "Oh, I invaded kibbutzin Berry," and like.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, no, they were showing videos of the guys. They also interviewed the people that kidnapped the Bibas family.
Who were civilians?
Where was that? I didn't see it.
Al Jazeera.
Do they have masks on?
Yeah.
Oh right, because it was. I don't think it was even Hamas who kidnapped them, was it?
Nope.
No, civilians.
Civilians.
Every single one, every single civilian, man, woman, child, they need to be abolished from the face of the earth. Frankly, they need to pull a Carthage on the fucking place, destroy it, and salt the earth.
I'm just so over today. Like I was so fucking pissed off with Trump already, and then I saw what was coming with the hostage stuff, and I knew it was going to happen, and it's just.
How many Palestinian prisoners in total have been released so far?
Thousands. I know that.
Yeah, how many?
How many Palestinian prisoners has Israel released?
Around 2,000 or 3,000 now.
I saw what I mean. It's the BBC, so don't trust a word they say. But they said under the first phase of the ceasefire, Hamas agreed to release 33 hostages. Obviously they don't specify whether it's dead or alive in exchange for 1,900 prisoners.
Oh, the funniest thing on Al Jazeera was that Israel let 50 prisoners go for, I think, the 3 hostages last Saturday. And they say, now the lives of the Palestinians are worth so much less. But I thought to myself, this is what you agreed to. This is what you wanted.
Oh no. I actually agree with that. They are worth less.
Well, yeah, they're
Yeah,
terrorists.
because that's how the exchange rate works, right?
Yep. So if that's the exchange rate, then let's do the same thing. 100 to 1 every single hostage. 100. Actually, hostage should be more. Hostage should be like 500 to 1, and every single casualty at least 100 to 1. That's how many.
It's
that's
about
how many we have
it's
to get
about
rid of.
1,500 prisoners in total have been released by Israel.
And how many are set to be released if and I know it's a big if, but if the whole agreement goes through, how many would it be?
I have no idea.
And the reason I ask is because I just can't believe how many people think this is a good idea, and I want to know, well, if this is good or if this is acceptable, then what is unacceptable?
History. Can I just I was thinking about this because somebody mentioned that Israel should have done this at the beginning, and so my thought process was that they needed to get Gaza to this point. We needed to eliminate whoever we needed to eliminate before adding more people to their ranks. And that was a big part of why we weren't accepting any of the ceasefire offers as well. Not all of them, but the ones that were completely ridiculous with thousands and thousands of people. We needed
This is thousands of people, though.
I know, but we needed to decimate them first and get them down to their one last battalion.
No, it wasn't that. It was because every single hostage deal, they said we want to remain in power. That's why Israel didn't accept it. It wasn't just to eliminate them, because Israel could have just wiped them out still, even after a hostage agreement, because it's just a temporary ceasefire. And you said, oh, well, if they violate the ceasefire, then Israel Golda, they violated the ceasefire every single day.
I'm not talking about violating the ceasefire. I'm saying that the reason that they didn't take them up on any of the exchanges first was because they weren't going to risk keeping Hamas and Hezbollah and all of them in their full capacity while adding more to their ranks.
Well, okay. I mean, now they've got time to. They've got their people back, and they're going to regroup and
Now we can,
retrain.
but now we can get our people, whoever's alive, out, and then now we can actually like go in and do.
I'm
Like,
not going to go in.
I think we will because they're gonna break the ceasefire. They always break the ceasefire.
What if they don't?
Wait, hang on, Morpheus. Israel will cease to exist shortly. Want to place money on it?
The history they already have.
Okay, and
Israel,
you're not going to do
Israel,
shit.
hold on, but Israel, yeah, because we want our people back. We want whatever people are alive back first.
So why agree to the deal in the first place
Because
if
we
you
know
know they're
that
going to?
because
Oh,
we
hang
know
on,
that
hang on,
they're
hang on.
gonna
Why
break
agree
it.
to the deal if you know they're going to break it, and when they do break it, you don't impose any
Because
consequences on
we
them?
will as soon as we get the live
You're not
people
going to do
back.
anything. You're not going
Because
to do anything.
we're still getting them back.
Yeah, and you do realize they're never going to give up every single hostage because they know perfectly well that
Of
you won't
course,
go in until
get
you've
back
got them all
whoever we
back.
can get back first, and then go in.
So
Like,
you
I don't.
accept. So okay, so what is it? You accept that 30 of them will die, but you'll get 60 out. Like,
Yeah,
well, okay. I wish people would say that because they're not saying it.
dude. Like honestly, yes. Get whoever we can get out, and then finish the fucking job. They already broke the ceasefire, so we don't need to wait for them to do it again in the future. They've broken it like 15
Okay,
times in the
No,
last
Golda,
month.
it's not just they broke it. Golda, every single day of this ceasefire has been a violation. Every single ceasefire has been a violation every single day. The very first ceasefire agreement, the Bibas family was supposed to be released on day 1. Ever since then, they were supposed to be providing status on the Bibas family every single day of every single ceasefire. They have not done so. They have violated every single ceasefire of every single day.
That's my point. They don't need them to wait for them to like do it again. They've already done it, so they can act just on the fact that they've already broken it.
Guys, I think you're all going to be really disappointed. Like, I promise you, like, Israel is not going to do shit. This is it. It's over.
I don't think you're right.
I think he is because Israel does have a tendency to do the moral thing.
That's not the moral thing. That's
Israel will do the same fucking
I
thing.
think the worst thing is to let the Gazans stay because of all the health effects.
No, but that's not moral. But it's bending to public opinion.
You mean like
So
after
why-
the second intifada when Gaza should have been fucking leveled? Gaza should have been leveled then. Or after,
also
the
bending-
first intifada.
It's bending to the U.S. is what it is. But like right now, they have an opportunity with Trump saying, "Do whatever you want, we got your back." So like, I'm hoping that they actually do it.
Your mama leveled. What a great comeback, Morpheus.
I'm absolutely obsessed with the
Oh,
comments.
Morpheus is a fucking Nazi. Let's add more. Let's add more. Goodbye. History. This is 27 Nazis in one live stream.
Nice. Nice. I'm glad that there's platforms like TikTok so we can identify them.
What the hell was that?
Weird.
Alienese.
Yeah, how the hell did you get 27 in one live stream? How the
Look
hell?
at my topics.
No, I see the topics.
So
but still.
Dave, I don't think you realized that the pro-Palestinian Nazis were out in full force because of the Bibas family. They are going to every Israeli live saying the Bibas family deserved it.
Which others have they done it in?
They were in Bob's earlier. They were in some of the Australian pro-Israel lives. My comment section. By the way, the Tucker video is blowing up again. I woke up like 300 more followers, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on? Did I just get like? Did someone make a video about me?" And then I saw 300 comments on my Tucker thing.
Because of you, I watched that whole interview.
It's an awful interview. It's awful.
Oh my god!
It's so bad.
Since when are journalists? Since when are journalists subject matter experts? On
He's not a
anything?
journalist.
Neither of them are. But seriously, if you're going to do an interview on the media and you have one guy who's ostensibly a journalist and he's talking about Russia, how about have somebody else who knows something about Russia? How about somebody who could find it on a fucking map, or Ukraine for that matter?
Well,
Blue,
Russia's
talking
pretty
about
hard
Tucker
to
Carlson. Yes, Tucker
Russia's
Carlson.
hard to miss. I don't think they defend Ukraine.
By the way, given I'm in the mood for making friends today, Like, I think the way the sort of the campaign on behalf of the hostages was conducted by mostly Israelis, but not exclusively, was absolutely terrible. Like, all the pressure was put on the people who already wanted them back, and none of the people who actually could do something to get them back.
Dude, what else is new? What else is new? They won the war in '67, and what was the response? The losers went and said no 3 times, 3 no's after they lost.
No, we won.
Exactly.
They still
Sam,
teach
sorry.
that.
It's
They
like the
still
fact.
teach that in Egypt to the kids that they won.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, the fact that there were, as far as I'm aware, there were lots of protests against Netanyahu. That's fine. He's a prime minister. Protest against him as much as you like, but then no protests outside the American embassy. This is when Biden was in charge, to say stop demanding that we supply our enemy. No protests against Qatar. No protests against the Red Cross. Why is the Red Cross still in Israel? Remind me.
I don't even know.
History. The problem is that most of the people who are protesting.
Annette, can I clear up a space real quick?
Are the victims of psychological
Before I go,
torture.
sorry, I just want to ask one question.
Mhm.
I'm so sorry. I know you're not a Trump supporter, but
Mhm.
do you support Trump in his decision with what he wants to do with Gaza?
No, I think it's fucking asinine, and that it serves zero fucking financial benefit to the United States in any way.
That makes
The
sense.
return on
Yeah.
investment is not there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you can rotate me. Sure.
Thank you,
Enjoy.
Annette.
Thanks. Bye.
To the dude that wants to mouth off and say that you could destroy me, go ahead, request up.
I offered.
Come
him. I
on.
was like, come on up.
I don't even know who the fuck you are.
The one who doesn't even know how to spell Israel correctly.
You don't have a name. I don't speak flag.
How did he spell it?
He doesn't. Probably with a Z or something.
No, the people who spell it is real.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that
Is
because
real.
then they're confirming that it is real. Because then there's some people are is not real.
Well, that one. At least that one makes a little bit of sense.
Should we see how the BBC is covering
Oh,
events of today?
I gotta send you the BBC breakdown of the BBC documentary that I found on Twitter, talking about how every single person you saw it.
Yeah. I'm just looking barely any further. There you go. If you go deep down, you can find pictures of the coffins in Gaza.
Hello, Jono. What's up?
Hey, it's been a long time. How are you, Sam?
Pissed off
Oh,
Why?
Australian accent.
because of Trump and the Gazans.
You don't like Trump? I would have thought you did.
Nah, he's a fucking moron.
Do you see what he said about Ukraine?
Wait, hang on. Stream at a normal time and I can join. I have roommates that are in college and are asleep. Bitch, I'm not here for you. This is when I stream. I don't care.
There's no way. Actually, I was going to say there's no way someone who has an America equals North Korea flag is at college. But then again, actually, they're probably welcome in college.
Yeah. I smell coke. How about you?
Yeah, no, I despise Trump. He's a fucking moron. Always has been.
Yeah. In fact, on this panel, I don't know about Hannah. I'm not sure about history, but I know that Golda agrees. I
You
agree.
just say that all the Americans on this panel.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I understand how you'd think that, because if you ever get on a pro-Israel panel with a lot of Americans, you're going to find quite a few who are Trump supporters.
It's just this panel specifically.
Yeah.
Not everyone is American here. Just letting you know.
Who?
No, Hannah, you and history are both foreigners. Oh,
Yeah.
and he left?
And John dropped. I don't know why.
All right.
Yeah, I was just trying to make it easy instead of Sam.
Okay, you were the one ignoring my comments for 2 hours. Now you want to act up. Bitch, I don't look at the comments half the time.
You're not that interesting.
Yeah, you're not special. I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Hey, Gregory, how you doing?
Like, you're more than welcome to walk outside and come on up. I don't give a fuck about your fucking excuse of your fucking roommates. I don't care.
Damn, you have a really
Yeah.
annoying person in the request.
What's up?
Hi. I think we should get rid of Israel, to be honest.
Cool. Good luck with that.
Your honesty is stupid.
Which other
No, no,
country
we
should
should-
which
really, it shouldn't. It
in
shouldn't.
exchange, which
We
Islamic
shouldn't
nation
do.
should
We
we get
shouldn't be
rid of?
doing G siding.
Pakistan. Then they did a G
Cool.
side.
Hang on. Everyone, stop. Ross. Cool. Good luck with that. What's your next opinion?
No, I think we should get rid of it and stop. You know, it's what is it? It's an
How about
evil
the
from
Muslims stop
world.
trying to kill Jews?
No, they're not. They're not trying to kill Jews, though.
Really?
They've never done that.
Really? So when Hamas
not.
says our goal is to unalive all the Jews in the entire world,
No,
starting with
that's not what
Israel?
they're saying at all. In their manifesto, they're saying
How much-
that they feel that Palestine should exist.
Really?
Well, that's
Really?
not what
How
they
much
said.
money do you want to place on that?
Go on then, show me in their
No. How much
manifesto
money
what
do you want? How much money do you want to place on that?
I
Yeah,
don't
go
wanna
on, put
any
your money where your
onto it.
mouth
Just
is.
show me
No.
where you put it.
How much money do you want to place on it?
no, you're
No,
not
Ross.
gonna
No.
let me
Don't
know.
run away like a
No,
little
just
scared little bitch. Don't run away like a scared little fucking Muslim bitch. How much money do you want to place on it?
Just show me. Show me.
How much money do you want to place
Show
on
me.
it? I'll pull it up right now.
Stop being a girl.
Put your money where your mouth
Literally, all we
is.
have to do is watch
Stop
Pioneers
being
of
a
Tomorrow
girl
to know
and
exactly
Put your
where
money where your
you're
mouth. Oh, I've got it up right now. I've got it. Oh, 2017. 2017. Don't worry, I got you. Don't worry. Hold on. Hold on.
Wait, Sam, don't give him anything. He
Shush,
doesn't have
shush,
any
shush.
money.
Golda, stop. Golda, stop.
Stop it.
Memory TV.
He has no
Hamas
money.
Schroeder.
They're saying
May
that Israel
5th.
should not exist.
Cool, I don't care.
That's how we know you're wrong. You have no money.
No.
You won't put your money where your mouth is because you're a
Well,
pussy.
Stop.
You know
Gotta
what?
stop.
I don't want to
Hang
be
on.
anti-Semitic here.
Cool, Ross, cool. I don't care. So you said the 2017 charter, right?
Yeah.
Cool. You know why that doesn't fucking matter?
Why?
On May 1st, 2017, Hamas published a policy document approved by all the movement leaders. The leaders clarified that the document was not replacing the original Hamas charter. Cool.
No,
so
no,
let's
hang
go.
on a second, hang on
No,
a second.
nope,
See,
nope.
what
So
is
let's
your
go to the
new
original
source?
It
Hamas.
doesn't fit his narrative, so he's gonna
So
break it down.
Memory TV with an
No, I
interview
don't agree with
directly
that
for.
one.
I don't give a fuck if you agree with
No,
it. It was
no,
literally
no,
an
we've
interview.
got to look at the
Hey,
manifesto, what the
Dimmy,
words of the
Dimmy,
manifesto,
shut the fuck up,
underneath
Dimmy.
something.
The interview was done with the Hamas leaders who literally released a document. So let's go to Article 7 of the original charter, where the last sentence, quote, the day of judgment will not come about
I
until the
don't agree with
Muslims.
what you're saying.
Be quiet. I don't care. The day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews. When the Jews will hide behind the stones in the trees. The stones in the trees will say, "Oh Muslim, oh
not
Abdullah,
what it
there is a
says.
Jew behind me." Really? This is the Hamas charter of 1988.
It's also literally in the religion.
This is from Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. But if that wasn't convincing enough, let's go to this. Fatih Hamad, 2019, explode, quote. Let's go to
Like the
this
person in
one.
the comment, I don't trust
Hang on.
anybody who
Let's
doesn't
go to
like
this
God.
one. Hey, let's go to this one. A quote from Fatih Hamad, a Hamas leader in 2019. Quote, 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. You should attack every Jew possible in all the world and unalive them. Wow, they totally don't want to unalive Jews. Where's my fucking money?
Not to mention the fact that they
You're
rec-
talking crap.
themselves-
Listen, what we want to do
they
is look
recorded
at the press
themselves
release.
No.
Jews on a
Ross,
recording
I
tour.
want you to address the fact that I
Why
just
don't
made you
you
look like a
talk?
fucking moron. Because I just made you look like a fucking
No,
moron.
you haven't. You haven't.
Really?
Don't let people
You
know.
didn't. You didn't know. Really? So hang on.
I'll tell you
So
what
the
it says.
Hamas. Hang
I'll
on.
read what it
So
says.
no, be quiet. So the Hamas leaders were lying when they said that the
All you're
2000.
going to do is keep on muting me.
Shush.
not let me
Yes,
talk.
I am because I want you to answer the question instead of fucking monologuing.
because you don't
So
let
you're
me
saying
talk.
no. You're gonna be quiet, Dimmy. You're the fucking Dimmy here. Be quiet.
talk.
No. You're the fucking Dimmy here.
Let me talk.
So you're disagreeing that the Hamas leaders themselves stated on May 5th, 2017 that the original Hamas charter still applied? Are you disagreeing with that?
I disagree with you in certain parts.
You're not
so
disagreeing with me.
I-
No, this isn't me.
Look,
Ross,
why
this
do you
isn't
not-
me. This isn't
why
me.
do you not let
This
me
isn't
talk?
because you're not answering the question.
you're an
This
idiot.
isn't
let me
me.
talk.
Honestly,
Let me
hang on.
talk. Let me
No,
talk. Let me talk.
I want
Let
you
me
to
talk.
answer the question. I don't want to hear you talk. I want you to answer the question. This isn't agreeing with
Sweetheart,
me.
be
This
quiet.
isn't
Be
agreeing with
quiet.
me. You're the fucking Dimmy here. Be quiet,
Yeah,
Dimmy.
don't tell the
Go
host to be
go
quiet.
fuck a
He's
goat.
talking nonsense.
Go fuck
Be
a goat.
quiet. Let me.
No, go fuck a goat.
Listen, that man's so old. You can't expect somebody who can't even eat solid foods to make a solid point.
Right?
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
I was
hey,
going to
hey,
say.
hey! I'm old.
You're not
as
old.
compared- I'm not old. Okay, thank you.
I've dated men older
Oh,
than
I
you.
wanted to come up and tell him. I wanted to tell him to his face. Que fuck ya, Haiwan. Tell me why you're lying to the whole panel. Some of us know what it
I
says.
missed
We know
another
which
one.
hadith it comes from. We know where it is in the hadiths. We know that it's Sahih, which means it's authentic. We know what day that frickin' stupid charter was published, August 18th, 1988. Go fact check me, Sam. August 18th, 1988. Don't come and lie to me. I want him to tell me what Itbah al-Yahud means.
That's what I was trying to say.
What does it mean?
Which is that
It
they
means
were
slaughter the Jews.
they were saying that in their videos on October 7th before they came into Israel. Like I saw it at the Nova
Or
exhibit.
what is it? Almaya,
Min al-Maya, al-Maya, Palestina Arabia.
Mina Maya, Almaya, Palestine, Arabia. Yep, from water to water, Palestine will be Arab.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's.
By the way, guys, you should. I know I'm the only British person on the panel. You should know that in the BBC documentary, The Fast, that came out recently, the BBC do this trick every single time when they have an Arabic speaker, and what they'll do is the Arab will say Yahud, Jew, and they will
And they put
translate it
Israeli.
as Israeli.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch out for that whenever you see something from the BBC.
Mister, it's not just that. They did a deep dive on the kid.
Oh yeah, I already.
Yeah, we talked about it before. It was
Yep,
the
they
whole-
pretended his uncle was his father because his father is one of the leaders of Hamas.
Yeah.
Oh, that Yahud thing.
Yeah, this.
I am amazed. I am amazed that people don't think that non-Arab speakers don't know what that fucking word means. That is wild. I actually
Because they
had
know
that-
most people are idiots.
Well, no.
They're not
I had
idiots, they just don't know Arabic.
I had this happen in my personal life.
By the way,
I have-
there's his father, an official member of the Hamas government.
But what's crazy though is that it's the same word in
Where'd you drop?
Hebrew. How do they not know it means Jew?
No,
Yeah, because the average so that BBC documentary, I believe, it was only released in the UK.
Hannah, stay safe. Hey everyone, Russia's still at it. Hannah had to drop because Russia's fucking actively launching missiles against Ukraine. Way to fucking go, Trump.
And because of what Trump was saying, now I keep hearing so many people being like, yeah, we need to just cut our losses with Ukraine and just let Russia have it.
Okay, hang on, guys. We're gonna do this in real time, like we do on my stream. Okay, these are the active air raids over Ukraine right now.
Which website's that?
Alerts.in.ua/en. It's in English. Okay, so this means incoming. This means they're under air alert for incoming. Let's watch as the whole country turns fucking red. It'll happen.
Do y'all not understand why I'm furious? Like I feel like there's
Man, what is the mood in
way
these
too
states?
much shit.
What is the
going on
mood in the
right
states about Ukraine? A majority of Americans, 67% of Americans, supporting Ukraine. Trump's side doesn't.
Yeah, but what Americans support doesn't necessarily mean it's right. Ukraine and Russia is a different thing. Ukraine's just right in the situation. That's not anything to do with Americans are stupid, Sam.
Yes, we know. Trust
Let's
me.
clarify
take
that.
Ukraine-
Americans are dum-dums.
They take Ukraine, they're going to start taking more of Europe.
I usually go with what veterans say.
Yeah, they
People like
take
Sam,
Ukraine- they
people
take
like
Ukraine.
Nick. Those are the people generally those are the people I listen to because they actually understand warfare.
Yeah, they take
Not
Ukraine,
dumbass
and
Americans.
then they're going for either Poland or
Oh,
Lithuania,
great!
Estonia.
World War III. I'm so excited.
I am actually quite looking forward to World War III, to be honest.
Shut up.
Yeah, America's gonna isolate. I'll see y'all in
In the
Europe.
nicest way
Hang on.
possible.
America's isolating. I'll see y'all in Europe when we get attacked again.
I'd honestly, I'd rather we went to war with Russia, NATO against Russia, than allowing them to do what they're currently doing.
I don't
I
like
would love
NATO.
that. Oh, we
NATO. I
got
think
we
everyone
got
should
we got a Hamas supporter in the chat.
Oh,
Eat
Mirsad's been
eat
down there for a
shit, you
while.
fucking terrorist.
I low key just feel like we should do like good versus evil again.
We did that.
I know we
High-key,
did that. It
World War III
looks like we're gonna have to
started,
do it again.
Yeah, I know, but high key World War III already started when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Wait, I saw. Hang on, there's a red line on my Twitch chat. Hang on. Have you just been ignoring Twitch chat because I'm talking? I'm taking an idiot to school and he isn't learning because he's hyperfixated on knowing the point. Only I'm not gonna lie, Phil. I realized just now until I saw the red bar that my Twitch chat was behind my OBS.
I gotta say, hold on, to the chat. Anybody who calls themselves Marxist-Leninist,
oh dear God,
is the dumbest fuck that has ever existed. You, sir, get the stupid prize for the night. You are worse than every
and he's talking about Anne Frank.
They're arrogant. They think
you
that
guys
when all
leave
of the
her
bodies
alone?
are around
She's
them,
been-
they're gonna be on top.
He literally got slaughtered by you know what? Honestly, low key, leave the 13-year-old girl that got gassed alone, please. Enough. It's been 80 years. Can you let her rest in peace before I make you rest in peace?
Have you seen them hijack her?
Hey, hang on, Marxist. Mark these nuts, you fucking commie bitch.
Enough with the fucking communism. Unless you would like me to go send you to pre-USSR.
Unless you want to wait in line 8 hours for a slice of bread.
No,
and then
I'll
get
send them to
fucking
the
talk
Soviet
about
Union. I'll
communism.
slap them so hard they go back in time.
Yeah, let them go do it.
Dude, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, don't want it.
My head hurts from these dum-dums. They actually broke me. I think
Told
they
you
broke
what to
me.
do.
I'm
They
broken.
didn't break you. You're not broken. You're
My
fine.
head hurts.
Yeah, well.
Stupidity gives me a migraine.
If history still exists in 50 years, they're going to talk about this the same way they talked about Europe's reactions to Germany in 1940, 1939.
Giant Meteor 2025. Let's go.
Yeah.
Dude, no, that one's gonna be
Going back to the subject, can I ask the Israelis on the panel? Because I always think this is very interesting at different points in history. Who is, and this could be applied to other episodes in Israeli history at least, who is saying now that the hostage deal is a bad idea? I'm really interested. Who is on the record of saying this is bad?
I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing. I don't think we should stick.
No,
to
I don't mean of you guys. I mean,
Rabbi Litvin.
No, guys, I don't mean. I don't mean on TikTok.
Hello.
I mean like generals or politicians.
Oh, Smotrich and Vera were both. Vera left the Knesset because of the deal.
Well, it's
Right.
Rabbi calls it a ransom, and I agree. And
It
he
is a
also,
ransom, but
and
you're
he
right.
also on his live, like these Yahtzees came up and started talking about the Havar agreement, and Rabbi compared the Havar agreement to this ransom deal, and it makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
We had to make a deal with terrorists to try to save our people.
And at the time of the Havar agreement, lots of people said, "This is a bad idea. Don't do it."
Apparently, Olmod Cohen is also against it, and Shikli is also against it.
Who are these people?
Politicians.
Right.
I don't know enough about the Knesset, to be honest, because it's kind of a shit show every time they get in a room together. I will say this, though. We need to get them out of there. And, like,
At what cost?
basically, it's like being held at pew pew point. And I think with the amount of times they've broken the ceasefire deal, it's our turn. I'm kind of fucking over being the good guy at this point.
Hold on.
I would wait until the final minute. The final minute when you get that last hostage home, right? At that point, you open the gate to Gaza, and you let the Druzim and the Bedouins,
I gotta
all
look
the
at chat.
Israelis go in and just do whatever the hell they want. Because believe me, we have a lot of things we'd like to do, but we're being held back.
We talked about this before. It's not going to happen. Yeah. It's a nice idea, but
Hey guys, there's a question in the chat that actually deserves an answer.
Wait, hang on. I got it before you get to that. Hold that one thought. Phil, the whole debate we were having was about NATO being helpless. Just going over Twitch chat. I feel bad because I did ignore Twitch chat because I put the thing behind my screen. Phil, in its current capacity, Russia couldn't take NATO without the U.S. even. They'd have to rebuild for another 5 to 10 years, just like they did with Ukraine, because they've already seen that. And with even somewhat of a near-peer adversary, they can't even gain air superiority. Their tactics barely work as it is. They're losing more people per day than they did in the entirety of the Afghanistan war. And their current state, they could not beat NATO even without the United States.
I doubt they could beat Poland without NATO right now.
Who, Russia or
Poland.
Ukraine?
Russia.
Okay, go ahead with your point, Phil.
I thought thought Russia's army was relatively strong.
They were, and they've been proven to be a paper tiger. Russia isn't involved in total war. Oh no, they are, Phil. They are.
Wait, this is good news.
It's very good news, but it's still bad news. But it's bad news for Europe.
Yeah, no, Phil. Russia is in total war right now.
Russia's not strong. I think that's relatively good news for Europe. You take down the freaking dictator.
The problem is Russia's not strong, but they have the manpower to just grind you and whittle you away. Unless you cut the head off, they will just keep grinding and whittling away.
But this is the point. Cut the head off now before they have time to regroup.
You can't cut the head off, because if you attack Moscow, they will retaliate with the nukes. That's the problem.
The nukes?
Yes, they're still a nuclear power.
I'm aware they're a nuclear power, but let's say if you were to attack with nuclear weapons, and another country that's attacking you has nuclear weapons, that's assured mutual destruction.
Yes.
Neither party would want that.
Except for one thing. You have an autocracy that has one person, and you don't know if that guy is ever going to think, you know what, if I'm going down, everyone's going down.
You can't go too far one way or the other. You can't assume that they won't use them, and you can't assume that they will. You have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
And you can't prepare, and the worst being a nuclear exchange, you can't prepare for that. You just have
so
to
you're saying that, let's say, because the United States is part of NATO.
Yes.
Right? No. I'm just saying the United States part of NATO. They're also a nuclear power. If they were to attack Russia, you think Russia would actually guarantee its own destruction by sending nukes over?
So here's the difference. At least this is my view on this. Here's the difference. The United States, the chain of command is very high. Is very deep. Okay, even though we have a president with ostensibly the quote unquote nuclear button, there are a whole lot of other people that are involved in that process, and there are a whole lot of places where
Hey, you misogynist little fuck. Don't tell her to shut up. Get off my fucking chat.
However, when you have a complete autocracy...
1 second, Dave. Yo, boys in the chat, just because no woman wants to fuck you, that's not my problem. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. With Russia, when you have an autocracy, when you have a very, very tiny chain of command when it comes to that decision, if that one person thinks that, fuck it, I'm just going to let it all burn, it'll all fucking burn. There are many stopgaps in the U.S. chain of command. If Trump really loses ever-loving mind, there are stopgaps for it. There aren't any of those in Russia, and they still have, even if only 5% of their nukes are actually operational, which is likely about what you're talking about, because they didn't have money for tires, and nukes are much more expensive to maintain.
But we've already seen that the one thing that they didn't stop manufacturing was their nuclear cores.
Right. So that's the problem.
Hang on. So to adjust Twitch chat real quick, the people would probably collapse the Kremlin from within if Putin announced a H-Man-esque attack on NATO. Just by the way, no, Putin has already floated that idea, and they are very open in Russia that they are totally about that and that they would totally go after NATO. They don't care. Putin has used the Russian state media to push the idea that NATO needs to go, that the West needs to go, and that Russian dominance will reign supreme no matter what the cost. Phil says total war constitutes 90% of total troop capacity moving beyond established borders. No, Phil, it's 90% of combat personnel beyond active borders, and Russia is at that point. Russia has 90% of their combat capable troops outside of its sovereign borders. Their support elements are still within Russia because they can maintain that, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But Sam, I got a question real quick. Is there a good time or reason when we would have to use a nuke?
Yeah, to fucking blow up Russia.
Wait, but Russia's massive.
No, but I mean...
Yeah, but you only got to hit 3 cities.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Moscow,
So
St. Petersburg,
what I'm
what's
asking
the
is
third one?
that likely? Or like a
No,
good
it is.
idea?
No.
It's not likely?
No.
Wait, what's the third city? Russia, Moscow, St. Petersburg. What's the third one?
What did Stalingrad get renamed to? Volgograd.
Volgograd. Oh, I don't even know if Volgograd's that important. Really, it's just Russia.
It's because of how important it is to Russia.
Oh,
what's confusing me is
No,
like
there's a statement in the chat, a question in the chat that actually I think begs an answer. The question is, why is every Israeli also pro-Ukraine war? The answer to that question is because Israel was formed right after World War II. Israel as a country existentially understands what the end of a world war looks like. And they don't want another one. And they understand, in their bones, they understand that if Russia is stopped now, they're not going to escalate, versus allowing them to get a quote unquote win in Ukraine will encourage them to continue their aggression.
Yeah.
If
Also,
there's also
hang on, what Phil says, Total War also involves conscription of every capable body. Yeah, Phil, they're on their 5th wave of conscription now. They did 150,000, then it was 300,000, then it was 300,000, then it was 150,000, and they didn't meet that last goal because they didn't have enough people. They're on their 5th wave, and I believe their goal is 150,000 again.
Just to add to Dave's point, Israel is full of people, enough people that understand that Russia is totally evil. On that note, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys. Thank you,
Good night.
Sam.
Night Boulder.
Just by the way, Golda, you are in Eastern like me. I know this. So it's 6:30 in the morning, and you're
I was at work the whole day. I didn't get home till 3 a.m.
Hang on. Phil, the reason it would count as total war is right now Russia's at a 1.8% unemployment rate. Every single able-bodied Russian is in the war effort in some capacity. They are literally pushing every single 1.8%. They are so low that every single person is in the war effort. So they're in the war effort. They're actively yoinking people up from these factories to fill conscription waves. They are in total war. Their supply chains are stretched. Their production capacity, even with all the people, is reduced. We've seen a 40% reduction in smog over cities. Able bodies aren't everyone.
And the best part is, who are they fighting? They're fighting a not even a near peer power that's being supported with Western
20-plus-year-old bullshit.
Yeah, 2-3 generations before the stuff that we actually use to defend ourselves. This is why Russia is a paper tiger. All they have is nukes, and I mean, it's not a small thing, but it doesn't give them capacity to actually take over if we don't let them.
And Phil, you said able bodies aren't everyone. Phil, we've actively seen that they're sending everyone who's still injured back to the front lines. There's videos coming out of Russia right now of them literally beating soldiers because they refuse to leave their hospital beds to go back to their units to go back on assault waves.
God.
There was a video that got released a couple weeks ago where 2 Russians who just got out of the hospital showed up to their headquarters and were told, hey, you're going back to your unit on the front lines, and they refused. So what did the Russian officers do? They literally beat the men until they broke one of their spines. Way to go. Now they're going back to the hospital. That'd be like saying everybody...
That sounds like Gaza logic.
No, Phil, I'm saying every single person is involved in the war effort in some capacity because they still have to have people to manufacture the goods. Everyone, able-bodied and non-able-bodied, is in the war effort in some way right now. They are in total war.
Is it possible, I've seen movies, to blow up Russia's nukes while they're still in their silos?
Not really. There's too many of them. They're too spread out.
Not to mention they're also in different countries.
I mean,
Guys, if we could just remember to tap the like.
Oh yeah, we've had 5,000 views and we're only at 34,000 likes. What's going on here? We're at 170 viewers. Drop a follow. Join the team. Join the team. Any money I make off this shit, by the way, goes directly to Ukrainian soldiers of the front line. I'm about to pay $200 in a couple hours to ship another box off to Ukraine of supplies needed for electronic warfare.
Just to answer that question about during the Cold War, the Russians made it damn near impossible to do that, while the U.S. invested in hardened bunkers for most of their land-based stuff, i.e. ICBMs underground. First of all, Russia has the largest land mass of any country on the planet, even after the USSR, it still has the largest. So what they have is, for a lot of their stuff, they have mobile launchers, meaning that they're big-ass trucks that just drive around all over that huge landmass, and they could set up within 90 minutes to an hour. They could launch their weapon. So you can't find it. You don't know where it is. Even with all the satellite coverage that may or may not be there, we don't know. It's all sneaky squirrel shit. How are you going to get to it? It's impossible. I mean, if you knock
what
out,
I'm saying is there's still a signal, right?
I'm sorry.
There's still a signal to those, right? Like if we have
I don't know this for a fact, but the theory is a lot of them are on dead man switches, meaning that if they don't get a signal, they launch. If they don't get a signal for a long enough period of time, they launch.
Okay, Dave, I have a question.
That seems dumb.
Sure.
Okay. This might be like a stupid question. But my brain is working at like 2% right now because it's like 6:30 in the morning for me. So
it's 6:30 in the morning for me too. What are you on the East Coast?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop, guys. See you later.
Why are you leaving?
Week. Well, I gotta this
Ah,
question and then
excuse
I gotta
me,
go
I
because
asked
I
you a
gotta get.
question.
What's your question, LA?
All right. Well, my main question was, if you can't push them too far because then they'll use the nukes.
Yes.
But if you allow them to continue, they will just continue their aggression into other countries. How do you stop them?
Bleed them. You basically bleed them slow. That's why. Look, I as a Jewish person whose grandparents are from Ukraine, I have no love for either the Ukrainian people or the Russian people. Their history of anti-Semitism is absolutely terrible. The day after the invasion, I was talking to my father. I've told this story
Hang on, Dave. Hey, you little fucking Muslim Nazi in my chat. I'm not Jewish. Get fucked. Hope your country turns to rebel. Oh, wait, not a country.
Anyway, so I was talking to my dad, and we're talking about Russia and Ukraine. And mind you, we have friends in both Russia and Ukraine. And my dad said, Russians killing Ukrainians, huh? The bottom line is on a geopolitical basis, the way that it has been happening is the only way to deal with it. His ego, and now he can't stop the war because, as Sam said, if he stops the war, his entire population is going to be out of work, which means that he's got a problem. So, and his only option is to continue this slow bleed because it keeps him in power. It keeps the population.
The way you would stop them immediately before the slow bleed, you would bleed out one critical component of a supply chain or a personnel chain. In which case, Ukraine's trying to do get rid of their oil, similar to what we did with Japan in World War II. Before we even got involved, we cut off their oil in entirety. Japan was so fucked on oil because we cut them off to the point that towards the end of World War II, Japan was screwed whether we kicked their ass or not. We didn't realize how effective it was, but when Japan finally surrendered, they didn't have much oil left. They only had a couple months of oil left, and they were barely able to run their navy anymore as it was.
They didn't have a navy.
Sounds like we need to teach Ukraine how to.
Wait, hang on. They've already done that. Someone just booby trapped a bunch of FPV drone headsets. If you pay attention, what is a really good argument? Yeah, got that. Phil. Is there any indication that Russia wants to go to war with NATO, like any rallying or shit? Dude, their Russian state media constantly talks about going to war with NATO all the fucking time.
Hold on.
They openly talk. Putin has openly stated himself that he thinks that this former Soviet nations should have never been free and that they should still be part of the Soviet Union, and he wants to rebuild the former glory of the Soviet Union. He stated this multiple times himself on state television.
Just unalive Putin.
Well, good luck. Good luck.
You could just like lure him out or something.
Here's
Whoa,
the
I
answer.
had a great idea, but I can't say it in English.
Yeah, here's the answer to that. Why do
Wait,
people
Dave, do you
think
speak
that-
Hebrew?
No, I only speak Russian.
Damn it. Ellie, do you speak Russian?
I don't speak Russian, but you could.
Damn it.
Anushka speaks Russian, but not.
Anushka, do you speak Hebrew and Russian?
Also, Captain, as someone else in TikTok chat pointed out, you were right. Thank you, Nick. Russia's justification for their people to rally them against war with NATO is they've essentially told the Russian population, we're already at war with NATO. They have basically said, NATO is funding Ukraine. They're supporting Ukraine. We are fighting NATO. So to the Russian people, if Russia actually went to war with NATO, it's no different than it already was.
Yeah. And as far as Putin's intentions, during his interview with Tucker, he actually said, which is a wild statement by any Russian who was educated when he was educated, which is right after World War II. His statement was that Poland was the reason that World War II happened. Poland is a NATO member. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he blamed the people that got invaded.
Yeah.
Dave, what if someone were to like low key lure Putin out, and then you know how? Okay, I don't want to say this in English because I don't want to out anyone.
Just text it to me.
Okay, I'll text it to you. 1 second.
Yeah, it's. What do you think? What do you? LA, you're not sharing state secrets.
Hang on. Let's see what.
I might be. You never know.
They all just text it to me. Hurry up.
Hold on, Denise. He didn't say 100 billion vanished. What he said was we got 75 billion, but we were allocated 175 billion, and you could look to see that the other 100 billion was simply not sent. We haven't sent them the stuff that was allocated for them to be sent. There's a whole last website, which I can tell by looking in Sam's eyes. He's bringing up. There it is.
Hey, Denise, the Ukraine Oversight Committee website, you can go to literally all of this. You can scroll down here. This is publicly available. Fuck, you can even see the investigations publicly of accused corruption and money embezzlement. But you can go to the funding and you could see that the money has been allocated. It just hasn't been spent. What Zelensky was saying was, you told me I could have 175 billion. Why the fuck won't you give me the last 100? You've been fucking trickling me down bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving until you respond because I need an excuse to avoid going out to the cold. Enjoy the sub-freezing temperature. It is sub-freezing. Wait, is it not freezing where you are, Phil? I know you're south of me, but is it not freezing for you?
All right, Sam, I got to drop it.
But
check your text.
I'm looking at it right now. Both sides have been trying that with each other already, Laurel. They've been doing that since the beginning of the war.
I'm not. I wouldn't.
Dave, she was asking if people could infiltrate each other's circles and just assassinate the leader.
Yeah. Oh no, they've been trying to do that for the longest time. Yeah.
It's 12.
You know how we've been doing it for but we've been successful at it for a long time.
No, yeah, but it's the difference between
not like us.
The difference.
Holy fuck! It's fucking 13 degrees outside. What the fuck?
Dave, just hire some Jews.
LA, the difference between infiltrating, the inner circle of Lebanon and the inner circle of Putin it's a completely different.
For those who don't know, it's
Did you hear about what happened in Iran?
it's negative 11 degrees Celsius for my European friends.
Dave, you know that they set up in Iran, which is pretty hard to get into. The leader of the anti-Mossad agency,
Liron, you have no idea the depths of Putin's inner circle and how regularly they swap people out because of even just a hint of, he looked at me wrong today. I said something and he looked at me weird. Like, let's say Putin, let's say you just happen, Putin, who was a KGB member, let's say you just, you always support Putin, but today he says something about Ukraine deserved it. And you just happen to be making a weird face at the time. And he goes, wow, that was a weird reaction to when I said Ukraine deserved it. Off with his head.
LA.
You now fall out of a window and cease to exist. Or Liron, Putin's main political opponent, do you know what he died? What the official Russian government statement of what he died of was, Liron?
He fell.
What?
He died of sudden death syndrome.
That and he died he died in a Russian jail
on a walk. He was outside on a walk and just sudden death syndrome.
Died in a Russian jail of sudden death. I mean, how wild
Everybody
is that?
knows that you could catch sudden death syndrome at any minute.
Yeah, Liron.
This is the people that made a gulag out of an asbestos mine.
Liron, there is a list that The Guardian has of people who have fallen out of windows in Russia just since 2022.
Jesus.
Defenestration or gravatic acceleration is an actual. It's almost like it's a pandemic in Russia. Gravatic acceleration.
I thought I came up with something life changing. I don't know.
Sorry, no. The man is so fucking paranoid. it is. I'm amazed that he allowed Carlson as close to him as he did for the interview.
Yeah, Lerone,
No, you remember
it's
how the
been proven a
dictator
lot
of,
of his it's been proven a lot of his public meetings, Lerone, since the war started have been body doubles. One of his body doubles
No, but
died.
you know the North Korean dictator that was gonna take over, and his brother assassinated him. Kim Jong Un's brother. He assassinated him by convincing two women that they were doing a YouTube prank, and then they rubbed.
Throwing a powder in his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they rubbed it on his eyes.
No, they
and then
literally
he
just threw
died.
it. They literally just threw it in his face.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No,
I
look at it.
Actually,
Look at the case.
Wait,
These two women were told they were doing YouTube pranks, and they went to his brother who took his son to Disney World because they were afraid he was gonna modernize North Korea too much and make it not a dictatorship. That they rubbed it on his eyes. No, it was his brother at the airport.
This was the
And
airport. Yeah, this is
he
the
died
airport.
immediately afterwards because it was toxic, and they didn't know, and they went to prison for it. Something like that.
Yeah, no, they were Dave.
would
They
have
were
to
they were
get
convinced. They were
even
convinced to be agents. They were useful idiots. She's right. They were convinced they
Oh.
were doing a YouTube prank, but it was literally Lerone. They literally just threw it in his face. It got in his eyes, but they literally just threw it
I
in his
will
face.
find you the thing.
By
I'm
blinking,
I've seen
that
it.
would be
No,
rubbed it on his
Lerone, I've seen the video. They literally just threw it in his face. It still got in his
the
eyes.
Blinking is probably what they meant.
I think it was in oil. Hold on.
Oh my god, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's not really
It's
important.
like so deep into the weeds.
Yeah,
Isn't that a movie with Seth Rogen?
I mean, it demonstrates the sheer level of insanity that we're in right now. I mean, the last time I remember there were assassinations during the Cold War was when the Soviets, I don't remember who it was, but they had the guy with the umbrella assassination. You remember?
Yeah,
that,
it was
right, Sam?
it was Kim Jong Nam, and they thought it was baby lotion. They rubbed it on his face.
I've seen the video. They just threw it in his face. They didn't physically rub it. I've seen the video.
Okay, then the report that I read was wrong.
It's probably a
It happened.
translation.
Maybe, I don't know.
It
Anyway,
got in his
long
face.
story short, something
we
like
know.
that would be great.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in Russia.
Even
he never travels.
No,
It
no,
doesn't-
Lerone. He
listen,
only
they have a
travels.
plan for
Yeah,
everything.
he only travels to specifically allies of Russia. Lerone, he's so paranoid that when he was supposed to go to South Africa for a BRICS conference, South Africa is a part of the ICC. South Africa said to the ICC, "Hey, can we just not arrest Putin? We really don't want to." And they said no. And the ICC and South Africa went to Putin. They're like, "Hey, the ICC said we have to arrest you." And he goes, "If you even threaten to arrest me, I will literally nuke you." Like he threatened to nuke an ally.
Well, I mean, look,
my
hold on. Sam, we have the same policy here. It wasn't nuking, but we have the same policy.
Well, that's what I'm
regarding
saying. He immediately went to nuke.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, the other, by the way, and this is something I was talking with
Don't
somebody
tell him you're
yesterday.
arresting him when he shows up. Just get some random.
They didn't know. They didn't even say they were going to enforce it. They didn't even say they were going to enforce it. They just said, "Hey, the ICC says we have to do it."
Can I just explain something? Ellie Zionist, how often have you played chess in your life?
Actually, I used to be really good at chess.
Great. So you understand like how when you're playing chess, you're always thinking of like, okay, if I make this move, this is the moves they're going to make. If I make this move, this is that is how they live their entire existence. They have already thought out every possible move. That's how Russians operate.
They're not that smart. Anushka, they're not that smart.
But they have the fail-safe for every scenario. If X happens, Y happens. If Y happens, Z happens. If A happens,
I'm not
G
saying their
happens.
answers are smart.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that
it
they
doesn't
have an
have to be smart, but they have an answer for everything.
And they're
They've
extreme.
thought of every angle, and there's always a response for it, even if it's a dumb one.
They are very,
Think
they are
like
very
3 or
paranoid.
4 years ahead when it comes to this stuff.
Lerone,
Mm.
no.
What? So you're saying I have to wait till the fart dies?
Yep.
Yes.
Yay.
I'm really upset.
And
that Big
then
C
we
did
hope
that
that
when he
someone
showed
else
himself.
worse doesn't take over. Because guess what, Lerone? His best opposition, the one who had the most public support, arguably equal to Putin, openly wanted a Russian white ethno-state and was okay with attacking Ukraine harder.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no good in that country. The only thing that the world can do if they really want to get rid of it is ignore it until it whittles on the vine. The problem is that they're just so big with so many natural resources that there's way too much to gain from countries trading with them in oil and other natural resources. That's the problem.
Who cooks for him?
Country had if that country.
Wait, who cook? Hey, Dave, you're like this is. Ellie, did you say who cooks for him?
Yeah.
Prigozhin cooked for him. Prigozhin, the leader of Wagner, who then had a little coup attempt, and then guess what happened to him?
Yeah.
His plane blew
Sudden
up.
death syndrome.
No, Liron, his plane blew up over Russian territory.
That was an accident.
Jesus
Prigozhin was actually his nickname was Putin's chef for years.
Wait, does the chef have to eat the meal first? Seriously?
No, Ellie, his plane. It wasn't an accident. His plane actually was shot down over Russia with the entirety of Wagner's chain of command on it.
I know. I remember that. But do we know who literally makes his food?
Dude probably fucking buys microwave meals because he can't trust anyone. I don't know.
No, apparently, according to UFC Fan 1, the chef has to eat it first.
Probably. That wouldn't be
I
surprising.
surprised, yeah. I don't know.
It seems like the only point of failure. If it
Guys, tap the screen. Do the fan club heart thing. I don't know how this. Just do the
Someone
thing,
else just said
guys.
He has a food taster always.
Do the thing. I don't fucking know.
Here. Say thank you to me later.
For what?
I'm liking your live.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys are funny.
Someone said no in chat. Fuck you.
Hello.
Hey, Evie.
Hey, I think that I was just about to write. I think that he's so paranoid that even if he feels a bit sick, his chef falls out of the window.
Seriously? I'm sorry.
I think that's the feeling I get from.
Someone in YouTube chat says, "What about more sanctions?"
I think we should send some of the girls from the Bob House over to these dictatorship and authoritarian regimes, because I feel like if these men got laid more often, they'd be a little bit more relaxed.
I can guarantee you they get laid very often.
Dang it, and they're still like that?
Liron, they traffic women.
I didn't say that their partners are
Oh,
doing
never
it
mind.
willingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like the leaders of Russia make Epstein look like a child.
Yeah, no.
I don't think, Liron, I don't think you realize how fucked up of a place Russia is. They're living their best lives. And did you hear my stats on Russia earlier, Liron? How the rest of Russia lives?
No.
There's 3 nice cities in Russia. Everything else is shit. 26% of Russia doesn't have access to toilets. 55% of rural Russia doesn't have access to running water. 63% of Russia doesn't have access to hot water. Russia is a third world shithole.
Yeah, Laverne,
I love that I know nothing about Russia.
when you have a moment, just to understand what kind of power the current oligarchs wield, never mind Putin, look up Lavrenti Beria. Beria. First name Lavrenti, Leverenti.
Sam, spell it for me in the text.
Dave, put it in the chat.
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
So if we do nuke those 3 cities, Russia falls apart completely, right?
As much as I would like that, probably not.
It's in the chat.
Thank you, screenshotting.
Yeah, Wikipedia. Just
No,
read
yeah,
about that.
I need to look into this. To be
Okay,
honest, I
hey,
don't know much about
I'm going to
Russia.
play a game here. I'm going to play a game I like to play on Google Maps. It's called drop yourself on Street View and walk around until you find something not shitty.
Why is it so
Hang on,
big?
hang on.
Jesus Christ.
Whoop! Random place in Russia.
That's
They
cute.
have a road. Look, a gas station. Go.
Oh,
see what
wow.
kind of-
Maybe it's not shitty. Oh, never mind. I
Do
stand
they
corrected.
have-
I stand corrected.
Red Bull?
I stand corrected.
No, this isn't bad.
What the fuck is that?
It's just a ugly little.
Looks like Canada.
We are in
Although to be fair, Canada's also a shit.
Saransk, Mordovia Republic. What in the fuck is this gas station? Oh, I didn't mean to go in the gas station. Hey, what a nice bathroom.
That's supposedly a first world country.
Hang on, let's do it again. Hang on. Let's no, I want to get out of this. Okay, let's do
Zohan, am I wrong, or does this not
Oh
look like
God,
Canada?
where are we? What the fuck?
I think you
Look
should
at
go
that
more to
Soviet,
the rural
apartment building.
places.
What the
because
fuck is?
there's less density. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, this looks so much like Canada. Like if I didn't see the Russian, I
Yeah,
would think-
Canada's a shithole.
And that's literally what I just said.
We
Yeah,
have a
it's-
Canadian in the
Oh, yeah.
chat that's like yes and no.
And rural
Yeah,
rural
Zohan's
Russia.
lying to you, okay? Canada's a shithole.
Why is this rural city nicer than fucking outside of Moscow? Jesus Christ.
This is
Looks
nice.
nicer than Toronto.
That is nicer
Okay,
than
let's
Toronto.
go. Let's go rural Russia. Let's see what's going on
Dude,
out here.
I went to a movie theater the other day.
Oh, where the fuck
and there
are
was
we?
a box to discard
Oh
your
God, I
needles.
love Soviet buildings. I love Soviet fucking architecture. It's so fucking shitty.
To be fair,
Oh, I hate
it
brutalism
looks
so
a bit
much.
like Israel buildings.
No, it doesn't.
If Israel's buildings look like
All-
this,
all-
I'm sorry.
all
You guys need to
buildings in Israel
unfuck yourself.
Are
Achoti, they're
all-
fixing it now. Those buildings are from the 40s. They're fixing it. They're upgrading it for free for us. לא בתל אביב, אבל...
Wait, hold on. Why was it all
במקומות
shitty
אחרות-
and then it got repainted? Did they fucking do that shit again where they had Google rescan it? Ah, what a bunch of fucking douche. Let's see. Why are there just random little specks out here? What? Who the fuck's on a random?
Beautiful.
Yeah, the countryside's beautiful. No one said it isn't.
So pick a shitty one.
Wait, is that
You said
Google
I'm gonna
Maps,
click
like,
till I
just
find
on-
one that looks
Liron,
like shit. So far they're all nice.
No. What the fuck you talk about?
They're
from
like
Canada.
average
She
and
doesn't know
that
what
was
house is.
pretty. That looked like a
I
cottage.
think your standard is pretty shitty.
That's fair.
Oh hey.
That's
Yeah,
more
that-
like
that's
it. Yes,
nice, like
here
a
we
Why does
go.
that window have trash bags?
Here we go. I'm excited.
What the fuck is that?
That's your typical landfill.
That's not
That
no.
looks like
That's not a
a-
landfill.
Okay, scroll
It
in on the
looks like,
green thing. The green thing looks fascinating.
Construction
I want to see the architecture.
That's just trash. It's like the civilians made a landfill.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
Oh
this?
my god. An entire
this
building
Gary
with no
Indiana?
windows.
But the bus stop looks nice.
Actually, the bus stop looks the nicest.
By the way,
thing around there.
Liron, here's how shitty Russia is. They like to give everything the landlord special, where they repaint over everything. So like in Mariupol, the city that they fucking decimated, they took the Ukrainian trolley cars and repainted them in Russian colors and then said, "Look, we gave them brand new trains." But they were the exact same trains.
In Ukraine or in Russia?
In Ukraine, in Mariupol.
That's what?
Torque.
What does that even mean?
I don't fucking know, but it says torque.
You can read acrylic.
Acrylic?
Isn't that what it's called?
You mean Cyrillic?
In Russian?
What did I say?
You said acrylic, like paint.
There's a difference?
Yo, we're gonna break him. Okay, show us.
No,
more
look right
deci-
there. It says torque. It says it in English letters.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
person
they
in the
meant
chat,
torque.
Close enough.
Here, now watch. Let me show you what the center of Moscow looks like, though, because the center of Moscow looks. Actually, wait. Where's fucking what was the name of Stalingrad? What did they rename it to? Is it Leningrad?
I don't know. Just click something.
Hang on. I want to show you a specific area.
What's the question?
What did they rename Stalingrad to again?
Stalingrad, Volgograd? No, not Volgograd.
St. Petersburg? Some people
No,
already.
it's-
No.
No.
St. Petersburg was Leningrad.
Volgograd.
Yeah.
What the?
Putingrad.
What is that?
A restaurant?
The last good thing to come out of Russia was Tetris. Hang on, where's?
If Tiger's requesting, he's Ukrainian.
I don't know. I think there's a
he
couple of
reads
like.
Cyrillic as well. If you want to bring him up.
There's no one in the request.
I think torque is like I was here type thing. Someone said. Really? They just write torque. That's interesting. In English, torque is spelled differently, but it means like
Oh, Volograd. Fuck, I'm stupid.
click.
What's the situation with Chernobyl?
Okay.
Are we still?
Oh, it's on fire
still
still. Still on fire. So this city, Liron, they redo the roads every year, but they only redo one road. The road that Putin drives on his way to the ceremony to commemorate the end of World War II.
Huh?
Because that's the
No,
road
I
that the
got it,
media
I
is
got
on.
it. I'm just confused why he's commemorating World War II when he's a war criminal.
Because Russia teaches that they were the ones that won the war, that nobody did anything else, that they were the ones to stop the Nazis. They teach that Lend-Lease didn't exist and that America did nothing, and that we fought Germany because Russia made it easier for us.
So the entire world calls it World War II. In Russian, well, for Russians, they've called it since Soviet times the Great Patriotic War.
What the fuck?
It is the proudest moment in Russian history. Yeah, I think that would be valid. In the entirety of Russian history.
That they did one minorly right thing one
Well,
time.
here's
in
Yeah,
their
when
life.
they started out the war on the other side, by the way.
Yeah,
No, hold on. I was going to say, but they did it for the wrong reasons.
Well, not only that, see, what they don't teach their people and what they don't allow in their media is the is the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Do they tell them that they kept Jews in gulags?
They don't care.
They don't care. You have to, LA, you have to understand. I don't know if you were up before when the Russians invaded Ukraine and when shit kicked off. I was talking to my dad. Remember, Soviet Jews, okay? And he says to me, "Russians killing Ukrainians." That was his reaction.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, it's like it's like
During
okay.
World War II, they occupied half of it, and the other half was German. No.
Where is the big World War II monument in?
That was the pact. That was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Yeah, they made a deal.
Yeah, they made a deal.
I'll take this half. You take the other half.
Yep, that was, and one of the many reasons why the Poles hate Russia with a burning passion.
Yep.
They would hate the Germans, except the Germans since World War II have been saying we fucked
Sam,
up.
I'm about to text you. I'm gonna drop a bomb on you that I never told you. Hold on.
This
you're
is
gonna die.
this is one of the main monuments for World War II in Russia.
Yeah. Where is it?
Mamayev Hill.
I don't even know where that is.
It's in Volograd. It's the famous battle where there was a castle. It was one of the turning points in the Battle of Stalingrad.
Hey, kid.
Go that way. No, how did I get closer?
Yeah.
Sam, do not tell anyone what I just wrote you, okay?
Okay. I mean, it's not surprising though.
Isn't it?
No, that's Liron. That was that was a very, very normal thing.
I know, but it's like a little, like very young.
Okay.
Anyway.
So this is in front of the statue because the statue's way over here. They make this road nice once a year. They repave the road. They do all the fucking street lines, everything. It's funny because you know it's about to happen too, because all the Russians start posting about our city looks nice again, but just this road. They even put up, I'm not kidding, I shit you not. Okay, let me see if I can figure out where it is. Hang on. Where does the rural area start? So somewhere around here where they travel from Moscow to get here, they actively... Did you ever see The Truman Show?
Yeah, I have.
No, Liron.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how like the outskirts of it is the fake wall?
Yes.
Yeah, they do that. On the side of the road, they will cover the shitty houses with fake painted houses.
What?
It's so that when Putin's motorcade drives through and the cameras are filming him driving by, it doesn't look shitty.
Jesus.
Like the civilians have posted videos of themselves erecting these things on Twitter.
What a shithole.
Yeah.
It is indeed a shithole.
Damn. What the fuck?
Liron, the average monthly household income right now, the average Russian grocery cost right now per week per individual person is about $100 US. The average Russian household income is $162 US.
Oh my, wait, how long has it been like this?
A bit.
Quite a while.
Oh wait, hang on.
How long? Like
The guy who brought up Poland is based. Tell him right now. Dave, you are based, is what I'm being told to tell you.
Thank you.
Wait, how long? Before or after communism?
Oh, no. Oh, during you want to hear communism? I'll tell you communism. Okay.
No, I mean before or after they introduced communism.
Oh no, it's been like this forever. For absolutely ever. Here's the best way I can explain to you how Russia worked, at least during communist times, is tell you the story of my family. So when we were in Latvia, we were in Riga. This was far away from Moscow, from the center of the country, and really close to Europe. So the standard of living was actually higher there, as high, if not higher there, than it was in Moscow. During, this, we're talking about the 70s here. So my family, my dad, he was a butcher. That made him one of the wealthiest people in the city because he had access to a commodity. He was wealthier than doctors. The only people who were wealthier than him and had access to more stuff were the politicians. We had a personal car, which was unheard of. It was a shitty jig, but that's what it was. Nobody had access to a car because, first of all, you had to bribe somebody to get access to actually buy one. And then if you were going to buy one, I think the average annual salary in the Soviet Union at the time was maybe 5,000 rubles a year, average Soviet salary. The cost of the vehicle was 15,000 rubles. So first you had to bribe somebody just to be able to find a car that you can buy, and then you had to get 3 years worth of salary to actually buy one. My father basically sold meat under the table that made him richer than probably 85% of the Russian public, of the Soviet public. Yeah, that's how that system worked. How bass-ackward that system was.
Hang on, Liron, Liron, you want to hear something funny that Russia also did?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
What's up?
Let's talk about the Jewish homeland that Russia tried to create in Eastern Russia.
No, Golden told me about this.
Well, this was under the SARS. This was SARS stuff.
Yeah, but it's still Russia.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Because it still exists today.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. The Pale of Settlement was a Tsarist idea to give the Jews now, mind you, the Tsars, depending upon which one you're talking about, were either kind of anti-Semitic and incredibly anti-Semitic, right? So it was.
Wait, hang on. Someone in chat says, "Spend all of the money you want. Palestine will be free." Is this before or after the rubble is, more rubbly?
Yeah, Palestine. The what do we call it? Narnia now? Is it Narnia? Is it Middle Earth?
I call it rubble.
Do they have dragons yet?
Oh, okay. Thanks for coming up, Anushka. Oh, Bob. By the way, the 30 Yahtzees was just in one stream so far.
Let's go. Well, I mean, he's counting them a little bit more than usual because he's counting them before they even come up.
Yeah, I always count them before they come up, Dave.
Oh, I thought usually you.
I count them. I count them both on the chat and in the chat.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so they created this place where they could put us all in one. The idea. Oh yeah, you'll get a homeland. Great, so we can all be there in one place. Wasn't a great idea. It didn't go very far, but it's still around.
Just to update everyone about the hostage bodies, we're waiting about 4 to 24 hours until we have confirmation. But they have
Wait, Sam, would you have guessed that about me or no?
If you had told me where, that I probably could have guessed all of this.
Wow.
Lerone, I don't think you realize how powerful your story is like normal for that region.
That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna call you after this. Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
You're okay. Yeah, so we're waiting 4 to 24 hours for them to give us an update on the hostages. They did open up the caskets in the car to make sure there wasn't boom booms hiding inside. But they didn't check the bodies, from my understanding.
So it's them?
They can't say, even if they look.
I know someone
they
yeah.
think they can't say until they get forensic proof.
רגע, שנייה, אז הם לא יודעים, אבל הם לא יודעים אם זה, כאילו, הילד, התינוק הוא יותר מדי, the baby's too young to check his dental records or anything.
Yeah, but you have DNA.
וואו, עכשיו אנחנו צריכים לראות אם זה הוא או לא.
They're going to compare the DNA to the father.
Yo,
And the mother, and the body of the mother.
Wow, this is killing me.
I like how they've got a bunch of $3,000 drones flying around, by the way.
I love how apparently first of all, there's a lot of civilians.
They got a whole printing press industry, too.
Apparently,
and all those buildings in the background, I thought we destroyed everything.
According to the soldier who opened up, he said the lock wasn't actually locked. It was the wrong keys, but it wasn't actually locked.
Dude,
they gave the wrong keys?
Yeah, they gave the wrong keys. They gave him a set of keys that wasn't the right one.
Yo, this whole story's really fucking with me. I'm just gonna...
Warner, they're saying
how long does DNA testing take? Oh, DNA tests are illegal in Israel, so never.
No, I think he's referring to the.
No, I know. I'm just fucking irritated.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to know what story Laura is talking about, because you guys are talking between yourselves. What is she talking about? What is the wild story that she's talking about?
No, I can't tell you. I'll text you, Dave.
Wait, why not?
You could DM me there, but I don't think you have my. Here, I'm gonna follow you. I don't think you have my.
I'll follow you back.
Yeah.
I want to know. I'm kidding. It's fine.
Because Sam,
Irene, I would like to show these, but some of these would get me. Irene, I would like to show these. Very typical of Russia being very pro, even H-ban and pro invading other countries. But
the one thing
these
that
images would get me
Russians will
banned.
The one thing that Russians will never be is pro Adolf. They will never be pro Adolf.
Oh, no.
I'm talking about in public. I'm sure there are plenty of neo schmazis there, but I'm talking about their public media. That is their entire identity is we won World War II. So that's the one thing that's the one place they won't go.
Nope, I've got plenty of Russians who've done it. What's up, Bjorn?
Did you see the guy that just joined the chat?
What? Do you need to handle it?
No, well, it's just funny. I think you'll find it funny.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning.
It was Trump's saggy something.
Sam, can you hear me? Am I live?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, cool. No. So I just wanted to comment because we're talking about Russia and their public image and all of that stuff, and I'm actually from the USSR.
Hey, so's Dave.
From Odessa in 1989. So my family is from there. Yeah, there's plenty of neo schmazis there, and they do it publicly.
There are now. I'm talking about their state media. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, that's a different. Okay, you didn't specify, you dick.
I thought I did. I thought
no.
I did. No, I thought I did. No, their state media will never, because it's part of the public Russian identity is that we won World War II and the Germans were the enemy and the leader of the Germans is evil and all that. And in fact, one of the things that during the Soviet times, one of the ways that the Soviets would propagandize against NATO was look at how many former schmazis are in the West German government.
Yeah.
They would get on all the time in the 50s, 60s, 70s, even into the 80s about how West Germany did not denazify. And they did.
Yeah. No. State media is a completely different story. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But their state
trust
media
me.
is corrupt BS. So I mean, it's the same thing as listening to North Korean crap.
Yeah, pretty much. A little bit more entertaining. But yeah, that's about it.
Sam, I will own up to it. So I mean, it's not over yet. I still have hope, but since before the election and the entire election, I was screaming that Trump was going to be with Ukraine based on X, Y, Z. I seem to be 100% wrong on that.
Did you hear what he said today?
No.
He said Zelensky only has a 4% approval rating. That's not true. It's about 60%. He said Zelensky's a dictator. He said Zelensky won't allow elections. Both of those are false. He said Ukraine started the war. And he said that Ukraine is stealing money. He said Zelensky's stealing money. And he said that the U.S. provided $200 billion more than any other country when we haven't even provided $200 billion.
But you know what? Trump is just a rage baiter.
No, he's no, Effie, this is not, there is no excuse for this. It was a blatant, every single one of those was a blatant lie and directly a talking point from the Kremlin. This wasn't rage bait. These were talking points that literally came directly from the Kremlin.
So, Effie, here's the bottom line. And I had this conversation with my dad actually yesterday. He still doesn't believe this. But, so first of all, 2 of his 3 wives are Eastern European.
No, I'm not. I'm not pro-Trump. Okay.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
But
we're not saying that.
We're talking about how many connections he has. So the first time he went to Russia was in the 80s. This is the Soviet Union. When he came back, he took out $100,000 ad.
200,000.
Times.
200. It was $100,000 each article in 2 separate magazines.
Yes. Basically, they were ads urging the United States to leave NATO. This is during the Cold War. This guy has been either a useful idiot or an active asset since the fucking 80s.
Hey, JM in chat, where has the little comedian from Ukraine hid the billions? Show me where any money has disappeared, please. Yeah, sorry, Dave. I'm just irritated.
No. That's all. He has been a Russian asset.
Yeah, but I think it's part of
forever.
his strategy to get you riled up. What do you think?
No, I'm not riled up. At this point, there's no riling up anymore. It's expected. No one expected anything else. This has been his brand for the longest time.
No, I will disagree with that. Plenty of us expected more. We expected better based on some of the things we saw in his last presidential term. Unfortunately, it's become very disappointing. The one thing I will say, and I pray because I need to pray for my former country, is that since he started going this route, Europe has stepped up. In the last 2 days, they pledged to be close to $734 billion going in aid towards Ukraine and military supplies. But maybe it will make Europe tougher.
For the person in chat that asked about going further into Trump being connected since the 80s, look at this article from The Guardian. It's called "The Perfect Target: Russia Cultivated Trump as Asset for 40 Years." From ex-KGB spies, and it goes over everything from his first trip to Moscow to him literally being quartered around by KGB agents with Russian oligarchs and all the things, and how every single time he has anything to do with Russia, magically he learns some new talking point that's anti-American. The perfect target: Russia cultivated Trump as asset for 40 years.
That's wild. But to be fair, I'm kind of annoyed with the U.S. because it's kind of, I don't understand it, how they fought the Yazidis in World War II, and yet they still allow this ideology to be spread around in the US under the guise of freedom of speech.
It's not under the guise. In the United States, the First Amendment is damn near absolute, which is one of the wildest things. Again, now you're talking about internal US stuff. And I understand anybody who comes from a country that actually has some restrictions on hate speech.
But I
The
think,
US has almost none.
Yeah,
The US
that's
is almost
my
none.
point though.
I know.
It's you shouldn't put hate speech under freedom of speech. It's not
I get
supposed
it.
to be there. It's like
You're Israeli, and I understand. And I've had this conversation with Germans. I've had this conversation with French people, with English people, and they find it wild that we allow it. But yeah, we do. I mean,
I think it shouldn't be though.
oh no, I get you. I get you. But here's
There
where
is
you
a
want to
limit where
you want to hear hypocrisy there. This is again one of those.
שמי, אם זה
What?
נגד מוסלמים,
No,
אז
hang on.
סבבה.
Effie. Hate speech is free speech because hate speech is subjective.
Yeah, but
What you
here's
deem as
where-
hate speech may not be what I deem as hate speech.
Yeah, but here's where things get weird, at least as far as Trump is concerned, because we are talking about him. We are in the same country, right? And he has publicly stated that he wants to arrest journalists, that he wants to sue journalists, and that he wants to close down media platforms that haven't been friendly to him. He stated this publicly multiple times.
but you know, I'm not saying don't allow criticism.
No,
There is a difference
Effie.
between.
It's a very slippery slope. Who decides what the free speech is?
Yeah,
No!
I'm not in any way, shape, or
There's a Trudeau voter up here.
Yes, Trudeau.
Oh my, you're joking, right? The guy that
Wait,
literally.
wait. Hang on. New Democrat, so you support blackface? Twice?
You're right. That is a stain on.
What about when he brought
No,
in
it's not just a stain. It's two stains all over his face.
What about when he brought in a literal Yahtzee to the House of Congress and saluted him and then called the Conservative Party Yahtzees, even though Melissa Lantsman is literally a Jewish gay woman of descendant of 2 Holocaust survivors, in which he asked for an apology and never gave it to her? How about the $200,000 he spent taking his friends on a little
We get it.
trip
Trudeau's
on a
shitty.
private jet?
Trudeau's shitty. Okay.
Trudeau's a piece of shit.
Yes, we know. New Democrat, what's up?
Oh no! Wait, I have one more.
Oh my God, LeBron!
I have one more.
Woman,
It's very important.
stop.
What about when he wouldn't let the
was the
Yazidi
Yahtzee in
woman?
Parliament?
No. What about when he wouldn't let the Yazidi woman go on her book tour about being an SEX slave for ISIS because it would quote unquote promote Islamophobia?
Jesus Christ!
So I can answer to that, but I'm curious about the Yahtzee thing because I don't recall that. Well, like I'm sure
You can go look it up. He
They
literally
brought up
brought in a Yahtzee veteran.
Yeah, and this is one of those things I disagree with Ukraine. Ukraine's got this weird fucking thing where their country was divided in World War II because they'd just gone through a fucking genocide under the Soviets. And they're like, man, we really don't like Russia. And the Germans showed up and they're like, hey, the last time we talked to you, we were really nice to you. Do whatever I say and I'll give you a free country. And half of Ukraine went, oh, fuck yeah, bud, I'm down. And the other half went, I don't know. I'm going to go with Russia still. And then the problem is today, Ukrainians don't understand that half of their country did some really fucked up stuff, and they will support literally anyone who said, I was fighting for Ukrainian freedom, which includes people who fought on the Yahtzee side, of which one of those people was brought to Ukrainian or to Canadian Parliament and saluted. He was a literal SS member.
There's a Ukrainian hero named Bandera. Yeah, he was a freaking schmutzy.
See, I didn't know any, to be honest. I didn't know that because I know, for example, like Croatia, because when we talk about the Yugoslav war, Serbians will accuse Croatians of being low-key Yahtzees or like their nationalism is like.
Oh yeah,
yes, and
No,
Serbians
was an SS
Serbians
member.
were straight up Russians. Look, all of that entire the entire Yugoslav thing, that entire war, the hatreds there go back probably about 500 years, and they really boiled over during World War II, depending upon what side everybody took. I was speaking to somebody on this app, a trans woman who supported Trump, and I couldn't understand why until I found out she was a Serbian.
Right.
And because she was a Serbian, she hated Muslims so much that she would, with such a passion, that she would side. She would side with Trump because she hated Muslims so much because she was a Serb. And the Muslims were on the other side of a lot of things, but most recently the Yugoslav wars. Yeah.
The Turks, they even call Bosnians like Turkified Slavs, which is like offensive, right?
Oh, it's a whole thing.
Like I was saying though, the thing with the SS member that did happen, Ukraine again has a fucked up history that I understand why. I don't support it, but I understand why some Ukrainians think the way they do. Which is really weird because Zelensky's family fought on the side of the Soviets against the dude that he was showing as a Ukrainian hero. Really fucking weird. But yeah, no, they brought a former SS member who fought for the Yazidis because he signed up under the guise of Ukraine, a sovereign free Ukraine. They brought him up and was like, look, this man was willing to fight for Ukraine. It's like, dude, he was an SS member. What are you doing?
Sam,
People in the comments really rationalizing blackface. I dare you to fucking do it now.
Zelensky
himself,
even though being a Jew, was plugged in over the
Guys, shut up! Fuck! He's trying to talk.
He's saying it was normal at the time to do blackface.
No, it's not. It's not normal to do blackface.
Do it.
Again, the simple thing
Okay,
I'm saying
guys,
about
fucking
Zelensky.
stop. Everyone, stop. New divide or new Democrat. Fuck. Thinking Linkin Park songs now. Democrat, go.
Yeah, the Islamophobia thing. So I can answer that, LA. So I can tell you, Trudeau came after Harper, right? Harper served for 9 years. So the thing about Harper is he was really truly Islamophobic because he would reach out to the Ahmadi community and the Ismaili communities and like other non-Muslim kind of minorities from the Middle East, and basically just to kind of, you get where I'm going with this? Like that he hated Muslims. He was Islamophobic. He was a Christian Zionist, and he was, and he somehow liked the communities that are like
The whole point of having the Yazidi woman speak though was to show and expose
Is he
what
trying
the
to
reality.
rational-
No, hang on. The whole point of having the Yazidi woman speak unfiltered was to expose the realities of what the Islamic world did to her and her people, where there's still thousands of them missing to this day. And people don't realize it because people don't even know the Yazidis even exist. And the problem is, there's only one person that Yazidi girl will work with. There's one journalist that she will talk to, Alan Duncan, because he's been embedded with the Yazidi people. He's been embedded with the YPG and the Kurdish and the Peshmerga and all their other groups. He's been embedded over there. He is not from their people, but he is basically of their people. They like him, they trust him, and he is one of the only people she will work with. Well, the only person. He says, if you're not going to let her speak in full and you're going to filter her, you don't get her at all. So they go over what she is and isn't allowed to say. And he went, nope, you're not going to filter what she says, because they were trying to say, oh, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, don't say who had you captive, because it'll breed Islamophobia. You don't get to hide the truth just because you're afraid of the repercussions.
And let me make something super clear. If you can't differentiate ISIS from Muslims, then you're the Islamophobe, okay? Not the Yazidi woman. And the Yazidi woman who's kept as an SEX slave has every right to talk about her experience unfiltered as a literal victim of sex slavery. And I don't,
Why would you
SEX slavery. You don't get to filter someone's, oh my God, that's wild. If you're more concerned about Islamophobia that could potentially occur because someone's talking about their experience with ISIS, then you are about, like, it's absolutely wild. Trudeau is the Islamophobe for trying to make a correlation between your average, everyday, moderate Muslim and a literal T organization.
Yeah,
So
we're
I
gonna
don't know
be
why you're up here defending him like that.
And
Talking about
also,
Harper's
hang
an
on.
Islamophobe when he literally tried to conflate ISIS with the moderate Muslims living in Canada.
Hang on. To the dude in chat, Jake says, I think Ukraine and Russia need peace, and Trump is finally going to do that. No, what he's going to do is abandon Ukraine and try to force them to capitulate while parroting Russian propaganda talking points. That's not peace. That's capitulation.
By the way,
I'm with anybody. I'm actually with you, host. I think you're a nuanced guy. I don't agree with your second point. Well, it's not that I don't agree. It's
The second one is a reaction to how they paraded her. It's literally, I will fully admit, it is an emotional reaction to how they behave today. Did you see what happened with the Bebas kids?
No, what happened?
They paraded the coffins around, and the coffins they made for the children were footlockers, like military footlockers, and they put locks on them. And then they put placards on them that had BB's face saying he was the murderer and put him with the vampire fangs and put blood all over it. And they paraded them around and walked them around. And by the way, the entire crowd was full of people holding their... Hang on.
Yeah.
The entire crowd was full of people carrying their children, and they were all laughing and smiling as they paraded around dead Jewish babies. So I'm pretty fucking pissed at that.
9 months old and 5 years old. Just to make things super clear for you, the baby can't even be identified by his dental records. They now have to take a DNA from his dead body. So let's be really, really clear about what they did today.
By the way, I wanna move this conversation back just a little bit to what Effie and I were talking about what you were talking about with hate speech. I know you've been listening to the back and forth regarding Canada, Trudeau, the Yazidis, and all that.
Yeah,
that's the other
Trudeau.
side, and that's the other side of the coin. When you're talking about the limits of free speech, if you limit it, where do you limit it? Do you limit?
And who limits it?
I'll give you an example. In Israel, for example, you can't call someone a Yahtzee as a slur word.
I get it.
Who says? Hang on. Who says it's a slur?
Because
Hang on, Effie, hang on. No, hang on. Listen. Who makes that determination? Who does it?
Because it's
One person views it as hateful. One person just views it as shit talking. One person just views it as...
How can you like not say it's hateful when it's an entire ideology that is all about eradicating an entire nation?
Because every single form of language every single opinion on language is subjective. Hate speech is an opinion. You may view something as hate speech that I don't view as hate speech. Dave may view something as hate speech that I don't view as hate speech. Hate speech doesn't fucking exist except for yourself. What you view as hate speech is not what someone else views as hate speech.
Sammy, it's like really late and I have a major migraine. I'm going to
Okay.
bed. I love you.
Good
Okay.
night.
Love you. Good night.
Night,
And look,
boys.
Effie.
Love you all.
Night. Look, Effie, these are the same conversations that people sometimes have in law school. It's not a simple concept, and I understand why there's a lot of back and forth on it. And I will tell you that in practice, whenever you have any kind of laws that limit speech, inevitably someone is going to try to abuse them. That's the problem. It's inevitable. It happens all the damn time. The UK, a sheriff or a constable or some, I don't know what they call them in the UK, said publicly that because an American may shit talk somebody on X, that he thinks it violates some British laws, and because Brits get to see whatever an American posts on X, he wants to try to extradite the American who made his statement in the US to the UK to face their justice. That's a fucking wild take, but that's where it leads.
Effie, have you ever met any Jews who make Holocaust jokes just because, haha, Holocaust joke? You ever been?
We all make Holocaust jokes.
Hang on, I'm asking Effie though. Effie, do you have any Jews that you know in your life that have ever made a Holocaust joke? Effie? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I said I did plenty of
Okay.
times.
Cool. There was a man in Lanarkshire. Fucking.
No, but I'll stop you there. I'll stop you there. It's a different thing when a Jew says an internal joke to cope with something traumatic. Let me finish. But it's a different thing when someone who is not is making the same joke. It's like if you are a white person and you call someone the N-word, it's not like a black person saying the N-word. You understand?
That's still subjective.
We do, and look, Effie. Here's the problem. What you are.
Wait. I want to give an example though. Like, look, I like the example I was giving. There was a man in England who had a dog, a pug. He noticed that his dog liked to give paw, but he made it funny and would say the HH thing, Heil H-man, and the dog would do it. And it was funny. It's a fucking pug doing a salute. That's fucking hilarious.
I don't find it funny.
It's a fucking dog. It's a fucking.
But you don't find it. But see,
that's my point. I find it funny because he's literally shit posting in real life.
So why do you think that blackface is offensive?
I think it's offensive, but I think it's allowed. You can do whatever you want. You're free from the consequences from the government. You are not free from the consequences of society. That's the difference.
For example, if somebody says, "Hi, I'm a schmaltzy."
I'm sorry, I think it's hypocritical.
No, I get it, but look, I'll put it to you this way, I think. Do you agree with the ICC warrant against Bibi?
What? With what?
I asked. That's exactly the question. Do you agree with the ICC warrant against Bibi? This will take a minute. Sorry, Sam, but I think this illustrates it.
I don't.
Neither do I. The reason that I don't is because international law is a farce, and because that particular
I know where you're going.
Yeah, that particular law is not applied equally. My argument is if the ICC warrant, if the ICC was going to go after everybody, then where's the warrant for Assad? Where's the warrant for?
Yeah, I know.
Where's the warrant for Bush?
Where's the warrant? Exactly. Well, the warrant for Bush, they're afraid because the U.S. will invade.
But the concept is still there. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. What I'm saying. Yes. So the same thing is true with these kinds of free speech laws, because speech is subjective and people's reaction to it are subjective. Inevitably, the application of the law is going to be unequal. It'll be inequitable. There will be some people will be, like if a Jewish person were to make a Holocaust joke, right? If a Jewish comedian, which they do all the time, there's a whole ass documentary about whether it's appropriate to make Holocaust jokes. You should look it up. It's actually really funny because you have a whole bunch
I'm
of
sorry to all my
comedians
Jewish
talking about
friends. There's a lot of really funny Holocaust jokes.
it. Yes, most of them are told by Jewish comedians. But my point
and Shane Gillis.
Yes. My point, though, is that law is not going to be equitably applied. It'll be applied to some people who people deem, okay, these people can
But
say
there
it
are
and these
some
people
things.
can't.
No, but there are some things. I'm not talking about jokes. I'm talking about there are some things that should not be under the freedom of speech.
Such
like
as?
Such as what?
In Canada, we don't have freedom of speech. We have freedom of expression.
Hang on. If you give an example, what should not be covered under free speech?
Like actually talking about eradicating certain people.
That's still speech.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be under speech.
But are you?
Effie, I was on here earlier advocating for an absolute cleansing of Gaza. Okay, I was doing it. I was unapologetic about it because I am furious.
Oh, I've said that multiple times today because of what they did with the Beavis kids.
Yeah, I think those people have lost the ability to call themselves human. That is where I'm at with all of those people.
I think, Effie, what you might be trying to get to but not vocalizing properly is calls to action. Calls to action are not necessarily protected by freedom of speech, because a call to action is you're telling someone to do something. You're calling for something to actually happen. If I were to say, hey, I'm going to get a group of people together and we're going to go to Gaza and cleanse the people of Gaza, that would be a call to action. That could actually get me in trouble. Now, if I sit there and repeat after Dave and go, I think Gaza should be cleansed, that is me expressing an opinion. Those are two entirely different things.
Right.
And that's what in Canada, when we have freedom of expression, obviously it includes speech. Basically, the only thing that's 100% not included is violence, and then speech that incites violence or any type of expression that can be,
the inciting part is very iffy for me because the problem is I could say some random shit and some random dude could interpret it however the fuck he wants to go. Yeah, I was incited by that.
That's incitement is completely objective. The way that it's done in the U.S. is it's speech until it's not. The way that under U.S. law you could say whatever the hell you want for the most part. There still a couple of tiny exceptions. There is, but the minute that you take an affirmative step toward it, including things like conspiracy, which is planning with other people.
I think we should exterminate all Judans.
Hey, Sosa, has anybody asked you to speak?
Hey, Dimmy, be quiet. Nobody cares about your fucking third world IQ. Sosa. Wait. Sosa, get out of your fucking shitty third world country. Get a proper. Sosa, this is what you sound like.
Sosa, get your dick out of your goat wife, and then you can talk.
Sosa, you sound like you're a fucking train conductor. Can't even afford a real fucking phone.
He's with a mask on his face. He can't speak.
He's afraid we see him.
My ancestors, Sosa, I'm not Jewish, you stupid fuck.
Look at his dog in the picture.
I'm not Jewish.
I feel sorry for his dog.
This is girl's dog.
Anyway, guys, I really have to go.
Bye, Yahtzee.
But I really have to go.
Bye,
but thank you for the conversation, and I hope that we will continue it some other time because it is
absolutely.
I missed one. I missed one in the chat. Yeah. So on my live, you don't have freedom of speech, Sosa.
Just some people have.
Sosa sounds like a call to prayer.
Okay, bye. Have a good day. I hope that...
Thank you, Effie. Hey, let's see if we can have one more conversation. Jake, the Jake cat, why don't you come on up here and let's have a discussion? Because you seem to not know fuck all about what's going on in Ukraine.
Yeah, I haven't been following that to the T, to be honest. I just want to say the Yazidi thing, right? Like, I think the issue is it's not so much that he was like, basically it's about her perspective. Now she just equates Islam with IS, right? And she's gonna, like, if they let her talk without kind of coaching her that, hey, this
why do you get to coach her on what she lived through though?
But only because what she lived through is one thing, but her understanding of what happened is just based on her perspective.
Name one thing that IS does that Muhammad didn't.
Subjectivity, right?
Name one thing that IS does that Muhammad didn't. Minus, of course, having more advanced weaponry.
That's where it gets honestly problematic.
It does get problematic. But here's the thing. The other part that they want to do is they want to hide from the truth. The truth is that IS is a Muslim ideological group.
It's fundamentalist.
Are all Muslims IS? Absolutely not. But
are all Muslims fundamentalists?
Are all IS
no.
Muslims? Absolutely. Are all IS Muslims though? Absolutely.
But I mean, even the Taliban doesn't agree with IS, like
that's fine. But the fact of the matter is they are what they are. You can't hide from facts. What the Canadians want to do is hide the ball. They don't want you to say, well, IS is a Muslim group. Taliban's a Muslim group. What they're afraid is people are going to be stupid and they're going to say all Muslims are IS. And you can't fix stupid, okay? You can't fix crazy and you can't fix stupid. People are going to be people. But it doesn't help to hide a fact from your own society.
Yeah, and like the reality is, what is it? 25% of the world of Muslims is what you would call fundamentalist Islamists, and that's just following Islam to the T, which is what Islam requires. There's not one thing that IS has done, minus the more advanced weaponry, that Muhammad didn't do in his time. Like, to the Islamists, the fundamentalists, they are following Islam. That is Islam. That is true Islam. If you don't do that, according to those people, you're not Muslim. Like, and that is what she lived through. She lived through that in multiple societies. It wasn't just IS. It was Hamas. They literally sold her to Hamas.
And that's the part that the Canadians, because they're afraid that they're going to offend some people, that they're more afraid of offending people than educating people.
Look, man, IS was condemned by like every Muslim leader and Arab leader. But I mean, that being said, I understand where you're coming from. I wouldn't go as far as to say they're not Muslims, right? I agree. If that's what they're trying to pull, like that doesn't make sense.
No,
but,
I'm saying that IS is because they're following it to the T.
But honestly, that's not necessarily true. Because the thing is, the Prophet Muhammad, when he died, the Islamic State that he was, I guess, the spiritual leader of and general of, was literally just Mecca and Medina. All the Islamic conquests came after he died.
Yeah.
So the Banu Qurayza happened after Muhammad died?
So that was intertribal within, that was intertribal warfare within the,
Was it tribal when they specifically took Jews and they checked for pubic hair, and anyone that had pubic hair was beheaded? And anyone that didn't was castrated?
I don't know about that. Look, all I'm saying
No,
is,
that's literally in the Hadiths. That's in Sahih al-Bukhari.
yeah, the Hadith is analogous to the Talmud in the sense that it's
No, it's
supplementary.
not. It is absolutely not. The Talmud is literally rabbis fucking arguing over different questions that were posed to them.
But you know,
No. The Hadiths are clarifications and narrations of events and not arguments. It is, this is what happened.
The Hadith is phone games, like literally Hadith sciences. It's essentially like this person told that person, and that person told that other person.
No, that is not the Hadiths. It
chain
is
of
literally
narration.
narrated directly from the source.
Yes, but it's in a chain, right?
So
And
are
then
you
there's
saying that they're not authentic then?
obviously the ones that they look at are authentic, but there's ones that are authentic. There's ones that are moderate. Like it's
Well, I'm going off authentic. I'm going with Sahih rated. So like Sahih
Yeah,
al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are all rated as authentic hadiths, and those clarify stuff like that did happen. Those aren't discussions. Those are narrations. They're not discussions like the Talmud. The Talmud is literally just, I don't understand from something from the Torah. Rabbis, help me. Like there is literally a discussion in the Torah about is it appropriate to call a meal in the middle of the night lunch, or what? It's not that specifically, but what time of the day is lunch? And the discussion is, well, what would be the extreme? Well, it would be this. What time is breakfast? Well, it's when you break your fast. But what time of day is that? Well, it's whenever you break your fast. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. Well, what about this meal? What about this meal? That is an actual discussion. It's literally Reddit for rabbis. You've got the extreme on one end and the extreme on other. People don't necessarily agree with them, but you have to set the parameters of what the extremes of both ends of the argument are. And then you get the consensus in the middle that everyone agrees on. And you go, that's it. Like that is not it's not analogous to the Hadiths in any way.
No, in a way. So they're obviously different, but they're the same in the sense that they're both supplementary. Like the Talmud is supplementary to the Tanakh and the Torah, right? Which is part of the Tanakh. And same thing with the in Islam.
Because the Talmud is meant to answer questions that weren't answered. Yeah, you could say that they're meant to answer questions, but the Sahih Hadiths are literally, this is what it is. This is narration. It's the only way they're analogous is that they answer questions that weren't answered in the books. But again, the Hadiths even clarify that stuff like the Banu Qurayza, that Jewish boys and men were lined up and checked for pubic hair, and anyone who had pubic hair was beheaded, and anyone who didn't was castrated. Like that is in the Hadiths. That is Sahih rated.
Yep. Look, I don't deny that there are plenty of Sahih, because we're talking about thousands of Sahih Hadith.
Oh,
These are just Sahih.
I've got all of Sahih al-Bukhari. I've got it's so much.
It's too much, right? Like, how many lifetimes is it going to take for me? And then each one of these, like, it's parables, right? It's just like parables that need interpretation. Like, look, Islam is very diverse, and they don't. My people, Muslims, we don't want to admit how diverse it really is, but because the idea of religion is to unite people over the tribes and the nationalities and the whatnot. What's all that noise, bro?
Dave, you gotta
That's
mute.
me. Sorry about
I'll
that.
mute you.
Yeah, they don't want to
say something and I'm doing something at the same time. No, listen. Look,
Quranis, by the way, Sam. Quranis is a big trend. It was old. Like, it's not new, Quranism, but basically it's like it's growing because Muslims are seeing that there are problematic Sahih Hadith. The Hadith is interpreted.
But
by
if you
these
follow
main
the
scholars.
Quran and not the Hadiths, then how do you pray?
So that's exactly what the Hadith supporters say. See, the thing is, you're actually right now parroting. You're right, mainstream
But
points. You're right.
it's a valid question
It
because
is a
the
valid
Quran doesn't teach you how to follow the 5 pillars. It doesn't teach you how to pray.
Even you know how alcohol is haram, right? That's from the Quran. But guess what? It's actually the technical word that was used was ijtanibu in Quran, which means avoid it. Like even that it's consensus. The consensus alcohol is haram, but even that was interpreted. You know what I mean? It's like the Fatimid state, for example, in Egypt, which is Ismaili Shia Islam, which is kind of like almost endangered. It's endangered at this point. It was very esoteric. There's a lot more esoteric. So everything they interpret, they read between the lines, right? Instead of just take the exoteric. So there's esoteric versus exoteric. The last 2 caliphates were Ottoman and Safavid. Safavid was the Shias. They spread 12verism, which is the more fundamentalist, quote unquote, than the Ismaili, and now they kind of eradicated the Ismaili. And then the Ottomans are like they spread the Sufism, which is mystical, and they have saints.
And fundamentalist Islams view Sufis as infidels.
Yeah, exactly.
We're talking about back to the base thing. We were talking about suppressing her experience with true Islam. According to Islam, what she lived through was true Islam.
But that's what I'm saying.
Why
True
do you
Islam
get to
who,
hide
right?
true Islam to the people who follow the religion as it was taught? According to Islam, you don't get to make your interpretation. You don't get to have your own opinion on it. You don't get to question it. If you do, you are not a Muslim. So she lived through what the religion teaches. Islam, according to Islam, is not allowed to go through an enlightened period like Christianity, Catholicism, and Judaism, where I could take something from the Bible and go, you know what? That was fucked up. Let's not do that anymore. You can't do that and still be a true Islamist.
So what if we do that? Are we not Muslims anymore? Like we're trying
according to Islam, no. If you like the Sufis, again, according to Islam, Sufis are not Muslim. They're infidels. But that's what I'm saying is she lived through what is known or what would be true Islam. She lived through the fundamentalist Islamic state, and she is expressing what she lived through. You shouldn't be suppressing her experience. Doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable. The uncomfortable truth needs to be shown.
Granted. And that's where honestly that's why it's hard for me to fit neatly on the political spectrum, because I actually agree with you there. Even if it causes confusion, we should just spread awareness about, no, but this is what she went through. And obviously now she sees Islam through the light of ISIS. It's not her fault. It's actually, you got to expect it out of her. Assyrians will tell you the same thing. What you're saying, Assyrians, you know Assyrians, right? Chaldeans, Assyrians, but most of the Assyrians, those like the Orthodox.
For in chat, it starts with an A, not Syrian.
Yeah. I'm Syrian, actually, my origin. But yeah, man, there's no the issue with Islam. There's no church, right? Islam is a lot like Judaism because there's no church. It relies on these scholars, and that's why it's so diverse.
It relies on the sheikhs of the imams.
Yes.
Right.
So look, New Democrat. I think that you don't have a problem, but here's the difference. You're in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am in New York. I'm actually in Brooklyn.
Ew.
I just left. Listen up. Listen, Texan. You go. You know. Go dance.
I'm from California. I fucking hate where I'm from. I came here because although I don't agree with the politics, people leave me the fuck alone.
Right. Anyway, so look, I'm in Brooklyn. I am Jewish. There is a huge synagogue at the end of my block. My neighbors, my next door neighbors, I just left my house, are super lovely people. I absolutely adore them. They are great. They also happen to be Bengali and Muslim. They are just wonderful people. My neighbors across the street, also Muslim, lovely people, absolutely lovely people. No one is trying to unalive anyone. We live harmoniously, but that's the thing. They left their part of the world to come here because they're done with that crazy ass ideology. And I am, and they're still, they are the women in the family are hijabi. I mean, they are practicing Muslims. They are, and you, I assume, your family left that part of the world for the same reasons, because they are done. The difference between Muslim people, for the most part, they're always crazy people, right? But for the most part, the difference between Muslim people in the West and Muslims that are in the Middle East, a lot of times it's like night and day. You're looking through the lens of, I'm in the West. If you are religious and you go and you pray and you go to I forgot the term. It's not madrasa. I'm sorry, I forgot the term.
I got
But
uniforms
if you
ready.
go to if you do that, you likely hear very modern Islam, interpretations of your hadiths that are, hey palliatives down there.
I will say I did watch a pretty funny clip. There was a sheikh that did something really funny recently. They had a bunch of guests in their mosque, and he goes, "Okay, thank you." He's standing at the front. He's got a microphone. He goes, "Thank you to everyone. I know we're trying to do a community outreach program, show what Islam is like, and let people in to at least see what we do. Today's topic, jihad." And everyone, you hear the people in the room go, and he goes, "No, I'm just fucking with you." So that was actually pretty good.
It had you for a moment there. I think.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Hilarious.
I think that people really need to read Bernard Lewis. If you read I've read about 27 Bernard Lewis books, and he gives a very nuanced take on Islam. He basically translated the entire Ottoman archive, okay, like slowly but surely. And he shows you basically how Islam went from being a very reasonable, rational, nuanced religion to the Muslim Brotherhood of today. So Islam has had ups and downs.
I'll be honest with you, he's a complete
hold on. I'm going to finish. Quickly. If you start you need to. I think a good starting point for a lot of people in the West is just start reading a lot of Bernard Lewis if you want to understand the Islamic world.
No. A good point in the West.
Noted, Frank. I've heard
reading. I'm sorry. A good point. I've read most of his books. I think he's got a very woolly Western interpretation of it and tries to excuse a lot of the problems.
I'm sorry. Did you translate half the Ottoman archive?
I'm sorry. Were you speaking?
No. Palliative, come on, don't start with the
in the
muting
middle
stuff.
of speaking, and
I know, but you could say don't start with the muting.
Yeah, well, I was in the middle of speaking. It's kind of hard.
Also, we've had 32 Yahtzees in one night, by the way.
Wonderful. I'm not surprised, especially with what's just happened. The sickening months.
That's what brought them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
So you know more than Bernard Lewis. Great. I'm glad you know more.
Right? Can you
random
stop?
guy on
Wait,
the net.
no, he disagrees. He disagrees. Yeah, Bernard Lewis is also a random fucking person.
Yeah, he's also a random person.
guy. He literally started Islamic studies in the West.
Wonderful. Has he ever lived in the East?
Yes, he did for years.
When?
He lived in Syria and Turkey for many years.
Yeah. When did he live in Syria?
He lived in Syria in the 1950s.
Yeah. You know what was going on in the 1950s? Westernization of Syria.
Back before it was fucked.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, the guy has an interpretation of Islam through what he thinks is the Islamic Revolution under the Ottomans, completely ignoring the prior histories and completely ignoring Islamic scholars.
He didn't ignore any of that.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he
Because
didn't.
Yes, he did.
He translated everything in the Ottoman archives. He didn't ignore anything.
Wonderful.
Right,
When did he say
some democracy.
it's almost as if I'm speaking. When did he say the Hadiths came into play and they started seeing radicalism in Islam?
The emergence of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, so he attributed it to the 18th century, which isn't true. He lied.
He didn't lie. He didn't lie.
Yeah, that is a lie because he's I would say lying by omission because he's flat out ignoring that the hadiths that came very early on, far before the 18th century, document Islamic extremism. Again, like the very first interaction they ever had with the Jews, with the Banu Qurayza, where they literally said, "Hey, line up all the boys. If they got pubic hair, behead them. If they don't, castrate them." That's Islamic extremism. Muhammad did that. That was in the hadiths. That didn't happen in the 18th century.
He doesn't argue that it didn't, but he's saying that for 300 years during Ottoman rule, that's not how things were.
That's also not true. That's also not true.
It is true.
Dhimmi status just didn't exist, I guess.
No, dhimmi status did exist.
Wait. I can pull up at least 100 incidents that happened in that period of time relating to the attacks on Jews, Christians, Samaritans, and other Indo-Pacific.
He doesn't deny any of that.
No, but this is the thing.
No, but denying it, it's lying by omission because you're going, yeah, these things happened, but I don't think it was because of Islam.
No,
It
he
was
didn't say
entirely
that.
because of
He
Islam.
he blamed Islam for those things. Yes, but it wasn't
No, I've
as
read his
black
works.
and
No,
white
he
as you're
didn't.
putting out to be.
No, he
qualitative.
didn't. No, he didn't blame Islam for those things.
Yes,
I've
he
read
did.
his works. No, he did not.
Yeah.
No, he did not. He blamed relativistic culturalism for those things. He started saying it was regional.
And parts of it was Arab culture sometimes.
No.
Specifically Muslim culture, not Arab culture.
I mean, Arab culture and Muslim culture are not exactly the same. Let's agree on that.
We do agree on that. They're not exactly the same. That's why it wasn't Arab culture, because the groups that he tried to purport it to were the Kurds, who had a long-standing history of friendship with the Jews at this point. He also tried to accuse the Druze and the Samaritans of being violent. In fact, he tried to accuse the Samaritans of starting the Nefkafba revolt.
The Druze had some very
Yeah.
violent periods.
Hey,
They had some
Palliative,
very-
this is one of my favorite web pages.
I know, I've got this webpage. I was about to bring it up. Thanks
Dude,
for
the
that.
Druze had a
Just-
period where they were unaliving.
So let's go
Jews
to the beginning of the Ottomans, which is about 1300s. Well, 1352. So this
You
is
know
when
the
it
whole
comes
story
from.
of Joseph Trumpeldor?
Wait,
You know who
Frank,
unalived
Frank,
Joseph
Frank,
Trumpeldor?
Frank, take your breath.
Who unalived Joseph Trumpeldor? It
The
was
problem
Druze.
is you already have your mind made up. You know, that's the problem. I think Frank is a little bit more objective here.
No, that's not a case.
Druze unalived Joseph Trumpeldor. Did they? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, they did. So here you go. Go back through the history books.
Wait, but when
and
when
you'll
when did
become
Druze,
a little
when
more
did
nuanced
Druze,
here.
1 second. Why did that happen? What was the leading processories to that? Do you know?
Yeah, there was a little war going on.
A little war? You mean the genocide of the Druze population was just a little war to
And they
you?
were going after Jews because why? Jews were not involved in that.
Well, no. He wasn't just a Jew. He was administrator in what position?
Joseph Trumpeldor should not have been unalived by Druze.
I agree.
Bottom line.
I agree.
I'm not playing
But
this
what-
game. He shouldn't have
I
been
agree,
unalived.
but
Period.
what
I'm not playing your
position was
game,
he
qualitative.
What position was he in?
Dumbledore.
You agree that he shouldn't have been unalived
I
by
agree.
Druze massacring
What
him.
position was he in?
I'm not playing this game.
It's not a game.
If we both agree that it was wrong to unalive him, then don't make
Okay,
excuses
it's
for it.
wrong to punch. It's wrong to punch.
So that you
somebody
can
in the
bash
face.
Bernard Lewis. You know, you're trying to
It's wrong to punch somebody in the face
stop putting me on mute, God.
because you just don't listen to it. It's wrong to punch somebody in the face.
Because you're wrong. That's why.
But if
It's
somebody
wrong- it was
punches
wrong
you
to
in the
unalive him.
face,
Period.
if somebody punches you in the face and you respond by punching them in the face, it's more reasonable to
You're
understand
trying to basically justify his unaliving. That's
No.
disgusting.
Not even
That's
close.
what you're doing right now because you want to punch up against.
Frank,
No.
why won't you answer what his position was? I'm curious.
Because it's
Palliative,
irrelevant.
what was his
It's
position?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. He's trying to create.
It's not
a
irrelevant.
straw
Hang on,
man.
hang on, Frank, hang on.
If it's
That's
not
not
relevant-
that's not what a straw man is. Palliative,
Yeah,
what was
if
his
it's so-
position?
if it's so- if it's so
No,
irrelevant,
a straw
why
man
did you
is
put it up?
taking something you said, ignoring it, twisting it into something you didn't say, and arguing a point you never made. That's not what he's doing. Palliative, what was his position?
No. He knows his position.
So
And
tell
it's so-
Palliative, you tell me, what was his
One second.
position?
1 second. If it's so irrelevant, why can't you say it? You're saying it's irrelevant.
Just
If it's
fucking
so
out with it.
irrelevant, why
I don't know
can't
how
you
much longer I got. Out with it.
Damn, it's easy. He can answer.
He's not going to. Just Palliative, he's not going to. Just answer.
I'm not going to budge on this. I'm not going to justify
He was the
Joseph Trumpeldor's
he was the
unaliving.
administrator of land dispersals and was related to the dispersal of Drew's land. In fact, it was taken up under his orders.
So that justifies his unaliving.
No.
That's great, Palatine.
No.
That's not what he said. The irony of accusing him of a straw man argument.
No, but
Literally
that's
doing a
he's
straw man
making a
argument.
justification for that, though.
No, that's not what he's doing.
No, but
I'm
he's
saying-
trying
I'm
to say,
saying-
"Oh, look, I'm
I'm
trying to
saying that the
contextualize
difference-
this."
I'm saying, no, dude, shut the fuck up.
Is accused of
Frank,
being Orientalist.
Frank, you keep
Look at this.
talking and he's
Like,
not
you don't
answering.
like
So
Lewis.
stop talking and let him respond.
You're a Zionist, you don't like Lewis. So who do you like? The Manifesto by Edward Said of
By the way, I'm a Zionist myself, so don't talk smack on Zionists.
Right, there you
Right,
go.
I'm just going to talk over you.
Oh
'cause
my
I
God!
can.
No, we're not. Nope, we're
Well, then
not.
tell him-
Nope, we're not. We're not doing the
Tell him
echo.
shut up.
We're not doing the voice of God.
I didn't mean to do the echo, but tell him shut up then.
Okay, enough.
It's really simple. What I'm saying is, your proponent was that it was Arab culture. That's how we got into this argument. Okay? How can it be Arab culture when what they thought they were doing was righting a perceived wrong. Now, I think it's demonstrable that they went about it that way. I condone it 1000%. However, your accusation was that it wasn't a part of Islam. I agree, the Druze are not Muslims. But it can't be a part of Arab culture either if it's not about a cultural influence. It's about a land acquisition that disproportionately affected the Druze and nearly led to their genocide.
Druze are Arabs. Yes, they are. They're not Muslims.
But it's not based on culture.
And
I can find you 1,000 examples of every other culture in the
Wait,
world when these
wait,
behaviors happen.
Frank, do you
Hold
not?
on,
Do you,
wait, hold on, Frank. Are you Druze? Are you Druze?
I'm not Druze.
Are you? Exactly. So why don't you ask a Druze if they're Arab? Because I guarantee you,
they
quite
don't
a
think
few of
they
them,
are.
if not
Arab,
all of them,
100%.
will tell you, "Fuck no."
Yes,
no,
they're
that's
Arab.
not true. That's not true, Dave.
They're Arab.
We have a whole province in Syria called the Suedat. They are Arab nationalists to the T.
no,
Yeah.
they're no. They are nationalists to the country that they live in. They are not Arab national. It's whatever country they live in. They're extremely nationalist to their host country. They do not identify as Arab. Just
They
like
do.
the Druze in Israel, the Druze in Israel don't identify as Israel or don't identify as Jewish, even though it's the Jewish homeland. They identify as Israeli. They are just Druze living in Israel.
No, that's fair. I'm telling you, the ones in Syria identify very strongly as Arab.
They speak Arabic.
Wow,
Whoa,
they
so
speak
that's-
the
I
local
speak Arabic,
dialect.
So I'm an Arabic. But I speak Arabic, so I'm an Arab.
There's no Druze language.
Yeah. So do many
No,
Jewish
there
Israelis.
is actually
Are
a
they
Druze
Arabs?
language. What are you talking about?
They speak Arabic.
They have their own tribal language.
Yeah, and Jews, when they were put in fucking Germany and Poland, spoke Yiddish in public to hide the fact that they spoke Hebrew. Who cares?
I'm Jewish. My family was from the Soviet Union. I speak Russian. Does that make me Russian?
Okay, what defines an Arab other than speaking Arabic?
Massive amount.
Arab is an ethnicity.
Yeah.
Yes, but there's lots of sub-ethnic groups
No,
that compose
the Druze are an ethno-religion.
No,
Yes.
the only reason
Correct.
we even have a categorization of sub-ethnic groups is literally based out of Yahtzee ideology.
If you agree that they are an ethno-religion, by definition, they are not Arabs. They are their own unique ethno-religion, their own unique identity, just like Jews, just like many indigenous American tribes. Fuck, even aren't the Amish an ethno-religion?
Yeah, technically. So are the Samaritans.
So basically, the Druze, many of them, as New
Dude,
Democrats would
have
say,
you ever
many
stayed
of
in
them
a Druze
define
camp?
themselves as Arab nationalists.
Have you ever stayed in a Druze camp?
Yes,
I
actually have.
I have. Where did you stay in yours?
Up in the north of Israel. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, I did as well. They never called themselves Arabs. In fact, if you said that to them,
They
they'd
spoke
honestly kick you
Arabic.
out.
They spoke Arabic.
That doesn't make them
Speaking
Arab.
Arab, speaking
They're
wait,
not a fucking chance.
wait, Frank. So do the Arab Israelis that speak Hebrew, are they now Jews?
Well, that's a different story because
It's not.
Hebrew is not the defining characteristic of Jews. But
No,
Arabic is the
Hebrew
defining
is the language of the Jews, though. It is the language of their ethno-religion.
Yeah, that's true. But being Arab doesn't mean you're necessarily Muslim, though.
No one never
Dude,
said it did.
They didn't. No one said that. Once again, you conflated that unaliving was to do with Arab culture. When in
No, I didn't
actuality,
say
it
it's
was
Arab
to
culture
do.
that
Yes,
caused
you
it.
did. You did. That's
Wait,
why we
why'd
got
you
into
block
this argument.
Hamza?
Because he took the piss out of Bieber's children being dead.
Oh, okay.
Look, I condemn that, by the way. So this is
I
Sultan.
have the screenshot if you want.
Okay. What's this?
This is Sultan al-Atrash. He is the Syrian nationalist revolutionary who led the Great Syrian Revolt against the French colonial administration in Syria. One of the most influential figures in Syrian and Druze history.
Mhm.
So does that not look like an Arab to you? Like it's not just about what they look like. I know that's not how it works, but they look.
I mean, do the red-haired, blue-eyed gingers in Gaza look Arab?
No,
But they're
I'm not
Shamis.
talking about like how his facial features or his skin color. I'm talking about like his dress and
He's dressed for the region.
yeah, absolutely. But
That doesn't make him Arab.
I mean, there are distinctive clothing that some Druze wear. There is a Druze.
Druze is an ethno-religion. By definition, they are not Arabs.
absolutely, but they don't have their own language. Isn't that interesting?
No, they do.
They do.
What's the Druze language?
We don't know. It's a hidden language.
Yeah, they don't. The Druze
They
are very.
also don't
Jews keep their shit very secret.
Believe it or not, they don't even believe in Muhammad, but everybody thinks they believe in Muhammad. Okay? I've actually spoken. The closest conversation I've got to Druze is we don't believe in anything you believe in. We believe in our own things, but to protect ourselves, we will say that we believe in these things.
Okay. Look, I get it. It's true. It's a secretive religion. But I just want to tell you, it's an offshoot of Shiite Islam, and it's a syncretic.
No, it's not.
Dude, Druze is an offshoot of Shiite Islam.
No, it's not.
Offshoot.
It's not.
How is it not? Same with the Alawites.
How do you know it's an offshoot of that religion if it doesn't? If you don't know what's in its religious text?
I'll tell you how. Because the person who started it, of the Druze, right? He was originally a Shiite. He had different. He started spreading a certain message that didn't agree with the mainstream of the Shiism, and so they excommunicated him. Basically, that's exactly what happened to Alawites. So Alawites was started by Ibn Nasr, some guy named Ibn Nasr. That's why they call
Ibn Dawul Masah.
Ibn Nusayr, sorry?
It was Ibn Dawul Masah.
Right. No, Nasr. They call them Nusayris, named after the guy who started. But the point is, the guy starts preaching certain views, or certain things that were not according to the mainstream.
Would you let me tell you the difference between the Druze? What ethnic group were the Jewish populations mostly comprised of before they became the Druze?
I don't know, bro. All I'm
Persian, Zoroastrians, specifically.
Okay. All I'm saying is, okay.
So it could be an offshoot of Zoroastrianism because many people who joined were Zoroastrians.
Look, I'm not an expert on this, but
exactly. So when you say something as if you know it to be certain,
among the experts,
the consensus among Arab experts.
No, it's not Arab experts. Go Google it right now. What is it going to tell you?
Once again, who's providing the information about the Druze historically? Because the Druze don't have any written historical accounts that they speak of on their own terms.
But so you'll admit.
So it's only coming from the Muslim world where they're saying they believe in Muhammad.
Look, you might be right, but your opinion
exactly. The fact that you can admit that means don't make such rash assumptions.
Fringe. You're coming with something fringe. If you don't believe that...
literally, look here. You've got a Druze in the comments saying, I'm a Druze, we have nothing to do with Islam. If we did, that was 14,000 years ago today now. Yeah, they don't have anything to do with Islam.
You understand what syncretic religions are, right?
Yes, I'm fully aware what syncretic religions are. Yeah. However, the problem you're going to have with that, by that definition, you guys are just a syncretic religion of Judaism.
Oh my God, yo. Hey, I agree, actually. Islam is Judaism for the masses, basically.
No, it's not.
That's what I believe.
You can believe it, but it's demonstrably not the case.
Well, I mean,
you might steal things from our Talmud and put them in your Quran. It does not make it anything relating to us.
I mean, there's so many similarities between halakha and Islamic law. I mean, there are real similarities.
Okay, there's similarities between the Chinese Communist Party and their laws and the United States and their laws. Does that now mean that the United States is communist?
No, it doesn't.
Or they're capitalist.
Hang on, guys. It's 7:10 in the morning now. Hang on. It's 7:10 in the morning now. I got to do a bunch of stuff. If you guys aren't following, drop a follow. I'm gonna be live the next 2 nights. Probably discussing the same shit as always. Drop a follow. Go to my link tree in my bio. You can see the live stream on other platforms as well. We're live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time. If you guys want to watch a recap of the stream, go to the YouTube link and then go to the live tab. You can see all the streams that we've done. Drop a follow if you're not. Join the team last second if you can. No, it's not. It's 1 p.m. Bitch, I'm in Texas. It is 7:10 a.m.
Well, 7:09.
Sorry, 7:00. Oh, there's my dog. 7:00. There we go. 7:09.
I love how I got it right, and you.
Yeah, he's dumb. He's very
I love
dumb.
that Band-Aid you have, by the way.
It's an Eevee.
You've got an Eevee
cool.
Band-Aid.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. When I come there, I'm actually going to slap you with gefilte fish.
Dan, the founder of Druze, he got decapitated. I want to say one more thing. Arab became, after the Islamic conquest, became a pan-ethnicity. That's where they speak the language thing became kind of the thing. You're right. It's still also a pure ethnicity because I'll tell you something. As a Syrian, when we go to Saudi or the Gulf in general, like Qatar, any of these countries, they're like, hey, you guys are white.